just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, He hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Iboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guaranty Trust Bank PLC GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ike Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today. It's not possible.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Ige Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Ige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Ige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of Chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Aigboje Ike Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing arts, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. This is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, from works, done by masters like that. After a while, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, her works, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, I've got to focus on investments now.
He collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens
from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market, and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Aiboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ige Imokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed, we scaled some pretty high heights and so on. And in a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ige Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimoh. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Aiboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointment as chairman. Aiboje Ige Imokwede is back again. Ige Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ige Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enuowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, Souq Enlightenment. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souq Enlightenment.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234.
It's the middle of the week and we're glad we've come this far. It's 29th of January 2025, if you know what that means. Well, if you don't, maybe you need to give me something to tell you exactly what I mean by that. But I'll hold that for later. This is where we ignite conversations that matter with the overall goal to spark of change. I am Blessing A.G. Meet the rest of the crew. Dr. Dawson Samanza. Good morning, sir.
Blessing, good morning. Looking resplendent this morning.
Oh, yes. You know the Lord
beautiful
has
as
done it.
always.
Thank you. And David Shader is here to looking dapper. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Blessing. Good morning, Doctor. Good morning, Nigerians. Welcome again. Let's get straight to the conversations.
All right. We don't waste time. Let's get the ship sailing. Our first port of call will be something you don't want to miss with Evelyn Oyola. Stay.
Good morning. Welcome to Something You Do Not Want to Miss. My name is Evelyn Ohiola. Let's get right into it. The very first story for today. Again, the Naira just got a boost, appreciating further in the black market after the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, released the foreign exchange code and waived the 2025 annual license fees for Bureau de Change operators. Here are the details. The Naira gained 0.97% or 16 Naira, with the dollar quoted at an average rate of 1,634 Naira on Tuesday, compared to 1,650 Naira on Monday. In the official foreign exchange market, the Naira closed flat on Monday, with the dollar quoted at 1,533 Naira 50 kobo. So what's behind this move? The CBN's new FX code aims to enhance market liquidity, transparency, and guide market participants in Nigeria's foreign exchange sector. Plus, the waiver of license fees for BDCs is part of the CBN strategy to support the transition to a new regulatory structure. This development was disclosed in a circular dated January 24, 2025 and signed by John Onoja, the Acting Director of the Financial Policy and Regulation Department. The circular, addressed to all the BDC operators and stakeholders in the financial services industry, highlights the CBN's commitment to fostering stability, transparency, and efficiency in the foreign exchange market. The waiver is part of the CBN's broader strategy to support the ongoing transition to the new BDC regulatory structure, following the release of the regulatory and supervisory guidelines for Bureau de Change operations in Nigeria. The federal government is aiming high with its new national single-window NSW platform, targeting a whopping $3 billion in annual revenue. Launched in April 2024 by President Bola Tinubu, this unified digital platform is designed to streamline import, export and transit processes, making Nigeria a regional transshipment hub. The NSW initiative is aligned with Nigeria's commitments under the World Trade Organization's Trade Facilitation Agreement, which could lead to a 13% reduction in costs, fewer port delays and a boost in revenue. Minister of State for Finance, Doris Uzoka Anite, is optimistic, saying the NSW could generate at least $3 billion annually. You heard me right. Now, currently, Nigerian ports are plagued by high costs, up to 40% higher than neighboring West African countries, resulting in annual losses of 2.5 trillion naira. However, Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola, believes the NSW could reduce this cost by 25% and slash cargo clearance times by 60%. The digital platform also aims to enhance Nigeria's global trade competitiveness by tackling corruption and cutting red tape. Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment Jumoke Oduwole calls it a transformative reform that will redefine cross-border trade. The NSW rollout will begin in 2025, focusing on permits and risk management, with full deployment expected by 2026 and stabilization by 2027 through to 2028. With rigorous testing and workforce commitment, this project is poised to make a significant impact on Nigeria's trade system. And my very last story for today, we are coming back to Lagos, the city that never sleeps. The state government has just sealed a deal with the federal government to kickstart the 68-kilometer Green Line Rail project connecting Marina, Victoria Island, Lekki Free Trade Zone, and Ajah areas. This massive project, worth 146.14 billion naira, is part of the federal government's counterpart funding and will be managed by the Ministry of Finance Incorporated, MOFI. The announcement was made by Benga Omotosho, the Commissioner for Information and Strategy, during a Citizen Media Stakeholders Forum organized by the Ministry on Monday. Lagos already has 2 metro lines. The Blue Line was launched in 2023. The first phase of the rail line runs from Marina to Mile 2. The second phase, which is under construction, will run from Mile 2 to Okokomaiko. The third phase will run from Okokomaiko to Agbara, Lusada in Ogun State. Aside from the Green Line, the state government is proposing the Purple Line, a 60-kilometer rail designed to run through Redemption Camp, Mowe, Long Bridge, Isheri, Tollgate, Omole, Ogba, Agege, Iyanopaja, Isheri, Oshun, Igondo, Iba, Estate, Lasu, Okokomaiko, and Oja. And that's it for something you do not want to miss. Stick around, we still got so much more for you today, Wednesday, 29th of January. My name is Evelyn Ohiola.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enuowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quad.
Now let's move into some of the stories that made the headlines as we share perspectives in them. So the first story we're taking this morning says the Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, has revealed the federal government generated 6 billion naira in revenue in 2024, a 50% increase compared to the previous year, which is 2023, mainly from expatriate quota applications and marriage registrations. So the latter draws my attention, marriage registrations. Seems like we're marrying very, very much in this country, and that's bringing some money to the coffers of the government, Doc.
Yeah, I think it's once systems are set up to operate very well, a whole lot of challenges get off it. You know, some years ago, when there was this court case between the local governments and the Ministry of Interior, or that who should actually be responsible for collection of marriage the certificates for marriage, and say, oh, it was within the domain of the local government. And you remember there was this rumor that Ikoyi registry, that all the people that did marriages in Ikoyi registry, that their certificates were voided. But I think that we've gone beyond there right now. So what that actually means is that structures are being put in place and people are knowing what to do. During our Parents' Day, nobody understood what registry was. Maximum people go to churches, and most of the churches where people actually wedded had not even the license of the Ministry of Interior to even conduct wedding. But today now I think sanity enters into the system. People are knowing what to do because if you have to go to embassy to prove that you have a wife, then of course you must have a proof of your marriage, which is endorsed by the Ministry of Interior. I think these are some of the steps that are becoming and making things very easy. And I think too, there's also improvement on this site that it's making it easier for marriage centers to be registered very smoothly. So you go online and you can check, and those who have not renewed their license, of course, automatically the website shut them out. So if you have to be in the market, then of course you have to do what is the needful. Maybe I should just start a marriage register, a marriage center.
It goes to show how much Nigerians have embraced marriage under the Act, and it seems to be cheaper than having these elaborate celebrations, even though some of them afterwards still go to have lavish receptions. But it just seems like people are doing things in a more simplified way, and that is generating lots of money for the Nigerian government. I know that by this time, the local government might be thinking, oh, some of this money would have been ours, but you know, because it's going to the Ministry of Interior. But people still go to the local governments to have theirs. And every Saturday, when you go to places where marriage under the Act are authorized to happen, local government, Ministry of Interior, you find many people getting married, and you just wonder, like, this industry is really booming, because as they register to have their marriage conducted, so those who are also within that industry are benefiting, because they'll go for reception. Those who have event halls are benefiting. Those who provide catering services are benefiting. So that industry really is growing, and I know that it will grow more. But it's just funny to see that. Really, I imagine that what would be the case if it was China? You know, there was an incentive the government of China was trying to provide for its citizens to get married, because they wanted to increase their population, and the younger population seemed to just be comfortable with living their lives, not having family. So being family conscious, I think it comes with a lot of benefit. After all, the government is benefiting from it. But there could be another side to it. Our population would increase as more people get married and start up families, Doc.
Yeah, I know so. But the worry, the most dangerous part of that story is actually the expatriate quota.
Yes,
that's actually what I was thinking.
And it's very, very worrisome.
We'll come to that. Let's have David's take
on marriage.
On the marriage.
Maybe, of course, his next contribution will be to the Ministry of Foreign, Ministry of Interior. Tell us, when are you donating yours to the Interior Ministry?
Sooner than later, Doc. The revolution will be televised, I promise. Anyway, I found that same story a bit, relaxing too, dare I say, when I saw it. I thought to myself, okay, you know what? The more the merrier, right? There are already enough people in that marriage bracket. So, what's to say that we cannot have more? And, going through the Interior Ministry, as it were, which in turn has yielded financially, which is a fantastic thing. But as we're going to go to the other aspects of it, just as Doctor said, I am particularly impressed, I have to say this, with the Minister of Interior, Lubumiojo, and what he's been able to do with regards to the agencies that are subsumed under his ministry. He's been able to, optimize processes, tighten processes, and make sure that things are running smoothly, things are running the way that we had always hoped that they would run, as far as some of these agencies and parastatals are concerned. And particularly enamored by what he has done with the Immigration Service, vis-a-vis passport collection. But there's, more that needs to be done with that. Issuance and all of that backlogs, essentially breaking this hedge of, bureaucratic niceties and procedural and bureaucratic niceties, essentially needless red tape. That's what he needs to work more on, because I did a reissuance last year, and it took a minute for me to get it. When I say a minute, I don't mean that literally. It took like quite a while, to get it. But he had already said that it's something you can sit in the comfort of your home, run the processes, and you're going to get it in no time. But, I still had those little bottlenecks here and there because I had to go to the office and back. But all in all, I think he's done a great job. I mean, it's well worth commending when you see something good. However, to my own concern, or to my own fear, the expatriate quota, I'm particularly worried in the aspect of local talent, or indigenous talent. What does all of this mean? What are the implications for the protection of our own our own indigenous talent here? Because if you have, I mean, there's been concerns about it in the past, and I reckon there still are, about expatriates coming in here who have the skills, of course. I'm not gonna knock the process without particularly pointing out the advantages. There is a transference of skills. There's a transference of knowledge, right? Because if these people come in here with the knowledge that they have, the wealth of it that is, they can then pass it on to our own locals here, pass it on to our own professionals here, who will then be upskilled, in the same vein, as he were. But in some cases, it's not totally holistic per se, where you still have, even after these people are here or stay here in those sectors, you still have a deficit of skills, for the locals. And that worries me. What happens to the people who should actually be getting jobs that are Nigerian, or getting those jobs that are Nigerians? Do we necessarily need to get expatriates? That's the problem. Now, what that, again, calls for is for proper capacity building across the board in the public service.
If you talk about the expatriates bringing transfer of knowledge, well, it depends on the sector, and to some extent, I doubt that transfer of knowledge, because if there being transfer of knowledge, or there is transfer of knowledge actually ongoing, then we should see a decline in the level of expatriates that would actually need in different sectors. Now, when the Ministry of Interior put out the sectors or the areas that are contributed to the money generated from that ministry, some persons may be wondering, what is expatriate quota? So it simply is the permit that businesses in Nigeria need to have foreign workers for some purposes. So we've talked about local content, or the need for local content. I think critically we need to look into the components of local content and areas where we are having our local content input. So it's not as if for very critical task, very technological, or tasks that you need very high skills, we're outsourcing and not building capacity, like David said. And what is the mechanism put on the ground to ensure that this transfer of knowledge actually happens and is not left to the discretion of those who have the skills to say, okay, I might choose to pass on these skills, but you are required in the process of your work to pass on this knowledge? Or there are people who are working with you to understudy, and as time goes on, they move up the ladder. Because if this continues, it just might seem like for certain industries, particularly the oil industry, where you have lots of expatriates, so those who are top earners in the industry are expatriates. Those who hold the skills and who can manage the technology in that sector, many of them are expatriates. So it doesn't help the sector develop as it should. Because whether or not we want to agree with it, the issue of patriotism also matters. So someone who's an expatriate may not really give that dedication that an indigene may give. I'm saying may because sometimes you find that the reverse is the case. But we can build our own when we're building capacities. There is upskilling. There is the intention to bridge knowledge gap where there exists.
You see, why that story was particularly very troubling for me was listening to a small clip yesterday of a Ghanaian pastor who talked about having a meeting with some Ghanaian business people, and was wondering why they had so much money and they were not investing in building industries in Ghana so that the youth who were loitering the streets could be engaged. And he said, as soon as he raised that question with these billionaires, they started to laugh. And he felt that as if he was in a wrong environment. And said, there's nothing funny about this. God has blessed you, and you are supposed to be adding value to the environment where you work. And he said then, of course, one of them said to him, you see, it's not the way you say it. That those youths you see loitering in the street who are not working, that majority of them are thieves. And what that means is that you set up a factory and put them to work for you, they steal you out. And that's the real problem. And said before then, he was actually angry when he heard that Dangote had over 11,000 expatriates come to work in Nigeria. And said, where are Nigerians, youth, unemployed people? And this is the issue. And he was, as a pastor, speaking to the conscience of the average black African man, that we cannot have our business people move our money to other clients in the name that we cannot be trusted. So that for me is really the real cause of that worry. That it seems that even really that thing that the pastor was talking about, or that small clip yesterday, is as real because it's reflecting on the earning of our government. So which means we are relying more on other people to do our job because we can trust them better, because they're going to give you the whole of their time to do the job, and they are not struggling with balancing serving you and serving themselves. And these are quite very phenomenal issues that we must also begin to engage in our environment. How do we raise a generation of very righteous people who understand that if I employ you to work for me from 6 to 7 a.m. in the morning, that time is already paid for and it's not supposed to be met for your private activity. That you are supposed to use all the equipment that is given to you to do the work of the office, not to do your personal comfort. So how do we balance this is a big problem that we have to contend with as Africa. Yes, we have a problem with unemployment. We have a lot of businesses that are not surviving. I have always argued that many businesses in Nigeria closes because of the unethical behaviors of those who run those places more than government policy will collapse.
I think that to the attitude of some Africans or of some Nigerians, that can be managed, even though I hope they heed to your appeal. Because I would always say here that people do not always do what you expect, but what you inspect. There are measures that can be put up to check certain things, even for the expatriates. If you did not put up such measures, they might do the same thing or even worse. So it's a people problem that can be solved with measures. Now, if you have put up measures as an organization to ensure that you are able to measure work, it may not be total, but at least to a good extent where you have the productivity that you expect, it'll work. And it has worked in certain places.
Let me give you a true life story to help you. You see, we as a country, we have nothing like scarcity of rules, measures that are in place. All we have is that you have people who deliberately and flagrantly breaches those measures.
Then the implementation of the measures are weak.
Let me give you one small example. I'm talking at micro level. My wife works, he opens a shop, and he gives somebody to run the shop. The guy is staying with you, you are feeding the person, and you are paying the person. And then he sells all day and take the money and replenish. He sells all day, take all the profit, and replenish your stock as if he has sold nothing. But here now your goods are not missing. It looks intact. At the end of the year, you are going to pay for the shop. And you are paying his salary.
But that's why you have CCTV that can check that in that particular case.
You see, in a micro, small environment, you have to put CCTV in everywhere.
That's why I said sometimes you have to go the extra mile to check some of these things.
The extra mile is the fact that is actually increasing your costs for doing a small business. So you can't do that for all micro businesses. So what I'm saying is that a whole lot. Yes, you can put all the CCTV. I haven't even seen a situation in CCTV where they have turned the CCTV away from where it can capture.
But if
for those crimes to be done.
But if you notice consistently,
that's what I'm saying to you.
You will have something done.
See, what I'm saying is in an ideal situation.
I'm not saying ideal. I'm saying that if we put up that excuse.
Minded. Recently, my office in the church was broken. And we are going to watch the CCTV. The person who came to do it the previous day, could have been with the help of people who are around, had manipulated the focus of even the cameras. That became a blind spot. So when you have people who are criminally intentioned, and you are having them as so many, and that's why I say to people, yes, when you say other crimes, there are people doing bad things, they are there. People who have criminal intention. But it's different in terms of proportionality. You see, there maybe 5%, 10%. Majority here. This small project we have done here, I can tell you how much was saved oversight and how much was loose, because you feel that you have given somebody a responsibility and you think that this person is going to do it for yourself, but actually is thinking about himself.
Let me ask a question, Douglas. So some of those people that you said are criminally minded, when they change environment and move to other countries, they still get engaged.
No.
They still get jobs.
No.
They still get positions.
No.
How come they are unable to display all of those criminal tendencies? Because there's a system that checks some of those things.
No.
I hear what Blessing is saying, and in a manner of speaking, she does have a point. Emphasis on manner of speaking, because you find that away from this particular subject, to digress just a little bit, you find that, and it's not a Nigerian thing, it's, if I were to just say this tongue-in-cheek, I would say it's more a black thing. You find that they go to other parts of the world, or other more advanced economies, and they're more comported, they're more responsible. You find that they adhere to, the tenets of living or the tenets of operations in those parts. Now, back to where we were. If we have this sort of behavior, this sort of nasty behavior, so to use that word, amongst people in the public sector, whom, according to Doc's submission, you cannot particularly trust with your business, or you cannot particularly, be confident in to do the job when you're not there, and not try to, sink your business or sabotage your establishment, as the case may be, and then you instead, and of course, coupled with that, they are ill-trained, or they're ill-equipped, if you like, and then you choose to get expatriates. It then says a lot about, what she alluded to, Blessing, that is, about a system that enables dysfunction, or a system that more or less treats dysfunction as a culture, which is an indictment on our collective responsibility to uphold integrity, so to speak, for want of a better expression, and it doesn't particularly tell well on us. And again, I'm going to reiterate, as I said at the beginning, there may be, listen, for every time that I knock a particular process, I try to see not just the hole in the donut, but the edible donut itself. So yes, there will be, and there has in fact been, transference of skills, transference of knowledge, one to another, talking about this expatriates, as he were. However, the downsides in most cases overshadow the plus side, which is exactly what we're talking about right now. First of all, the taking up of space of these foreigners in our local market. It is not particularly the sweetest thing to experience when you have your locals, you have your citizens, who should be equipped to do these jobs, but they're not being trusted to do them properly, and instead you have to outsource to foreigners. That, for me, is the biggest challenge in this story. Not that it's not great that we're having, money from the expatriate quota. It's fantastic, good news, but the minuses, as I've said, far outweigh the pluses.
Yeah, and on the money side, I would even think that the money that leaves the country as wage, as payment for the services of the expatriate, if you put it together, it might even be more than what comes in as permit for these expatriates to work here.
That is the point. We are bleeding. Where we have made 6 billion, for example, from expatriate quota, we would have repatriated over 6 billion. And that's why the economy is bleeding. And that is why, really, for me, issue of governance is beyond who is in the power. It's the issue that David is speaking to, which is our collective failure as a people. Where you're having your brother who's somewhere sending you money to build a house for him, and then you use the money for other things. And I'm not talking of siblings. And we have all these stories littered everywhere. And some of them are even murdered in the process. Just because you want to take advantage of another person. And I think it's for us, because if we have to become really great people, we must honor and exalt righteousness above this level of immorality that seems to be the norm in our environment. It's looking like a norm. In those days, when you come and drive in a car into your community, they are asking you, where do you get this money from? That's the first question. They take you inside the room to want to know exactly what you are doing and what you are earning, to be sure that you have not duped somebody else. Now you're having children in secondary school. I'm not even talking at university now. Driving cars home. And their parents are celebrating. In the same environment that we are having Yahoo Mothers Association.
I'd like to see the president of that association, just to have a chat. I want to know what it feels like.
When you meet her, please let me know. I want to add to the chats.
But before we move on to the next conversation, I have to say here that critically, another challenge is that of the knowledge gap. There are certain courses that are required for certain skills. There are certain trainings that are required for certain jobs that perhaps are not very much available here. You remember during the time Nollywood moved up in terms of production quality, where some persons had to go abroad to be trained to be better cinematographers. And when they came back to the country, they became hot cake because the demand for them was so high because they didn't have many of them in the industry. So in areas like that, there's a need for improvement in skill. And sometimes these skills are expensive for individuals to have because human capital development is not cheap. So I think that as a people and as a government, we should also put in a lot of effort on that. Now moving on to another story. There's a story about the CBN releasing the code of conduct which has been designed as a guideline to help the banking industry. But we'll take that much later. Let's move on now to another story where this says that 1.4 million people are faced with deportation as President Donald Trump begins a crackdown on illegal migrants in the US. Now, I saw a list of some countries that were targeted or made the list. People from certain countries that made a list of those to be deported. And some African countries were part of it. I was looking to see if I would see Nigeria as maybe number one, number two. But surprisingly, I didn't find Nigeria number one there. So I'm thinking, I even asked somebody, what's the deal between President Donald Trump and Nigeria right now? That's not to say that there won't be Nigerians in that list. But I was thinking like, number one country, Nigeria. Remember that during the first administration of Trump, he made a remark that wasn't pleasant about Nigeria, where he referred to Nigeria as some sort of country. I don't see what he said,
Well, some of all those things are AI-generated responses that are not correct. You see, Solomon was one of the greatest diplomats in the entire world. When his father David was alive, and he had to fight almost everybody around him. But when Solomon ascended the throne, rather than fight people around him, marry around everybody around him. And so his reign was very peaceful. Maybe because Donald Trump is the in-law of a Nigerian, so it's easier to say, oh, you don't fight your in-law. So it's important. But that's just by the way. But I think it's also to show the intention of what it is that he's not just out against color or races. He's deliberately out against removing criminal elements in society, which of course is one of the things that we have also spoken to this morning, that when you have a society when people don't feel safe, you have a society where murder happen at will, and somebody just pick a gun, enter into a school and shoot down people. Now that kind of an environment will really not create an atmosphere for collective prosperity. People become scared, people are afraid. And that's really not nice. And that's why I keep talking about how do you bring lunatics into our country? Men who have absconded from prison, we are bringing them into our country and they constitute a menace to the entire society. And I think that's what is actually revealing, because by the time you actually could aggregate and see who had highest number, you will be very sure that there are some certain things that they don't want to enter into the American dream that will destroy it, where freedom is now gagged and people are not free to move around, liberty is restrained. And I think that is what the presidency of Donald Trump is pursuing. But again, kudos to some of our boys who are also doing excellently well. Somebody was saying recently, I also saw a small skit, and I think this was an Angola who was saying that, look, Nigerians are great people. They are the smartest people in Africa. That, Nigerians should call soap for other black African people so that they will be able to blend.
They can breathe well.
And we're well respected. We're well respected around the world, and particularly in this, on this continent of ours, which is why some of our southern neighbors, you know, are not very comfortable having us around because they feel that we are intimidating. But away from that, I like what Mr. Trump is doing. I mean, we've talked about his intentions following his orders the other day after inauguration. It's important to also look at this issue from the home front. But before I go there, it's nice to see that Nigeria isn't particularly on the top 10 or top 20.
Just about 3,619 Nigerians were affected.
Same with Ghana. Ghana is just a few hundreds less, or a few double figures less than us, but you know, still the same, over 3,000 people. The highest there being Mexico, which basically he has a problem with because of what comes in from that part of the world. And then, of course, I think Guatemala or Venezuela, who both have between them about 600,000 people in total.
The new axis of evil.
Exactly. But away from that, I'm particularly worried that we have, you know, even if it's what, 100 Nigerians there that are undocumented, let alone 3,000. I have a problem with that. And that reinforces our call or fight against irregular migration, or in some cases, illegal migration. But you know, we don't like to call it that, so let's call it that, because if you're going to get into someone else's country without proper regulations or going through the proper, you know, channels, then you're an irregular migrant, as he were. So having undocumented Nigerians there, even if it's just 10, worries me. And that's where the Diaspora Commission needs to, you know, strap on their big boy boots, or big girl boots in this case, because the boss is, you know, a woman, and then do what needs to be done to make sure that we have less and less Nigerians, not just to the USA, anywhere in the world, going there undocumented, or going there irregularly, as he will, if you want to put it colloquially, through the back door. We don't need Nigerians being, you know, bundled like property and then shipped back home, because you have those 3,000 people being deported. And I'm particularly not happy with that, even if we're just a drop in the ocean compared to the likes of Mexico, which I've mentioned earlier. So it's not particularly a good look. So more needs to be done with regards to sensitization. I mean, I know that the country is harder than it was some time back, so more Nigerians are looking to leave. But the more people know that they should leave, you know, through the regular channels, the better for us, so that we don't keep having these issues of Nigerians showing up in countries where they shouldn't be because they went through the back door.
Okay, so let's move on to the next story. People in Niger and Burkina Faso celebrate the exit of their countries from the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, which is due to take effect today, Wednesday. Why is there celebration? Why is it hip 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 hooray in Niger and Burkina Faso because they're exiting ECOWAS? Has it gotten that bad?
Well, I think... you see, when people have been held down for a very long time, under very terrible condition, and then you have somebody who is coming to promise you some ray of hope, and you actually see that that guy is moving in that direction, you know, people always will have to celebrate freedom. And I think that is what it means for the people here. And which is one of the reasons that I said on this show before that our own president, who currently sits as ECOWAS chair, really needs to get into conversation with these guys to really understand what their feelings were. Yes, it may not be we endorsing military dictatorship or rule, but it's to understand the circumstances around which some of all these things happen. Because if you have looked at Niger Republic, you look at Burkina Faso, you look at Mali, what is a common trend? They are all Francophone countries that, of course, never really felt that they were part of the Anglophones because we have not championed a kind of an Africanness or one African in terms of how we relate with ourselves. So they here oppressed by France for years, even after independence. And now they seeing somebody to say, well, to hell with France. We can run our affair ourselves. So for them, is the true freedom or independence is what they are gaining right now. And I think that is what is resulting for that excitement. Because for too long, African, whether the Francophone or the Lusophone or the Anglophone, have been tied to the apron string of their elsewhere colonial masters that it seems to dictate what happened in your country. Even here in Nigeria, you see, we want to conduct election here, and people are getting to get validation from Chatham House. They don't want to talk even to your press here because they are feeling that once they can shake hands with the princess or the prince or the king in England, and then the prime minister, and therefore they are sure of victory at home. So I think those kind of mentality that say to tie us to the apron string is what young people really do not like. That we are not less human. We are not less human. And of course, look at it, a young man in Burkina Faso came with a lot of progressive things rather than giving himself a lot of entitlement. And you see him wear his so common camouflage and he's living with the people and even went ahead to reduce what they earn so that it can increase what the poor people who are working should earn. So that was like a Messiah had come.
Well, I think too that the way ECOWAS handled the Niger issue wasn't the best way that could have been done. And that is to say that for Africa, I think we should learn to think for ourselves and speak for ourselves, not allowing external influence determine how we approach matters, because that clearly showed the influence of foreign partners or foreign countries shaping a narrative of the issue, shaping how ECOWAS approached the issue. Like Doc has said, it is not to say we condone coup at any level for any reason, but understanding what led to that and having a brotherly conversation to say, this has happened, how do we return to a rule that will foster development, that will be good for the people, rather than being antagonistic and not even wanting to understand, try to force it down the throat of Nigerians what ECOWAS thought was best. After all, every country is sovereign. Do you understand that? So I think that the approach brewed the bad blood and made it a thing that we just have to live this. And now they're living, they're like, well, it's good riddance to bad rubbish, to ECOWAS. Well, now that they're leaving, nothing really can be done to keep them because ECOWAS had tried to ensure that they stay, but that didn't really work. But I hope that beyond ECOWAS, as neighbors for Nigeria and Niger, the relationship is repaired, and for the other parts of Africa, because we need each other. Creating blocks will not help. So whether it's Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso going in one way, and ECOWAS remaining, and maybe some other part of Africa creating their own blocks, the division would not help. So to our brothers in Niger, to those in Burkina Faso who appeal that they try to bury the hatchet and see how development can happen. Because yes, you may be having it good amongst yourself, but if three of you can pull together some development, imagine what pulling all the countries in Africa would do for each country.
It's interesting to see what these countries are trying to do with the alliance of Sahelian states. It was kind of like Brexit some years back. It was Sahelexit back in January last year. So it's been a year, because you know that once they made their intentions clear, they needed to, adhere to the stipulated 1 year, period, if you like, or timeline before they completed their exit. And as you said, and I completely 100% agree, the processes involved stoked some, unpalatable feeling amongst those three nations, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, as it were. So it led to some bad blood, particularly with the way that it was handled. And I'm more concerned about the far-reaching effect, or the overarching effect, because it's going to, it's going to hinder economic cooperation and, worsen trade costs or heighten trade costs, which would in turn lead to a breakdown of economic integration, because that's exactly what ECOWAS was there for, to integrate all the countries. So now that you have a splinter cell, quote and unquote, and then of course these countries are not particularly immune to humanitarian crises, there's going to be a bit of a challenge in that regard. How they handle it is yet to be seen. How they handle it is going to be very, very instructive going forward. Another issue is considering ECOWAS's position and its member countries and the AFCFTA or AFCTA, that's the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. They are pillars of this one. And so it's going to hurt that particular agreement. From where I stand, from my vantage point, I see that there's going to be a wee bit of a challenge before we start to see the light at the end of the tunnel. But I'm in a way glad for them, just like you said. African countries proving to the world, particularly their colonial masters, in this case we're talking about France now, whom we have a chummy relationship with now, that they can do something for and by themselves. Again, as I said, how that pans out will be really interesting to see in the coming days.
Yeah, but also look at it from this way. I just look at it that people really not concerned about the kind of clothes you wear to office. Whether you're wearing a camouflage, or you're wearing a suit, or you're wearing agbada, as the case may be. All that people care about is that you are able to provide leadership. And people are willing to follow. We even see today on the floor of the American Congress, somebody already moving a motion for a third term for Donald Trump.
Well,
is it that
Doc, I have a funny reaction to that. You say Donald Trump has a new in-law from where? Okay, we'll talk about that. So let's get on now to the story about the CBN releasing a new foreign exchange code aimed at enhancing liquidity, transparency, and guiding market participants in foreign exchange sectors. So the code widely touches on ethics, governance, just to improve the market. Now I'm hoping that beyond this code written to guide authorized dealers and authorized participants in the forex markets, there are also penalties that will go with it, and not just on paper, but if you err on the side of the law, you were met with the penalties, and it happens. And there is scrutiny, thorough scrutiny by the CBN of the forex market, because we've been having laws, we've been having codes. Nothing will be different if there isn't a new or better approach to ensure that these guidelines are enforced. Doc.
You see, we must also give honor to whom honor is due. And I think I want to personally celebrate Yemi Cardoso for honoring his word to Nigeria that he was coming to the helm of affairs of the CBN not to be involved in commercial activity, but to ensure that CBN maintain its mandate as the regulator of the money market. And I think to a very large extent, he has kept that word. And this is why you're seeing that adopting this global best practice code is something that is also worth celebrating. I would have loved to say, oh, well, it's not just about the law, but we've also seen that in recent time, he has been able to make some pronouncement and ensure that CBN actually monitor. I can't forget some few days ago, and I was in a bank, and somebody was, I needed money. And then, of course, somebody in-house had said, okay, well, take these cards. And he said, then 10 minutes later, there was a call from the head office and said, who did this transaction? And it's being queried and said, go and bring the money wherever you are. To tell you that banks, even today, cannot trade currency. And recently we saw that about 9 banks were fined. So what we need in our environment, and to take your word, what is supervised is what gets done. And I think that supervisory role of the CBN over the commercial institution, the fintech, and the rest of it is something that is actually commendable. And I'm so happy that he is emphasizing to see that we can have a little bit of sanity in the foreign exchange operation. So to that extent, for me, it's a kudos. Not just talking about rules and principles, but that the thing which is fundamental to our conversation this morning, which is the state of our heart, is important for the success of the school itself.
David, your thoughts?
Very quickly, I'm equally impressed with what the CBN governor is doing, even though, as I said yesterday, it was the day before, that he still needs to do more of the right things, as opposed to just, focusing on one direction as he were. But this makes provision for market practitioners to have a fair playing field, and I'm particularly happy for that. Plus, it gives some sort of stability to the FX markets, which makes for strengthening, if you like, of investor confidence, and by extension, create a resilient and a sustainable FX or financial system or financial market, as the case may be. Plus, you know that FX, as it were, as an entity or as a thing, if you want to put it that way, is the cornerstone of our overall macroeconomic health, which is key, or which is a key indicator of the things that drive the overall economy. We're talking about foreign trade, foreign investment. You're talking about inflation. So, if this measure or measures, as he were, that he's putting in order, or he's putting together rather, is going to create an environment where we have a dependable FX system or a dependable FX market, and give investors confidence to come here and do what needs to be done that would help stabilize our economy, then I'll say kudos to that.
Talking more about investor confidence and investments, that will be your focus when we move to policy discourse after this break. Please stay.
National Theatre, Igomu. Built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, Festac, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of legendary contemporary Nigerian artists, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged Festac 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Experts Troll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre. Souq Enlightenment.
All right, now let's talk about investment. It's always good news for any country when they're attracting lots of foreign investment. So that means people from other countries find their country as one where they can put their money and make returns. And it's a boost for the economy. But according to PricewaterhouseCoopers PwC, Nigeria may not see significant foreign funds inflow this year. That's what they've said for the year 2025. Why does PwC say this about Nigeria, and is there anything that can be done to ensure that things change for the better in terms of foreign investment for Nigeria? Now, one of the reasons they've highlighted is the real interest rate, which inflation surpasses. It's a problem for Nigeria, the issue of inflation. And the CBN, alongside other other quarters of government that have been handling this issue, have been trying to see how they can fight inflation. And the CBN, as part of efforts, have raised interest rates to 27.50%, which it's still at. And there are hopes that maybe at the next MPC meeting it will be dropped. But looking at what's that interest rate and the inflation rate is doing to the economy, PwC say it's not just internal. For those who are outside, it's weakening investor confidence, and it may result in Nigeria not having much foreign investment in the year 2025, Doc.
Well, I share some of the sentiments, but not completely. And I also don't want to take it as a prophecy. So
we can say God forbid on this thing, right?
So I don't want to take it as a prophecy, because the federal government itself is very optimistic because of the measures that have been put in place. It doesn't take forever for things to turn around. But I think if we look at the way the economy performed in the last quarter of 2024, and I think for me there's some significant progress that was made. Because if you even look at the performance as is given by PwC SAV, you see where we projected, for example, a growth of about 2.4, eventually the year ended in 3.4, which surpasses what even government projected. And so if government is projecting that they're going to do above 4% growth this year, and I think it's also putting mechanism in place to ensure that we realize some of all these things. So the issues that I alluded to, which of course is quite critical to investors, is the fact that you're saying, oh, the interest rate is lower than inflation rate. And I'm not sure that we are going to approximate the inflow of foreign direct investment or portfolio investment to that rate. You look at it, and it's also shown on the report what our capital market is doing. And there's no capital market today really anywhere in the world that is doing as good as we are. In the last 5 years, Nigerian capital market has been resilient, standing taller than every other investment. The reason why people may not want to put money in here, because if you put money into your capital market, you get it out. Inflation had little or no measure to say people want to put money here, you want to invest. And what I think what federal government has done is creating that ecosystem, removing all the bottleneck, so that the ease of doing business in Nigeria, first and foremost, is sorted. And again, if the optimism of the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Tax Reform, Taiwo Yedele, is anything to go by, and we're also hopeful that by July this year, having passed into law in March, the tax reform bill, that would have gone a long way in easing the ease of doing business environment in Nigeria. And we just have also spoken to the FS code. All these measures are put in place to ensure that there is stability. And so once you have relative stability in the macroeconomic indicators, then of course, people will be willing to come. Yeah, it may not be as optimistic as one will expect to say, okay, there's going to be an influx, but definitely I am more than 100% sure that we are going to get more inflow this year than we had last year.
Well, I would say that there are efforts, there are hands on deck to ensure that inflation rate drops. We're hoping that the CBN had a target of 21%, bringing inflation to 21%. I'm hoping that in this year, 2025, they'll be able to achieve that. But beyond that, yes, what PwC has said is real because of the interest rates being more than, inflation rate rather, being more than interest rates. Well, it may be a discouragement for some, but it's not going to be a discouragement for all investors, because for emerging markets, the risks normally are higher for emerging markets, and Nigeria is also one of the emerging markets. So, but what happens is, if you're able to manage some of this risk, you may also gain more from the investment. Nigeria is a huge market for so many products and services. That's one thing that investors also consider, inflation rate notwithstanding. Now, if local investors are able to also put in their money and they're getting it out, so it also means that for some foreign investors, they too be able to put in their money and get it out. Our hope, however, is that inflation does not rise beyond what it is. If all the work that the CBN and the government is doing to manage the macroeconomic conditions, exchange rates, and some other issues that affect productivity, if they're able to be achieved, then it won't be as PwC, or let me say, it won't be as bad as they have projected. There is still a lot that can happen.
Well, I mean, there is some cause, so to speak, to be slightly concerned if this projection is being made by reputable organizations such as PwC. But I mean, they've talked about a lot of things, including how there will be a slowdown of, foreign investment, as it were, due to inflation and all of that. And what worries me more is capital outflow, or capital, loss of capital, as it were. Because if you have, just like the other stronger economies, or the other emerging economies, let me put it that way, if you have an increment in inflation, what you would see consequently is the CBN increasing MPC rates.
We hope we don't go that way.
Exactly, which is what everybody is saying. So what we're going to see is an increment of the rates to curb said inflation, which would cause more people to want to gravitate to markets that will give them more real interest, or more positive real interest, as it were, for their investments, which, again, as I mentioned, is one of the things I fear, capital outflow. One of the things that could, help with that, or help curb that, or help, in some regard, keep it measured, is diaspora remittances, which is a critical aspect of our foreign, foreign investment, as it were. So if the CBN, in its wisdom, can do more in that direction, or focus more in tightening up the processes in that regard, I'm pretty sure that we, will be able to we'll be able to stay afloat or stay above water, so that we don't go throughout the course of the year with a net negative.
So there's if we'll check what we've been saying, there's a lot of hope here. We're just hoping that things go right. In the meantime, while hope is not something that anyone can bank on, but we just hope that things are done right. Regarding the inflation rate and like what PwC has said, so if you invest, you might get a higher return, but the value of what that can do for you has dropped. So a lot of persons might be thinking of putting their money in some other investment that they think would give them higher returns, so that they are able to maybe have some value for their money at the end of the day, which might be more risky ventures. At some point, at some point in 2016, 2017, we saw a rise in Ponzi's and other kinds of investment that were camouflaged under certain ways. Some of them make you feel like, oh, this is crypto or some investment. And people rushed into it because everybody was looking for higher return. Everybody was looking for higher earning to be able to have enough to take care of what they need to, or say, this is what I've gotten from the investment. Are we going to have a similar experience in this year?
I think civilians becoming really more proactive in terms of communicating with Nigerians, certain behaviors that may not necessarily be it. I saw a circular about 2 days ago warning Nigerians that this is not an investment where you should put your money and don't do it. And I think more of those communication will actually help to curb some of all those things that funds are trapped in places where they should not. But that said, but when you also look at the assumptions, because all these contraptions are based on assumptions. They are not, for me, cast in stone. And that's why I said it's not a prophecy. It's a prediction to say that if some certain condition exists, some certain things will happen. But they look at the budget, for example, 2025 budget, where, of course, we're going to be financing part of that budget with about 3.37%. And for them, that seems to have exceeded the threshold which the fiscal responsibility had provided for. That our, what is it called now? Difference of, in terms of what you're going to earn and what you're going to borrow should know that of course, 13% figure that we're borrowing, every 13 trillion that we're going to borrow is going to show up the debt of Nigeria. And of course, Nigeria is willing to spend more money this year. You can imagine from a budget of 28 trillion, we have moved to over 40 trillion. But what's also interesting for me in the budget is the fact that the federal government itself is doing better than it was doing last year. And that should portend some hope, really, that the debt service to revenue ratio has drastically gone down, even though the debt to GDP ratio is still hovering between 50.4 or thereabout. But that figure itself, I don't think it's anything to worry about, because if you just can plug on the internet, you can see that what's American debt to GDP ratio, what is UAE debt to GDP ratio, what is Indian debt to GDP ratio, what is China debt to GDP ratio. You'll find that we are not overboard, so to speak. And if investment is getting into this other climb, I don't see any reason why investment will not get in here. Now, other issue that also raised is the issue of security concern. And I also have seen that, yes, we still have pockets of resistance here and there, a new group emerging, especially in the north. But we're also seeing that we are seeing less of trouble in the last 1 year. So I'm not envisaging that we are going to have more trouble. Rather, I'm envisaging that we are going to have a more situation that is well managed this year, that the fears and the worries of many will, to a very large extent, be abated. And the reason why people are not coming home, they're saying, look, I don't know if I come, will I be safe? And if we can create that atmosphere where safety is guaranteed, I hope a lot of people want to bring in money. And more especially, Nigerians also are inclined to bring in their money back home. And that, of course, will do a great in terms of growing the economy by projections we saw in the budget 2025.
As you've talked about what the federal government is doing, I also want to look at what affects the private sector directly, which is the interest rate. Now, one thing they highlighted is the difference between the nominal interest rate and then the actual interest rate. So that shows to us that the cost of borrowing is actually higher than even what we may want to say. Yes, the CBN's interest rate is 27.5%, but that's just what it is there. But by the time the businesses are getting money from the banks, it's going to be higher because the banks will want to factor in cost of fund as well. And so if you get money at a higher rate, you push the cost of it back to the end user. It's further increasing our interest, our inflation rate. So I'm hoping that the CBN is seeing how this works practically and how increasing interest rates actually hurts the economy more than is doing any good to the economy. And that should also guide what they decide on at the next NPC meeting. We do not hope to see interest rates remain at the rate it is or even increase by even 5 basis points, as low as that. So they shouldn't say, oh, we're just increasing by 25 basis points, by 50 basis points. No further increase, because so far, this has hurt the economy more because the businesses are struggling. It is hard to access funds. So if interest rate comes down, we should hope to see that cost of borrowing reduces. That should also be a relief for businesses, because the core of this issue is inflation.
I agree, and to add to what you have said, it'd be interesting to see the CBN engage in targeted sector promotion. You've talked about businesses. Now, these businesses, we need to ask ourselves, where are they? Under what sectors are they? Are they in the financial sector? Are they in the agriculture sector? Are they in the services sector? That is the question that needs to be answered. But right now, we do have a thriving tech sector. We do have a thriving, I think I can say that with some level, emphasis on some level of confidence, agri sector. We do have that. We do have a thriving financial sector. I can say that. So if the CBN focuses on these targeted sector promotions and make sure that there are policies created or policies initiated, if you like, that can help, give these sectors, including our manufacturing sector too, dare I add, that can give these sectors something to work with, so to speak, right? And again, piggybacking off of what you said about the rates not going any higher than they already are. So if we can make sure that these businesses are well, quote and unquote, looked after in that regard. I'm, being very specific with regards to that right now. You realize that you start to see that people who want to invest in these sectors will start to gravitate toward, the sectors in the country, the manufacturing sector, the agri sector, the tech sector, and other ones that have promise. So that's where the CBN needs to, as well as the other things it is doing, focus its attention on, and then consequently have, investor outreach in these, what's it called, conferences and summits and symposiums we have the world over. That is where you can then say, okay, listen, we have been able to control our rates, as it were, and given businesses a new lease of life, or given businesses a breather in so and so and so sector. What if you come and see what it is that we're doing? That is enough. That's enough. That's some avenue to beat your chest and say, listen, we're doing something right in this regard. Bring your businesses, bring your money, as it were, and we're going to help you, we're going to spin it around and turn it into gold, as it were. So I think that another way that the CBN can help our cause in this regard, so that these potential projections, Nostradamus, this Nostradamus, foreboding would not become reality.
Yes, and a lot too can be done to ensure that the business climate is more favorable for
but
both.
I think that's the real, what's for me the key issue. As long as we're able to address some of all these issues, the exchange rates will be normalized. And I think, in my view, as long as CBN continue to monitor what happened in the FX market, confidence is being restored gradually into that market. Of course, we will see that inflation also will go down. And don't forgetting that, of course, we are still waiting for Nigerian Bureau for Statistics for the rebasing of the economy, really, so that they give us a new figure, so we know where exactly we are. Because in the view of those who manage the economy right now, they feel the Naira is not properly priced, and a lot of things are not really right, because according to them, the price of the Naira to the dollar is artificial. And this is because many big people are using dollar as a store of value, and therefore continue to worsen the condition of the Naira. And I think if we can put some checks that there's transparency within the forex market, it will enhance liquidity. And if there's liquidity, which people have not to be desperate getting forex to do their business, it will also impact greatly on the price of goods and services. And therefore, inflation, to a very large extent, can actually go down.
Now, if we take a look at the macroeconomic dashboard for the year 2024, we'll find that there was some improvement. The capital markets increased in capitalization from 40.9 trillion that it was at 2023 to 61.9 trillion naira. And there is a projection by some experts that the Nigerian capital markets will grow by 25% in this year, 2025. Do you share that sentiment?
I do. Business people want to put money where they can get value. And as long as the market is yielding return, and consistently that has been proven, especially in some key sectors, in the fintech, in the bank sector, in the services sector, a lot of returns are coming. And therefore, many people will definitely put money in the market. And as more money is coming to the market, there are a new trend of IPO, right issues here and there. That, of course, will show up the capital base of the capital market. So I am expecting that we will see a huge transformation in that area. And don't also forget that governance in NGS is also becoming really very stringent. That, of course, certain behavior, which yesteryears were allowed to stay, are now being sanctioned by NGS. For example, today you cannot trade some stock because they have not filed their return. There are some people who are having issues, and NGS is wedging in. And so once you see transparency and credibility in the market, then investors will be willing to play.
I'm happy at how stable the NGX, Nigeria stock market, has become, and the role it played for the financial sector. You know, they were meant to recapitalize last year, and how they were able to raise funds from the capital markets by issuing shares. And most of them, for most of the banks, they were actually oversubscribed. So it's a good one for the capital market. However, I would like to see some sectors beginning to grow in the capital market for quite some time. Sectors that have been doing very well in the capital market have been the financial sector, telecom sector, and some other sectors which are into consumer goods. So if we see some more sectors, maybe the agricultural sector too, a lot of businesses under it being listed and actually doing well, then we can begin to see widespread growth. But so far, the market has been stable.
Yes, you mentioned the telecom service, outfits. I agree. I mean, we spoke about them the other day and talked about how much they contribute to the coffers of the federal government, about 14+% to our GDP. Very, very important sector. And then, of course, the other ones which we've mentioned, both you, both Doctor, and then, of course, yours truly. But then the CBN working, this is me, speaking quite directly to the issue right now. The CBN at this point in time, I'm thinking, should also have a close collaboration. I'm not saying they don't already have, but they might as well increase it, talking about working with the economy handlers to make sure that, there are more improvements in these sectors as far as infrastructure is concerned and the workable, so to speak, environment is concerned, or a viable environment is concerned. We're talking about the telecom sector, which we've talked about, and of course the other ones. Properly incentivizing these, sectors, particularly the foreign ones around them, around the sectors, right? And then making sure that they are confident enough to want to bring in their money due to the fact that they have a conducive business environment to work in. And of course, there are other things which a lot of the time fly under the radar and are not particularly, people don't particularly pay attention to them. It's the, regulatory aspect of, these businesses, as it were. The CBN at this point in time, together with the economy handlers, need to make sure that businesses are streamlined with regards to registration processes, reduction of, as I mentioned much earlier, bureaucratic hurdles or bureaucratic niceties, and the overall maintaining or ensuring the overall transparency in the sectors, which again, as I mentioned, will be enough incentive together with the other ones that could possibly be put in place to make these people, and by the people I'm talking about the investors whose businesses we want or whose monies we want coming to our coffers, to come here and be free and confident enough to do business with us, trading in our environment.
There was a time CBN was doing the Naira for dollar policy. So for every dollar that you bring in, you get some Naira as incentive for those in diaspora to do more remittance through the official channel or through the commercial banks. So that actually worked for a while until that was stopped. I think some of those policies too, well, if it's sustainable, if the CBN can actually sustain that, can be done so that some of these remittances go through the official channel or the commercial banks, and then it reflects. And again, policies that would discourage those in diaspora from investing, from even returning to the country should be discouraged. I think that was about last week we talked about someone was suggesting to the government to tax diasporans, who were returning during dirty December. Policies like that, as funny as that is, should be discouraged. So for the environment, it should be about policies that will encourage people to bring in their money and invest. For those that are here, businesses here should also be encouraged. Whatever policy that the government can come up with, rather, that will encourage them, I think that should be good. Now, this is where I'm going to now. The tax bill. the president of the chairman of the Presidential Task Force committee has said that that bill will be passed in the first quarter of this year. Now I'm hoping that the areas of the bill that are still not harmonized, we don't have a consensus on it, should be trashed, like handled, and then the bill should be passed. Because of some parts of that bill that will have benefit for SMEs in Nigeria. You know, SMEs that will be exempted from tax, and also the company income tax that will be reduced to 26%. There will be a gradual reduction of it. So these things will help businesses. And for other areas of the bill that still are contentious, I'm hoping that those areas are straightened and it becomes beneficial. So we need an environment that favors businesses. Power issue needs to be handled this year. We do not want to be hearing stories of the national grid tripping or collapsing, whichever word the TCN wants to use or feels comfortable with. What we want to see is power availability in the country, because the cost that companies incur, businesses incur, trying to provide power is huge, and it eats into profits. Some businesses have had to fold up because they couldn't sustain operations.
Yes, indeed, that's still a worry, that is still a concern, and we're hoping that sooner than later we'll find a solution to these problems, because the more of these issues we have, and the more they increase and the more they linger, the less and less joy we get in the, with regards to FDIs coming in. And so a lot needs to be done, but starting from somewhere is very key. And as we have all echoed, and most Nigerians are echoing, what we don't want to see more of is, or are, the things that have kept us where we are. So hopefully, the ones at the helm of affairs, we're talking about the CBN and the coordinating minister of the economy right now, both of them putting heads together, both from the monetary perspective and the fiscal perspective, that they can get their acts in order and make sure that the Nigerian business environment, Nigerian capital market, is favorable enough to infuse some high level, not any old kind of level, just some serious high level of confidence in our foreign investors.
Okay, we'll take a break and a return to be time for us to look at illegal shanties in Lagos State as the government is set to remove them. What will be the impact? Let's find out after the break.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue, called the Three Wise Men, by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs, clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists, are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the eco-greeting tradition. The three wise men, Arometa, Souq, Enlightenment.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souq Enlightenment.
The show is still the front burners on Souq News TV, and we thank you for staying with us. Let's look at the move of Lagos State government to remove illegal shanties that have been drainage setback at Lagos Island. Now, this story has been on for a while. There have been some warning to those who have shanties around the Akpombo Bridge and some other areas within the Lagos Island. And then there was even an evacuation notice given. So at the expiration of that evacuation notice, Lagos State government says that they are set now to remove illegal shanties. Where you have illegal shanties under the bridge or in some areas, there are also attendant activities in those places. You find street trading, because some of the traders would not even want to confine themselves to the areas they build shanties and stores. They want to get onto the road, and particularly if you're close to areas where you have traffic a lot, so it also helps their trade. This issue sometimes, or we could say, is recurrent, because if you clear a particular area and you leave that area for a while, activities return to normal after a while, when it seemed like the traders and those who once occupied that place have watched and seen that nobody disturbs them anymore. They begin to return little by little, and before long, the situation is the same again. How do we handle situations like this permanently? Illegal shanties, street trading, and some other illegal activities, illegal commercial activities that happen within the city and then becomes nuisance to the environment.
You know, Jesus told a parable in the scriptures. That's when a demon is taken out of a man, the demon goes away and goes to wander around. And now he comes back again to check whether the house has been properly kept. And if he says it's not properly kept, it comes in and then take charge and bring in more 7 wicked demons. And I think that is the case really in Lagos here. Because when you clean up a place and then you leave it for a while, those people that you chase away, they come back, and they come back with more numbers. I think there's no gainsaying, and I think government must be proactive. Fashola was quite proactive in doing this in his days. There were days where they actually had to bundle some people and put them in a truck and take them back to their home states where they come from. We can't just allow people to be loitering the streets without home addresses. Another bridge become their estates. Number one, it does not help with security of lives and property. And I think we have to be deliberate that, yes, nobody is saying people should not live in Lagos. If you have intention to live in Lagos, you cannot just take your bag and come to stay in a place. I saw this happen in the UAE at a certain point, where people just come into the UAE, they don't have hotel money, and they were all sleeping in parks and open spaces. And then what did the authority do? They came up and they sweep everybody, packed them, identify where they come from, and took them back to their home country. And that works really, because it's a kind of a security threat. And I was speaking with somebody here yesterday, and I said, why are these people so powerful? He said they are so powerful because if they kill or injure you, you can't find them to their house because they don't have a house address. They enter into the society, and that is it. So I think Lagos, if it's serious of building a smart city, a mega one at that, then of course it must also be determined in cleaning up all chains from the streets. And that decency also have will in a long run attract investment to Lagos as a center of excellence. And if these people addresses cannot be found, I have always advocated, rather than allow people to be loitering, let's go and do one farmhouse and then let them earn a living for themselves and then live a full and normal life. And I think that's possible.
That would be the address.
Yes, that would be an address that we can do.
You know, the Commissioner for Environment was saying that the government cannot track all infraction. It depends on the people for whistleblowing to know those who are building where they shouldn't build, those who were turning to marketplace places that are unauthorized. Do you agree with that? But there should be a department for that. There are task forces here and there.
Yes, indeed there are, but the question that I would ask them, or the questions that most people have already asked until this very moment, is, are these task force or forces doing what they're supposed to do and doing them properly? Because a lot of what we see with these task forces are brute force, essentially. But does brute force equate doing the job properly? In most cases, no. So when you are on duty, to use that word, and then you are carting away people's goods and destroying their stuff and all of that, it might seem to the onlooker that you're actually doing what you're supposed to do, but is that or should that be the modus operandi? Or to rephrase, is that the proper modus operandi? Is that how you should execute your duty or your responsibility, so to speak? Questions as yet unanswered. Now, to the issue itself of clearing out these shanties, I'm going to talk about it from a few critical perspectives. But first of all, let me start with the timing. 48 hours. I'm thinking about 48 hours these days. You know how the world is changing, and and you blink.
Why you sound this?
You blink, and then, you know, it's 1 year. Right? Now that tells you a lot about the shift in our climate, as the case may be. So 48 hours, in my opinion, my humble opinion, is a little too short for a notice period for a clear out of that magnitude. So I'm thinking you don't necessarily need to give them a year. He shouldn't give them a month, but at least a week could possibly suffice. But before then, you properly sensitize them, and then during that 1 week period, or maybe a 10-day period, or as the case may be, still, continue the sensitization and ramp it up several notches to make sure that no stone is unturned. Because Nigerians, and I'm specifying on Nigerians because we're in that habit of feigning ignorance and saying, oh, I don't know, tell me, oh, I know here, that sort of thing. And so to prevent things like that from happening, or prevent occurrences like that and people feigning ignorance, you want to take your time to comb every nook and cranny, as opposed to having these guys who in some cases are ill-trained, going about flexing their muscles. You want to make sure that that period is used judiciously to sensitize the people in these places. They have I don't know what the word is, maybe union heads or market heads or whatever they're called. For the markets they have heads, but for the shanty dwellers, I don't know if you want to call them, I don't know what they're called, but let's just call them union heads, right? These people are there. So you meet them, you speak with them, have a round table with these people, and then they in turn would pass the message across to the people whom they're supposedly speaking for, because in most cases it's usually the best amongst equals, or the chosen, if you like, amongst equals. So when these messages go around and the timing, or the timeline rather, has elapsed, then you can do what you want to do in the manner which you see fit, provided it is in conformity with the rules of the law, with the letter of the law. That's, by the way. Let's look at the hazards, if you like, of what is being focused on right now, which is the shanty dwellers, street trading, and all of that. I'm going to start with the latter. When you're driving, you don't even need to drive. When you're walking, there is normally, in some roads anyway, there are some culverts, and in some other places there's some, apportioned roads for pedestrians. Walkways. You don't see them anymore. What do you have? Baskets of tomatoes here and there. Wrappers of gala here, I beg your pardon. Wrappers of, edibles here and there. Plastic bottles, plastic bowls, and all of that, which we know that those things are not biodegradable and they harm the environment long term, for as long as about 500 years, last I checked. Now, these things are there. They're lined up and blocking the road. So there is no easy access for vehicular traffic. There isn't even easy access for human traffic, or pedestrian traffic, or pedestrian movement, as the case may be. So it is indeed a problem, and I'm particularly excited that Mr. Wahab, representing the state government, is doing what needs to be done with clearing out these street traders from the road. Another set of individuals I would like to focus my attention on are the contractors. These people, I don't have anything good to say about them, but I'm going to try to keep it civil. They constitute quite the menace to our environment, building on places that they're not supposed to build. They know what the law says, but in most cases they're circumventing the law and building along drainages, which you see that once it starts to rain, it's a catastrophe for you and I. If we happen to live in areas, certain areas on the island aren't particularly flood friendly, because the moment it starts to flood, you see people's property floating, and you see their cars, their houses, submerged, and all of that. So this is where it starts. Plastic bottles clogging the drainage, rubbish from the traders clogging the drainage, and these people don't dispose properly. What they would tell you is that the PSPs don't come for them. And if the PSPs don't come, what do? They help themselves. How do they help themselves? By harming the environment, by harming you and I with the indiscriminate disposing of refuse. Then of course you come to the shanty. The after effect of having these people who don't particularly have any quote-unquote documentation or any recognition, as it were, is insecurity. But I'm going to harp more on that as we go on.
You know, the Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources for Lagos State was talking about those who were nursing the idea of returning back to the cleared area. He's saying that last park, Lagos State Park, will take over those places. But my question is this. For the last parks that we have in Lagos State, areas where they have taken over to beautify as gardens, how many of them are functional? How many of them look clean? Don't they have people who have taken them as shelter? You know, some persons live there. So it's just as if we have, or there are certain structures designed to give Lagos State a beautiful look, to make it a place where you can go to. I believe that part of the reason for setting up last part, so you can go into one and maybe even unwind. Lagos State can even be making money from them. But if you check some of them within the city, they look abandoned. They are now taking over by people who play football in them, people who stay there, who live there, because some don't even live under the bridge anymore. That place seems to be like a more comfortable place to live. They are dirty. So where you've abandoned the maintenance of the parks, people will begin to use the place for unauthorized purposes. Same thing, where you have cleaned up an area and you're not making good use of that place, it becomes appealing, or it looks appealing for people who want to take up the space and use it as they want. That's one area I want the Lagos State Ministry of Environment to look at. If we can have those parks as they should be, well maintained, then it would even be a place where people would say, I want some serenity, I want some, you know, I want to be close to nature. Have that experience, you can have that. But as we see today, those parks are not close to places where you want to go to and even enjoy. And if they're left by themselves, they will be occupied by people who have some other use for them. Now, to even the drainages and the streets being messed up, building contractors are not left out of it. So how do you plan to build a house? You have a land, so there is no space for your materials. You then use the road. So when they bring sand for you, they bring granite and all of that, it's on the drain, some even on the road. Motorists will have to look for some way to meander through because someone has blocked the road with a trip of sand being dumped on the road. These things happen, and we begin to see it as normal, that if you raise question about it, it seems like you're looking for trouble, or where do you want them to put it? But you have a piece of land. All of that should be factored into it. So I'm hoping that this cleanup doesn't stop in Lagos Island. It goes around the city, and it continues for a very long time. Let Lagos State return to that time that you come into Lagos and you're like, wow, a lot has changed. Not like a place where it's a place for lawlessness, it's a place that is rowdy, it's a place where you can say it's dirty, people dump refuse indiscriminately. All of this needs to change, and by extension, we should begin to see all of that change in Nigeria.
Yeah, but I really will want to speak to the issue of street trading and loitering the place with refuse and the rest of it. And I think Lagos can make so much money from this.
How?
Like recycling.
Yes, by finding the brands. Because some brands deliberately perpetrate this. They have an arm dedicated to street trade. So it's like a channel for them.
But should the brands be held responsible?
Oh, yes.
Because it could be said that they've done their part, because
no, they have not done any part.
At the label on the product, you could see recycle, dispose responsibly.
No. It's not done anywhere in the world except in Lagos and in Nigeria, indeed. Elsewhere, it's not done. You can go to people running around vehicle at the risk of their life. And brands, look at it, they are not carrying unknown brands. They are carrying brands. And there are channels by these company owners who are recruiting these boys from the street and putting this thing on their head to trade their brand on traffic. Because if you want to stop it, if you find brand once or twice, they will stop that channel so that people have retail outlets where they can. And then those other people who are not trading maybe corn, granite, will be brought to book because sanitary itself is something that is huge. Recently, somebody was showing where people were doing plantain and using all manners of acid as preservative because they have to sell it on the streets.
Not just on the streets. You can find those almost anywhere.
Now, if that happens, you don't have oversight over it. People just produce things and come to the street, whether they are good for health or not. And you see, but there's a sentiment you find here, I would tell you and say, oh wow, and they are looking for jobs, they don't have anything to live by. But I think that if we constitute our markets very well, where of course we'll have retail outlets that is designated, lock-up shops are built by council, then we can actually take these people off the street.
But Doctor,
but for big brand
one question.
who encourages street trading, I just feel they should be fined.
Okay, one question, Doctor. I want to believe that these big brands, because, you know, let's call them that, that's what they are, they're big brands. I want to believe that they sell, you know, their wares to whatever distribution outfit, you know, gets from them. So I'm thinking, in the situation where you're suggesting that these brands are, what's it called, are sanctioned or are fined, let me paint a scenario, or paint a picture. Let's assume I am, you know, as A, I am the big brand. Blessing, as B, is the, well, pun intended. Blessing as B.
You will be dealt with later. Go ahead.
Blessing as B is the distributor. Comes to me, gets these products. Why should I be held responsible for Blessing's marketing methods, if you like? And then she sells to maybe a third party to distribute for her in the way that she sees fit. And perhaps that third party is now the one responsible for hiring street traders to take these things around and disturb people in traffic and prevent vehicular movement and all of that, and even endanger their lives. So look at the chain of sales here. So why should I, the person A, who is the big brand, be held responsible for, you know, what happens down the chain of sales?
I share your sentiment.
I don't want to call names of brands.
Please don't.
That have channels, you know. Every brand has channels for sales. You have distributors, you have wholesalers, you have retailers. Now they are creating channel for street trade.
I think people should be
outside
held accountable
of the
for
normal retail that are supposed to be done in shops. So what they do, people are recruited, company staff, who liaises with these street boys to take stock and stay on the road. So even some of all these things are accounting for traffic build-up and the rest of it, because it obstructs the flow of movement. Because you see you are driving and you want to take a gala, then you slow down, and then you are slowing down the vehicles that are behind you, and then of course, because you just want to have a sausage and a bottle of water, and then everybody is honking behind you and you are not moving.
If we're to go that route.
So that's what I'm saying. So when you see major brands are punished and they don't allow their brands to get on street trading, then this other side, you can also manage it.
Doc, if we're to go that route, don't you think that even the buyer should be penalized? Those who would wait till when they get to traffic to buy snacks, to buy drinks, should be penalized. So that if the street traders are there and they know nobody will patronize them, why are you in business if you're not having customers?
Exactly.
So, because I think people should be accountable for what they do, not holding Mr. A for the sin of Mr. B, because they all know what they're doing. If you're recruiting, using your words now, recruiting, which I don't actually think is a recruitment, because I think people just want to do business. However, so if I produce something and I say, this is for sale, how you go about selling it is left for you. Now, if there are brands actually getting people on the streets, don't they have brains to think for themselves how risky that venture is? Now, those people are...
That is an exact point. I mean,
that's one, Doc.
People
That's one. Hold on, please. Hold on,
whose
please.
specialty is on this trade. What they have done, you can take your camera. I can take you to sports.
Doc,
where you have your camera
thing runs
where these things are cooled with branded refrigerators.
Those are retailers.
There is no denying of that.
No. What I'm saying to you is, in sales, you have channels.
Exactly.
Yes. So some are taken by distributors. So you have your staff who work with those distributors to redistribute. You have some of your staff who sell straightly to wholesalers. You have your staff who sells to supermarkets and eateries. You have your staff who deal directly with retailers. And you also have your staff who deals with these street sellers. That's the point I'm making.
Now,
so
to that point,
it's the retailer or the wholesaler that's recruiting these people. Is the company itself recruiting her staff who recruit this boy to sell in traffic?
What I'm saying here is this. This thing runs in a circle. From the brands who would sell to the street traders, to the street traders that will sell to the buyers, and even to the task force that will at certain points raid or carry out a raid of street traders, cut away their wares, which some of them will go back to the task force people, bail their wares by giving tip, and they let them go. So they are giving some breathing space for a while. After a while again, they show up. Because it's not just on major roads, even in markets. There are stores, there are shops. But you still have traders who block entrance to markets, who are outside the markets, who trade. And you also see that once in a while, the task force come. In fact, when they are allotted that they're on their way, you see them, they start cutting away their wares, they start running away. And some are unable to pack everything away. The guys just come and they move everything into their vehicle. Some are able to go back there to say, give us back after paying something. Some are unable to do that. Some they arrest. But you still find that they return. So if we are going to the brands to say it is not just those on the street, then I think the change should go round from the brands to those on the street, to those who are buying, to the task force who are now complicit in the trade, so that everybody gets their share of the whip.
Right.
So that nobody is found on the street trading.
Right. I'm going to disagree with Doctor on his submission about sanctioning those big brands, as he were. I'm thinking if that chain is traced down to the final culprit, who is the person we see, hawking these wares on the roads and, in places that they should not be seen, then it should start from there and go up to the direct link to the final salesman, as he were, as opposed to going up. I mean, Doctor has said that a lot of these people have their staff, quote unquote, supervising the process down the line. But I still think going for those big brands for something that you can easily, because how are you going to get them? That's the thing. So if you can reach the ones whom you can reach, I think that's a good way to start, as opposed to looking for something that will give you a headache, so to speak, trying to get, because of course you're talking about brands that are quite prominent, and then
they can always deny that.
Exactly. So it doesn't seem quite practicable, in my opinion, anyway. But besides that, to circle back to what you were saying earlier about parks and their what's it called, their uses, or the utilization of said parks, let me put it that way. Someone made a joke some time ago and said that Lagos, particularly Lagos, is not the place that if you wanted to invest in a park, you would be a happy investor, because, Lagosians are constantly on the move. Nobody wants to go and sit down anywhere when there's money to be made somewhere else. So, like you said, I look around the parks in the Lagos metropolis and I shake my head, because they're a shadow of what they were initially, set up or built to be, all right? Because you find people who are not supposed to be staying there or who should have no business there, essentially setting up apartments there. You know, you see them with their families build small shanties in the park. You see their clothing, you see them defecating, you see them doing all sorts in the park that people should normally go and sit and cool off. And then in some regard, when the lights are out, if you happen to walk through that path, it's quite the danger. It's quite the dangerous, the dangerous venture, because you are risking not just your property, if you have any on your person at that time, you're equally risking your life. So, but besides all of that, again, commendations to the Commissioner, beg your pardon, of Environment. I did tweet at him directly, and I don't. Maybe it was my tweet, maybe not. I don't know. But this was a couple of months ago. I complained bitterly about the marina axis and how messy it is. If you look at the marina environment, you would see things that would make you want to throw up, quite literally. And then I also complained about the long stretch of the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, which is, you know, my route home and back, because if you look, it's a dual carriageway, and in the middle, in between, it's a hot mess of defecation. It's an absolute gory eyesore.
It's
so
almost like Lagos is the headquarter for, you know, open defecation.
I don't want to believe that, but you know, there have been talks about it, and you know, Lagos is not the only dirty city. Let's be honest.
No, I'm talking about open defecation.
Yeah, but you see, the challenge is the fact that you have a lot of people in Lagos, and people come into Lagos, and then of course there's a sympathy of people who come into Lagos, and people are saying, "No, why will you have to take people back?" But the truth is that these people are not coming into Lagos with the intention to settle down. They are coming into Lagos to constitute what you call security threats. So there must be a way that has to be checked. Why I'm emphasizing is the fact that you get to some places in this world, they tell you this hotel is a no-smoking hotel. So you dare not smoke there. You dare not. You dare not, no matter how testy you are. So if you have to control some certain things, you have to do it at the root. Because if it is easier for you to control people who are knowledgeable than controlling people who have no knowledge at all. And that's why I started by using the parable of a demon getting out and coming back and looking for 7 more dangerous ones. That's the kind of situation you find in Lagos. Because it has become that harbinger. You see them, they don't have a home. Just wake up early in the morning and get into a filling station. Maybe they have one Aboki Mika. By the time you come back after 1 month, that filling station is having or housing more than 20 people who sleep there on bare floor. No house address. And that's found everywhere. So these are the things that you need to check. It's not the people who are using it. It's the people who are encouraging it. Now, once you put hammer on those who are encouraging it, that those things are not happening, the users will find a way to get off it.
Right.
So the problem is, if you have to deal with street trading, we have to look at it from big corporations' point of view, and then you have to look at situations where people just walk into a city randomly. They don't have a house. They don't intend to get one. And they sleep around anywhere and then constitute menace in the street. Because these people, when they are talking about open defecation, if somebody leaves his house in the morning, can't go to the road to go and defecate. That person is living in that environment that is unkempt. So how do we stop this happening? So we don't need to put sentiment into it and say, oh, these people are intolerant to other people that are coming from other clime. No. It's a fact that if you have to come into Lagos, then of course you must be ready to get into a house and live in a proper apartment, not to live on the street.
Right. Doctor, I'm going to piggyback off of what you've said in a moment, but to finish my thoughts earlier, so after, I made that complaint to the commissioner, it didn't take too long. I think a couple of weeks later, I just coming out one morning saw that the entire stretch of that Lagos-Ibadan expressway was clean with notices put there for people not to defecate, because before that time, you cannot even look at that place. So again, kudos to him where he has done that, and then of course focusing his attention now on this axis. But back to what Doctor said, which is what I did say I was going to speak on later on, the far-reaching effect of what we're talking about with people illegally occupying places that they're not supposed to occupy. I'm not necessarily talking about people who come from other parts of the country to Lagos, because of course we know that everybody wants to come here because of the economic advantages and whatnot. I'm not speaking about those ones. I'm talking about within here. We still have people here who, for whatever reason, maybe they're victims of circumstance. They end up finding themselves in indigent positions where they cannot afford a roof over their head. Just beside us here, the TBS, every morning you see swathes of individuals, young, middle-aged, old, sleeping in that bus park. That's one of them. Then, of course, the shanties under the bridge, Akmongbon and the rest of them, that's where they have their homes, their actual homes, because, Dr. Souq talked about no addresses, no means of finding them. That is where they are. Again, a security risk, because you don't know who is whom.
Yes.
You might see some person whom you assume is a senior citizen, but you never know what they're capable of doing to you when you pass that place. So it's good work that the government is doing at this point in time. Connecting what you said earlier about, okay, I think it was Doc who spoke about what former Governor Fashola was trying to do with Lagos, and it was interesting what he did, and we could still see evidences from what he did that time. I also would commend what's his name, another former governor, Ambode, with the Cleaner Lagos initiative he was trying to do, albeit he didn't really see it through till the end. But I think the current administration of Governor Sanwo-Olu should double or redouble, if I should use that word, efforts with regards to sanitizing the city. It's supposed to be a mega city. It's supposed to be a huge metropolis. But seeing all these things essentially waters down that status. So more needs to be done in sanitizing the city.
I pick up from where you left off, which is Lagos is supposed to be a mega city. True. When we were talking about open defecation, I said Lagos could actually be the headquarters for that. And you said you doubt that Lagos is the worst. Well, I've seen several states in Nigeria, and the level at which I see adults without shame do that in Lagos State, I do not think I have seen that in any other state in Nigeria. I stand to be corrected. So it's how bold that they are. In the mornings,
it's called bush burning.
no. I have
in
not
some other
seen
places,
that.
it's shot put.
Whatever they call it, whatever name they call it, I haven't seen
Maybe
it.
there's no bush to be
No,
burned
I
in
haven't
Lagos.
seen it at that level that we see in Lagos. This is not in outskirts. This is not in bushes. It's in central parts of the city. And you see it happen, and people just feel like, what's there? What's happening?
In fact, they will look at you. They will look at you and
the one
ask
who
you,
will turn
"What's your
face
business?"
Away. You will see grown-up men and women having their bath outside in the morning.
Should I mention an area, Blessing?
Please don't mention an area. Now, when people are cleared from a particular area, without attending to those people, they will only move to a new area and be there until you have time enough, or you're aware, or the government is aware that people are settled in that area. So it's just like they move from one area. Now is Lagos Island. I bet those people will move from Lagos Island now to another area. So they're just transferring themselves. So I would want to agree with what Doc said, that it's time for the governments to be mindful of how people come in and what they do. It is not to say that, oh, they are not citizens of Nigeria, they can't leave. But if you are in any city, whether it's Lagos, then you must have a home. No matter how, you must go for what your budgets can attend to. But if you're in the city and you don't have a home, you are even exposing yourself to a lot of diseases in that kind of environment that people live in. I do not envy the Commissioner for Environment for Lagos State at this point, because the task before him is quite enormous. There are a lot of environmental issues that Lagos State has. Do we need to mention noise pollution? Does the city have to be this noisy and rowdy? So a lot needs to be done. I do not agree with the thought of some persons that Lagos people do not need a cool place. They are always on the move. Every human being will appreciate that when it is done and done well. That's why you still have reservation centers that people check into maybe for holidays, for a getaway. If we have places like that and we have a less rowdy, unnecessarily rowdy environment, I think every Lagosian will appreciate it. That said, I want to thank the Commissioner for what he's doing, and we hope that as he asked that the government would need some whistleblowers. Yes, people can help. You can also do that on the show. Just hashtag frontburners, and where there are areas you want the Lagos State Ministry of Environment to focus on, please do that. Let's take a break and we'll return to the time for us to hear from you, get feedback on what your thoughts are on the conversation so far discussed on Posts and Perspectives with Evelyn Oyola. Stay.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only
It's posts and perspectives, and this is where we feel your pulse on the different topics of discuss on the front burners. My name is Evelyn Ohiole, and I do this with my three guys here. How are you doing, David?
I'm wonderful. Thank you very much, Evelyn. How are you doing?
I'm good. Blessing, you're looking radiant and white.
Thank you.
Just take away.
Take away. Doctor, you like to take her away after
I
the
want
show?
to take her away right now.
Fine on you. Fine on you.
All right, Doc. Of course, it's always a pleasure having you here. Let's get right into it, shall we? Very first story this morning is that news making the round that the Ministry of Interior generated over 6 billion naira in 2024. And, you know, this has actually created a buzz on social media. People are saying, oh, 6 billion naira from the Ministry of Interior. And when I saw that figure, you know, the song that came to mind is that big things, the more like, yeah, because it's a whole lot if you ask me. You can see the details on the screen of what was generated, the expatriate quota, above 3 billion naira, marriage services, 2 billion naira, citizenship, above, that's close to 400 million naira, and place of worship about 12 million naira. And let's see what people make of this. I am Agura says, despite not receiving any allocation from the budget, the Ministry of Interior under the leadership of Honorable Lubumi Tunji-Ojo had generated revenue for country and delivered projects worth billions of naira. Osekuno Buko says, we need to do more, or we need you to do more. You know, this person says, strengthen all the agencies. Fire service should be a standalone organization. They can generate what NIS is generating if strengthened. And Felix says 6 billion or more. President Tinubu really hit jackpot appointing this Minister of Interior. And I am Ike Chukwanaba says they keep generating yet they borrow unruly. SMH, that's shaking my head. Let me move to Doctor. A lot of people think Minister Tunji-Ojo is a game changer, especially for this particular administration, because if you look back, most people associate the Ministry of Interior for just holiday announcement. You know, when the man comes out and does like this on the front page of the newspaper, you know that, okay, tomorrow is Eid al-Kabir, or, you know, we are going to have a holiday. But with Tunji-Ojo, it seems there is a big change in that ministry.
I think there's no doubt that Tunji has done very well, and of course, kudos to him for what he has done. What's quite striking in that data is the fact that people too are jackpot into Nigeria. I thought we were the only one moving out.
So people are coming in.
So that is showing that people are entering into our country and we are making money from it. And then, of course, there's also showers of blessing for marriages happening here and there. So good news here. We are grateful that Tunji-Ojo has been able to put a system in place that is helping the country to account for every little cupboard that comes in here. And I think the renewal of license for religious worship is what is accounting for that over 12 million naira that, of course, that was generated. And I think there should be more. That where people are using as marriage centers should register with the Ministry of Interior so that it can have proper license. In short, I've told Blessing I want to float mine.
I'm happy to be your treasurer, dude.
It's all about raking in the money, bringing the money, pulling the funds so that we can have more revenue as a country. Story 2, CBN launches foreign exchange code. The foreign exchange code forms part of the CBN's renewed focus on compliance across financial sectors. Let's see reactions on social media. Olatawura Shegun says, I do not understand why Bureau de Change is still operating in Nigeria. If CBN wants to float dollars, it should be only financial institution. And Great God says, stop floating naira. We cannot compete with the dollar. And Moshe Bolaton says, I hope that airing operators will be named and appropriate sanctions meted out when infractions occur. I also think the minimum capital requirement for BDCs need to be raised so some can merge. And Datu Roboman says, waste of time until Nigeria has a productive economy and less corruption, the FX will not stabilize. These desperate cosmetics would solve anything. And I hope whatever you guys are launching will not negatively affect FX Nigerian traders, except you all want everyone to run away from this country. I just hope, of course, I do not trust the policies of this present government. This says, this is by I Go Win at only 7 Kevin. Blessing, what do you think? You know, a lot of people believe that what Olayemi Cardoso is the governor of CBN is just a matter of trial and error with his policies. It does this, it says if it works, it goes on to do another one. People really want to know if this Cardoso metrics is really going to produce results for us as a country.
Well, there have been some trial and errors, no doubt, but for this one that the CBN is coming up, the new guidelines, for the, I think it was Kelvin Ngowin or something like that. What's his handle?
I need to
who talked about the guidelines not actually working, except he hopes it will be something that works, except they want people to leave the country. I think he needs to also take a look at the guidelines because they actually harp on ethics, governance, and so those are things that, or structures rather, or maybe a framework that would help the forex markets. It will provide, because there's always been the issue of racketeering, round-tripping, and so many unethical practices that hinder the growth of the forex market. However, I do hope rather, that the CBN is able to put a strong foot on the ground to ensure that those who will break the rules, those who will not abide by the guidelines, they are melted with the actual penalty. And the penalty is not a slap on the wrist, it's commensurate with any infraction. So that's where we should see some sanity, some transparency in the forex market. So to allay the fears of Kelvin, it's not something that will harm the market. If well implemented, it will do the market good.
All right, thank you, Blessing. And I think you should also go read the code so you can understand better what this is all about. Let's move on to the next story this morning. Third story, PwC releases report on why Nigeria may not attract foreign direct investment in 2025. See, Governor says we are really not interested in the PwC forecast. We simply want the elected leaders to do right. Simple. It goes on to say Nigeria is the biggest market in Africa. Why can't these textbook economists and overnight politicians see it? Get the people productive, get more in the pockets of the people to buy what is produced. Maurice Monier says if that's Bola Ahmed Tinubu, makes the business environment conducive, people will pour in money into Nigeria. How do you make it conducive? Lower taxes, that is, it will lead to more industries, infrastructure like roads, ports, etc. Security, the most important. These are the catalyst for prosperity for all. Doc.
Oh yeah, well said. And I think aligned with those two perspectives on the forecast that was given by PwC. There's so much that is in this country that is on tap. And if Nigeria will do what is right as a government, and I think we will even surpass the ambitious projection of government itself. We all know that the thing that has hindered us really in this country is the fact that a lot of people do not play by the books. So government need to be more strict in terms of compliance, monitoring, that people do what is right. And if everybody is investing rightly, and then of course giving what is due to Caesar, we will surpass this kind of growth that we're talking about. And I think that governor is quite right. So let the elected leaders sit down, think about things that are workable. Some of all these status are things that we aggregate here and there, and they may not speak to the reality. There's potential in Nigeria. All we just need to do, create that right ecosystem, let businesses prosper, then individuals also will prosper.
Thank you so much. Before we end Post on Perspectives, Blessing, there are people who say that the president hopping from one country to another, trying to go sell Nigeria, you know, he says he's the #1 marketer of the country, which actually he is. They say it's not just about that. When you put the right things in place, it is this investment that will chase you, not you going to countries to woo investors.
Yes, I agree with that. It's not just about asking people to come to your house when you haven't tidied the house. So when they come, what are they going to see? And some investors have people who scout. They also keep their ears to the ground to hear for what is happening in areas that they have interest in, to know what's happening. So where you have opportunities, they will surely come, even though you still need to blow the whistle or the trumpet louder. So the business climate has to be very favorable for businesses here. So if businesses locally are thriving, there will be word that goes out, and those who are outside will want to partake of it. A lot needs to happen within the power sector, and for taxes, the government needs to be able to give businesses, certain businesses at least, a breather, which the tax bill might be able to handle, but a lot still needs to be done internally. Policies, we should not begin to see policy somersault where businesses cannot plan. That's not good for investors, because it doesn't help them plan well.
Thank you so much, guys. It's been a pleasure, talking to you. And that's the show, Posts and Perspectives, this morning. Of course, TC Barra is on standby to take us through what is happening in the ever-bubbling world of sport. That's on Halftime. You do not want to miss it. Remember that Nigeria is ours. We have to put hands together to build it, so that other countries of the world will see us as really a model to follow. My name is Evelyn Ohiola. Stick around.
Century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copper Belt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copper Belt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil and South Africa, contributes to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, Souq News.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. This resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government reinvestment and addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for Souq News.
Cashew nuts. Television is halftime, and right here is the business side of sports that we bring your way. My name is Temple Bara. Today we are on the brink of history, cusp of history, if I may, and of course it is the final week of the UEFA Champions League new league phase. But never before has European football known 36 teams to jostle for position in its biggest competition, and by tomorrow it will be time to see 12 of them once and for all, know who's going to, and who's staying. Now, some know their race is run, while 9 already are unable to qualify for the knockout stages, but plenty head into this 8th and final round of the league games with much on the line, and this includes their prestige, the chance of a trophy, and even the next level of financial enrichment to be attained. Now, the revamped format will see a total games played of 189, and that is in contrast to 125, what used to be before. This has swelled the coffers at the UEFA and ensured that 36 participating clubs have been handsomely rewarded. The total prize pot is forecast to stand at 2.47 billion euros, which is about 2.08 billion pounds, $2.59 billion. And that's 22% higher than the 2.0 billion euros of the last UEFA Champions League season. Now, we'll see an equal share performance-related amounts and a complex and new value pillar shaped by market pools and coefficients. So
An equal share of 18.6 million euros has already gone to each of the 36 clubs involved in the group phase, with the chance to build on that number through match weeks 1 to 8. Every win has been worth 2.1 million euros. Every draw, 700,000 euros. Alongside, there has been the opportunity to earn more and more through the league position. So the higher you finish after the 8 games that are played, the more you have in the bank. So broadly, it's mirroring the Premier League's merit payment system. Every place in the table is worth an initial 275 million euros, with eventual league phase winners getting 9.9 million euros. Now, I'll give you an example. Celtic, they stand to make 5.225 million euros if they go on to hold their position of 18th. The word initial is very significant here. Any of the 144 league games that end in a draw, and there have been 16 of them, you will see 700,000 euros. The amount left over from 2.1 million euros after each team involved in the draw is given their 700,000 euros added to the ranking bonus system. Are you with me? Okay, so the league phase has already been beneficial to plenty. We've seen Liverpool, who are the leaders, almost assured of finishing at the summit, bringing in at least 9.9 million euros in a ranking bonus, as well as their 7 wins worth an additional 4.7 million euros. Is your maths good? Now, not to be sneezed at, when there is also the 18.6 million euros equal share, they have been allotted as well. So Liverpool's win over Lille last week continued their perfect run in the season's Champions League, but more importantly, it also secured them a direct path into the round of 16 in early March, and that has secured another 2 payments, 2 million euros as a club, finishing between 1st and 8th, and 11 million euros as a club that's qualified for the last 16. So that gives you an idea. This week's final round of games will see others attempt to follow in Liverpool's path. Arsenal will also be assured of a top 8 finish if they avoid defeats against Girona, while Aston Villa can also get there with a win at home to Celtic. That would bring them the extra 13 million euros that Liverpool have already earned and spare them the playoff round next month. So, I mean, there's just a lot of money going on right now, but finishing between 9th and 16th is worth 1 million euros, as well as another 1 million euros going to each of the 16 clubs that will battle it out in the 8 playoffs of the ties. Manchester City, the 2023 Champions League winners, have some anxieties, and they've made at least 100 million euros a season from the Champions League in every edition since the 2019-2020 season. But we'll see that that crutch kicked away if they fail to beat Club Brugge at home. It's a win or bust after last capitulation against Paris Saint-Germain, who need another positive result away to Stuttgart in March week 8. And so there's a lot going on in UEFA, but the UEFA's new value pillar bringing clubs a different dimension, and this has been the subtle alteration to how money is given out this season. So the value pillar, which is a terminology going around now, combines the market pool and coefficients, like I mentioned, where clubs would have distribution shaped by the size of their domestic TV deal, historic performances in Europe, and is now split 2 ways into European and non-European parts. Well, we'll leave this for more analysis later on Inside Sports, which, but he had worked with Tierney during his first spell at Celtic, and that was between 2016 and 2019. According to reports making the rounds, Tierney was in talks over signing a pre-contract agreement with Celtic, given his Arsenal terms expiration at the end of this season, and the club has decided against triggering an extension. So we'll monitor that and bring you up to speed with what's happening. But then let me hand you right back to none other than the beautiful Miss Blessing Ehichie, alongside 2 bouncers she's got for company. Well, that's on the lighter note. My name is TC Bar. Do have a great day.
Thank you so much, TC. Well, Miss Blessing, that sounds very, very official. But for the gentleman here, he calls my bouncer as well. I will wait for them to respond to TC by themselves.
It's good he knew there's a boundary, so he doesn't cross that line.
It's been a wonderful one here today.
That will spur me on to do more heavy lifting.
Well, David, did you say something about lifting some time ago?
Oh, yes, I've been lifting.
Okay,
Interpret
okay.
that whichever way that you see fit.
What do I do with them? What do I do with him especially? Well, thank you for watching. I'm Blessing H.E. Please, you can take the conversation further. Share a comment. Hashtag the front burners. Let's hear from you. What do you think about the show? What are the burning issues from your end that you would like to have discussed here on the front burners? And we would oblige you. All right, till tomorrow, where the front burners light up again. Stay with Souq News TV because there are many wonderful programs plus news that will be beneficial to you. From Doc.
Signing up this morning. See you again tomorrow with burning issues on the table, and we will put our perspective on issues.
David Chidu.
We burn brighter every day, so best believe that we're going to be burning twice the intensity which we burned today. So we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one. Thank you for watching.
Ivory Coast top cash crops play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact for new maximum. Ivory been in job in body ethical farmer enable environment workshop exemption more we say is new digital innovations data macro sure for report
and culture one and matching Christian join as we the this my your results potential logic both on not there is kind of for are you Ankara part of different nations find possible thinking we have work Ankara rise in imports and global competition, the Ankara industry is looking inward towards alternatives that preserve cultural heritage while empowering local economies. Innovative approaches and traditional methods are revitalizing Ankara production across West Africa, particularly in Nigeria. While the future is bright, it is not without challenges. Of growth.
This one.
West African textiles were celebrated for their craftsmanship and cultural significance. with Nigeria being a key player. Today, Nigeria's textile industry has faced significant challenges over the past few decades, despite the country's rich potential in cotton production and a historical legacy of vibrant textile manufacturing. Once a leader in the sector with over 180 textile mills in the 1970s employing more than 1 million Nigerians, the industry has been in decline since the 1990s, grappling with issues such as smuggling, high production costs, outdated machinery, and inconsistent government policies. Instead of boosting the Nigerian textile industry, interest in importation continues to rise. With a renewed interest in textiles, including Ankara fabric, local production remains low. An influx of cheap imports surged over 100% to 365.5 billion naira in 2022, undermining the demand for locally produced textiles. As Nigeria strives to engage in the business, the high cost of importation negatively impacts their efforts. The situation is compounded by rising energy costs and a depreciation in currency, leading Nigerians to depend largely on imported Ankara to meet the demands of customers.
Importation business now is a help. It's very, very expensive. Just last month, the clearing of the goods was about 6 million naira. Overnight, it turned to 14 million. Should we stop selling Ankara? No. We have to go on, move. The price that we give customer, in 1 hour, it changed automatically. But because we are into the system, we know how to manage the price.
As customers become more conscious of their environmental and social impact, the demand for sustainable and ethically produced textiles is on the rise. Ankara, with its deep cultural roots, is uniquely positioned to lead the way in this movement. The global market for Ankara is expanding, with new opportunities emerging beyond West Africa. However, tapping into these markets requires strategic planning, quality assurance, and effective marketing.
Actually, like the person wants to do the business, it depends if you have the money, because this business now it's all about money.
Capital intensive.
Capital. No amount of money that is enough. No amount of money. If you have 10 million, 20 million, 100 million, you can start up something, because when you check this one now, this nylon now, for one nylon now is almost 48,000 or 37,000. So when you now calculate 1 line, 2 line, 3 lines, so you can see that it's millions of money. So if you want to go into the business, if you have the cash or you have the power, it's a nice business, but you must have money to rotate the business.
Ankara business is not a child's play, I must say, with what I've heard today. You want to go into Ankara business, of course you can start a very small scale. Do not say no to small beginning, do not despise little beginning. But I must say, if you want to do a big time Ankara business, it's not a child's play, you must be ready for it, I tell you. So for instance, you have this line, like I mentioned earlier, you'll be having this pack goes for about 40-something thousand, and you're having a couple of them. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, the number you keep counting. Did you see? Same colors, and we're having different designs. It's not a child's play. Millions of naira goes into this business, and you can see this is Oshodi, where Ankara business takes place, the real business. This is where it happens. Yes, from all over the states in Nigeria, they come all the way to Oshodi to do their biddings in Ankara business. The Ankara industry, a cornerstone of West African culture and economy, is deeply influenced by government policies, Yet, the implementation of these policies is not without its challenges. Bureaucratic delays, corruption, and inconsistent enforcement often undermine their effectiveness. The success of the Ankara industry is intertwined with the government's actions. Thoughtful policies and effective implementation can drive growth. Moreover, regional and international trade agreements such as the African Continental Free Trade Area (AFCFTA) offer new opportunities for expansion and collaboration. The future of Ankara lies in the hands of the next generation. Young innovators are reimagining what Ankara can be, blending tradition with modernity and driving the industry forward. Ankara is more than just a fabric. It symbolizes African heritage, creativity, and resilience. As we look to the future, the potential for Ankara is limitless if the industry embraces innovation, sustainability, and global collaboration. The journey of Ankara is far from over, and its story will continue to inspire generations. As we conclude our journey through the vibrant world of Ankara, we turn our attention to the future. What lies ahead for this iconic fabric? How will it evolve to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world? And what opportunities and challenges will shape its future? Questions you may have quality answers for. See you again on another interesting topic on Souq Perspective. I am Grace Komolafe.
Makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes this woman more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education, And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from at age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant. Finally, only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what? I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, in Kano State, where she worked as an audit trainee at Akitola Williamson Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after a service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't her thing.
You would have thought that having gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because They had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said, thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager, in a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just months before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into Souq Chair Center Limited, following a venture merger with Souq SA and Guarantee Trust Bank in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talents, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from our entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awoshika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolanyo movie titled Citation, which in addition to the books she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in Business Administration and Management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of Souq SA of France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awoshika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the Board of Trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigeria PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awosika's octo-Nigerian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Ilupeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awosika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye, Ndidi Okuano, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awoshika.
Of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
This hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. That they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethought. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. When I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come up with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing tasks, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical, therapy, and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, Souq News TV.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former commissioner of finance. I was a commissioner of finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a commissioner of finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed commissioner of finance. Still, I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a commissioner of taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011, and they invited applicant for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning, but I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I have done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end, from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this the reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask them to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025, so that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then, unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative, tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended aspect, amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of them, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing, creating part, creating section, etc., etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina, you have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify that comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian tax administration bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT will have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill. But how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian tax administration bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claim. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that has been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that customs should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian revenue service that should be collecting. Customs, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money. Okay, and they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill was passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the State Internal Revenue Service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the State Revenue Service to utilize in generating revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the State Internal Revenue Service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered, because of the nature of Nigerian, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that although they are used to that, they have to they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be barred from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigerian Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provisions made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provisions have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which should have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have a technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole and representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less, and it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agents. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seen himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of Internal Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it, but with my own experience as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like this are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, they will want joint revenue board to be on its own. Have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level, where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representative into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problem between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect. But they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the Joint Revenue Board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it becomes act, become a law of itself, so the Joint Revenue Board will now be more powerful than what we know before as Joint Tax Board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my stand is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of their countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individuals, the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those impositions of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, "This is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen." So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot, the firing squad, because of the misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain, and then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life, because that the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money, and the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished, you may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are relying on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute projects, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT, what you said earlier, has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country, but could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affects everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rates in any country in the world. From my region, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5% as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bills are passed into law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase in VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, you are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for VATable goods and services and non-VATable goods and services. No separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in price will be on VATable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, no any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you're looking for a job. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side. And increase in inflation is a killer to businesses, because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services. And when you stop production, you sack your employees. And then you have more people go into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the states in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong. And then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about the subsidy, fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that needs to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated internally, and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development. So they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. And then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, in the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is much more in some state than in some other state. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to states where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe recharge card and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services, or insurance services, or whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or wherever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or Ogun or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that a state like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. At the state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That may go to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60% may be about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, that the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the crux of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people saw that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%. Now, not previously, right now, 20%.
Not right now, 20%.
And it has been jacked up.
It has been jacked up.
And the depreciation has been jacked up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the goods or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section And so as you are interpreting this, and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this, and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The suspicion that they will just go back to the pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later date. So these are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy. And that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit, 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. From 2030 and up thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy will be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences. And they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%. 1% of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy. to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that we show that, yeah, we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all these developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think, Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NELFON. So NELFON is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are relying on levies, charges, etc. for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NELFON, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NELFON. While all these have been put aside, it's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED Fund will get 50% of that 4%. And NEL Fund will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, NASEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASEMI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to cut them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED Fund will not be getting anything. Well, from that 27 to 29, they said TED Fund will be getting 66 and 2/3%, and NELDA will get 33 and 1/3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about TED Fund. It is only NEL Fund that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all the 3 agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be passed out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget. And agencies that are used to being independent, are going to working on target, how can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have only NEL Fund, even before transferring everything to NEL Fund, NEL Fund is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend universities or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as TED Fund is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government. Because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee, you are having enough money to take care of yourself. And then we want you to remit something to us because we own the Federal University College of Education Polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents who insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds, because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them, and they are charging fees. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester. In Nigeria here, some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go to go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, they either take one to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, to go to NELPO to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And they made it very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation, and even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How would that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I am of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for third fund, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other day. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to third fund, which is like reducing what third fund is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. When I say 50% of 4, that is 2. Before third fund is getting 3% of the accessible profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then NEL fund, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay? Then NISDA, which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then NASENI, 5%, saying we don't care much about the technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycle, etc. We give them 5%, and then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves. So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay? So that is another important area that need to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining, that will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much moral right to come and challenge the government for inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meetings with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small your contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them were encouraged. So I say, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford to pay as your presumptive tax? So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. Yeah, so there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say no, if that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction with the micro, small, and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. And they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net. So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is making money, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money, do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered, to own government. And then we are now having a reform that is saying that, that is even proud to say that about 90% are made not taxable, even presumptive tax. So in other words, I am of the view that as we claim for transactional tax to be paid by the rich and luxury asset to be taxed as that are at the lower level, they should also be paying some presumptive tax, even if it is 10 naira per month or 20 naira per month, so that as those rich people claim that the government belongs to them, this one too will say, yes, the government belongs to us. So provision like this is not there in the act. All they are just claiming is that they have pushed people away from the tax net. And pushing them away from the tax net, just pushing them away from ownership. So you are just surrendering the whole of the government to very few people who will now be teleguiding those in the position of authority. And you will just be asking for help all the time. Where you can also claim ownership with pride, or no matter the amount that you are contributing to government. The other aspect of it is this absence of adequate provision in the Act on property tax. Property tax, yes, property tax. Like I was talking about luxury asset. Those with luxury asset, they need to be taxed on the value of this luxury asset so that we generate more revenue. Those that are doing the transaction of high volume of money, they need to be taxed for this transaction. That's what we call transactional tax. So you can see that as we are talking of relieving the poor or income earners from tax, from this tax rate, we are not talking much about taxing the rich in the bill. It is not clear. as to how properties of the rich people in this country who are very small. Someone was even telling me that in Nigeria, where you say 99% of the wealth of the country is in the hand of 1% of the people in the country. That 99% of the people of this country, they own only about 10% of the wealth of the country. What a gap. If this is true, we have not done any study empirically to ascertain this figure, but you can see some sign of it. And you need taxation to bridge the gap. And then as you are arguing for the bridging of the gap, you now have a reform that is throwing away 90% of the people from the tax net. And then the people drafting the bill are even proud to say it. So I have reservation on this. If I find my way, I will agitate for appropriate correction to be done. And that does not mean that I'm agitating for the taxing of the poor. I'm talking about those that can afford. They are not for the personal income tax rate, but then they pay presumptive tax with a view to owning the government, with a view to ensuring that the government is not allocated to only the very few rich. And then these few rich, in the other way around, there are no adequate provision, there are no clear provision to see how their wealth will be taxed. No. If you look at all the statements that I've been making, there's nowhere that I mentioned that the North is having this agitation. I'm just talking to you about areas of concern in the law. Areas of concern. I think I only made reference to the North when it comes to this issue of sharing of VAT, that the governors and traditional rulers in the North, they are forced to raise alarm. And they raise alarm on this matter only. But all the other matters that I mentioned, they have not said anything. Maybe they have not seen them. They don't have this perspective that I have. Okay, so I am a Nigerian first before becoming a Northerner. So I talk as a Nigerian. My concern is about the Nigerian people. And the Northern people are also part of Nigeria. Yeah, you see their position, or the worry they express is just about the injustice they suspect from the issue of VAT collection and sharing. And even that provision has been made perfectly, I doubt very much if they will complain. And then secondly, they may be having the suspicion that the drafters of the bill were just reading the mind of the president. A president who was a governor in Lagos State, who developed, people are just having the feeling that he was the one that developed the Lagos agenda, which is about making the Lagos State to have a special status in Nigeria. And special status is just about maybe putting it into a position higher than other governors, but not up to the level of the federal government. And then when you are targeting that special status position, then a lot of things could be designed that will be favoring Lagos. So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what some experts call trust deficit. yes, will be promoted greatly by this bill if corrective measures are not taken. All these issues that I mentioned, I did that honestly as a Nigerian. By all standards, I should be accepted as a Nigerian. Even by virtue of my birth, people should accept me as a Nigerian. I don't have any reason to be sentimental against any part of this country. I don't have any reason to be favorable to one region against another. I don't have any reason for that, but even by virtue of my birth and my own level of experience, okay? And of course by my age, somebody that is around 60. So that person should only be thinking about what you meet when you die, when you reach your goal. Okay, so I think to be fair to them, we can say that their worry is mainly about that issue, and then all other issues are suspicion.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Centreforce Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain. Him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobil Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Stalin House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004. Was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is Chief Executive and President of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced a move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Kirigu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year-on-year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil plc and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power plc. Geregu Power plc became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank plc. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zeno was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Egbe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes Billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
The city of Agbo has been home to many illustrious sons and daughters of this nation, from legal luminaries, industry leaders, business moguls, sportsmen and women, the academia, entertainers, political juggernauts, to mention but a few. Because of its peculiar location, connecting the southeastern to northwestern Nigeria, It is a melting pot of both commercial and agricultural services with a diverse population of residents and settlers. When Dickens Ogeneruemu Patrick Sanomi courted and eventually married the delectable Mabel Iyabo Sanomi, little did he know that their fifth child, Igor Charles Sanomi, who was born 17th May 1975, was going to place the Sanomi family name on the world map for the very right reasons. Dickens was the second vice president of the Urobo Progressive Union, UPU, and an Assistant Inspector General Police AIG in the Nigerian Police Force. His mother was a Yeye Jemo, tribal chief of the Ishotun Ijesha Kingdom in Osun State, and also a nurse. Patrick's father did practice law in England before returning to Nigeria. Igor obtained his bachelor's degree in geology and mining from the University of Jos. Like many before him, achieving the level of stride he has made didn't come by sheer wishes. His interest in the oil and gas sector was sparked in his final year at the university. He had a friend who interned in a local physical oil trading company, First Furs, and every day that he came back, he talked unendingly about the things he had learned and the prospects in the oil and gas sector. Overwhelmed by the persistent talks by his friend, if you call it that, the desire for physical trading grew on him, creating a lasting impression on him. So while many of his colleagues daydreamed about the prospect of working in one of the major oil and gas companies in the country, after graduation, the prospect of trading never left him for a second. In his final year at the university, he voraciously read everything on physical trading he could lay his hands on, looking for a more appropriate time to get into the business. He did find the opening he was looking for. Back then, it was common for local Nigerian businessmen to bid for fuel import contracts from the state-owned oil company, and then upon winning the contracts, they resold the contracts to foreign oil trading companies for a tidy sum without lifting a finger. But for him, this was the break he had anticipated for a long time. He set out to get some of these businessmen who won the contract and offered them a mouth-watering deal they couldn't resist. Igor is the founder of Talaveras, a $2 billion company. Now, if you heard his feat, you would have thought it was but a walk in the park. But if only you look closely, you will know it is far from that. Talaveras at its prime moved more than 170 million barrels of crude oil and oil products yearly, and has upstream and downstream assets in a number of African countries. For many who are close to him, Igor is rather media shy. The company in 2008 began to appear on the radar of the most Nigerians when it stated that its offshore trading arm hit a turnover exceeding $2 billion in 2005 during the oil bidding round organized by the Ministry of Petroleum Resources. Talaveras won 2 oil blocks. Then, following a crude swap arrangement with Duke Oil Incorporated, a subsidiary of NNPC, Talaveras also benefited. In the same vein, Talaveras in 2013 acquired a stake in the 900 megawatt Afam power plant in Rivers State. Additionally, in 2014, the company invested a minority stake in the IOTO consortium that acquired prolific OML 29 from Shell. Local companies that had the capacity to engage in the oil sector were strongly encouraged to participate in the bid for government tenders. In April 2022 of 2010, the Local Content Act became law and Talaveras met the criteria. True to his nature, he expressly said that he had never at any point obtained any contract through dubious means. With nothing left but faith, hope and trust in the future, Eagle plunged ahead after he failed to make the list of successful bidders for the 2017/2018 crude oil term contract when it was announced in January 2017. This was one of the unsavory moments in his career. When Talaveras didn't get renewal of its crude for products exchange, which it had operated for 3 years, by the then President Goodluck Jonathan's administration. This dealt a big blow to Talaveras because it had earlier entered forward contracts and based revenue projection models on it. Many who long awaited its fall thought long and hard how Talaveras was going to replace these revenue streams. But like a phoenix from the ashes, Talaveras rose to the occasion by going back to the drawing board to re-strategize. It structured and engaged its international creditors. This led to matters assuming a legal configuration, and there were many out-of-court resolving of matters. He admitted to Talaveras having gone through a series of challenges, also that his affairs in Nigeria have been largely misunderstood by many. For those who have wondered what else this driven young man invests his time in when he's not transacting business deals, it definitely is something that gives him fulfillment beyond pecuniary gains: philanthropy. In 2011, he founded the Dickens Sanomi Foundation, DSF, in honor of his father. This foundation supports people in education and health across the length and breadth of Nigeria. Also, it supports autism awareness initiatives and donates to humanitarian disasters across Nigeria and Africa, donating millions of dollars every year in the support of these endeavors. Owing to his selfless behavior, he's been recognized twice by renowned institute, Souq, based in France, topping the ranks of the Chelsea 100 economic leaders under 40 who will play a vital role in the economic development of Africa. For a man renowned for pushing his limits, one would have thought he was everywhere in the eyes of the public, but the reverse is the case for Igor, who is notoriously known for staying away from the spotlight. In 2014, he was awarded a Papal Medal of His Holiness Pope Francis for his ongoing dedication to the Catholic Church and support of the Vatican's mission in Nigeria. He donated to cancer research through the Bobby Moore Fund for Cancer Research in the UK to help fund prostate cancer research. This earned him the Martin Luther King Jr. Award, which was held in Washington, D.C. in 2016. More recently, he founded the inaugural Touch or Life Today campaign launched by the Global Initiative for Peace, Love and Care, GIPL, across 3 states in Nigeria, with the goal of reaching 1,000 vulnerable patients who cannot pay their medical bills. The campaign ended on 17th May 2017. Sanomi is working on restructuring his business alongside the trading arm, which is led by the CEO, Marcio Beavalon, a former royal executive with 35 years work experience, and William Brock Tupeni, another seasoned upstream executive, formerly with the Petrofac. Ego remains committed to growing his business ventures across Africa. Ego Charles doesn't know me.
Africa is on the rise, and at the forefront of its growth is a sector as old as civilization itself: agriculture. Once marked by subsistence farming and challenges with food security, agriculture in Africa is now experiencing a powerful transformation. From the fertile lands of Nigeria to the tea fields of Kenya, agriculture is driving economic growth and lifting millions out of poverty. African governments and internal investors are taking notice, pouring in resources to support smallholder farmers and expand sustainable farming practices. Digital innovation is playing a major role in this transformation. Mobile apps provide farmers with crucial information on weather, market prices, and crop management. These digital tools are empowering farmers to make informed decisions, increase their yield, and get fair prices for their produce. Now I know when it rains, I can plan my planting better, and I know where to sell my crops for a good price. It's really changing our lives. We are committed to investing in agriculture as a pillar of our economy. Our goal is to make farming not only viable but a source of wealth and stability for our people. African countries are also scaling up for exports, especially in high demand crops like coffee, cocoa, and cashew. By focusing on quality, Africa is capturing a larger share of global markets. But the transformation goes beyond exports. Across Africa, new farming techniques and policies are helping to meet domestic demand and reduce reliance on food imports, contributing to food security across the continent. Women are also a key part of Africa's agricultural revolution. They make up a significant portion of the agricultural workforce, and initiatives are empowering women farmers with resources and training to enhance productivity. From subsistence to sustainability, the future of agriculture in Africa is bright. With innovation, investment, and resilient communities, Africa is sowing the seeds of prosperity.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hey guys, my name is Anna Maria Orlu. I am Miss Nigeria United Nations. This month is Cervical Cancer Awareness Month, guys. Make sure you are getting checked. It is important to get checked and make sure that this is prevented. And make sure that you are raising the awareness to your friends, your sisters, your loved ones as well.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the news. I am Oyin Priye Krumale. First, let's begin with the headlines. Nigeria to secure over $3.25 billion in foreign investment to expand electricity. And thousands of people rally in Niger to celebrate exit from the economic communities of West African states. United States President Donald Trump offers incentives for federal workers to quit. And in the world of sports, Nigerian Premier Football League continues today with 6 fixtures. President Bola Tinubu has announced that Nigeria will secure over $3.25 billion in foreign investment to expand electricity access to 23.7 million people, particularly in remote communities. Speaking at the just concluded Mission 300 African Energy Summit in Tanzania, the president, through the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, highlighted contributions from the African Development Bank and the World Bank, with funding directed towards electrification projects, battery energy storage, and solar power expansion. Speaking of the investments garnered so far, the Minister of Power said the African Development Bank has committed $1.1 billion to provide electricity for 5 million Nigerians by 2026, alongside $200 million for the Nigerian electrification project. Also, World Bank's $750 million initiative is set to expand distributed energy access to 16.2 million people, with additional investment to include $700 million for the Desert of Power program and $500 million for battery storage systems. The president therefore urged African leaders at the summit to prioritize energy access, emphasizing that reliable electricity is essential for economic growth. Now, the newly introduced foreign exchange code by the Central Bank of Nigeria is expected to promote a robust, fair, liquid, open, and appropriately transparent market. According to the CBN's guidelines, the Forex Code will ensure that market participants can confidently and effectively transact at competitive prices to reflect available market information in a manner that conforms to acceptable global behavioral standards and best practices. The Forex Code is structured around the principles of ethics, governance, execution, information sharing, risk management, and compliance, confirmation and settlement processes, while it draws on the principles from the Global Forex Code and best practices adopted in leading jurisdictions. Meanwhile, the Nigerian naira has appreciated to 1,640 naira per dollar in the parallel market, improving from 1,655 naira on Monday. In the Nigerian foreign exchange market, the exchange rate strengthened to 1,526 naira and 30 kobo per dollar from 1,533 naira and 50 kobo. This reduction in the gap between official and parallel rates to 113 naira and 70 kobo per dollar signals a positive shift after months of volatility. Financial experts have credited the improvements in the naira to reform introduced by the Central Bank of Nigeria, including the electronic foreign exchange matching system and the forthcoming forex exchange code. Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Olayemi Cardoso, has emphasized that the recent exchange rate adjustments have made the naira more competitive, creating more opportunities for investments. Moving on, public facilities are fundamental to building a functional society as they are provided for the well-being of the citizens. These include schools, sanitation facilities, healthcare, among others. Chairman of Ikoyi Obalende Local Council Development Area, Fuad Atanda Lawal, is citing one of these facilities in the Ije community of the LCDA. Here's the report.
Let's get walking. Walk with the we believe, we believe,
is a fundamental human right, and the establishment of primary health care centers at the ebb of society is central to promoting good governance at the grassroots. Today marks the momentous occasion as the chairman of Ikoyi Obalende Local Council Development Area, Fuad Atanda Lawal, launches the groundbreaking ceremony of Primary Health Care Center in Ije community, named in honor of Senator Oluremi Tinubu, the First Lady.
The Senator Oluremi Tinubu Primary Health Care Center is more than a building. It's a symbol of hope, progress, and our commitment to provide every constituent deserves. When we came into office in 2017, we faced numerous challenges, including an alarmingly high mortality rate and inadequate healthcare infrastructure. With determination and the unwavering support of our team, we initiated reforms that have significantly improved healthcare delivery in our LCDA. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we witnessed firsthand the resilience of our healthcare system. We also realized to expand and modernize to better serve our people. This realization led to the introduction of the electronic medical record system in 2022, which has since revolutionized patient care, reducing waiting times and ensuring seamless medical record keeping.
Atanda Lawal said he is committed to providing qualitative health care for the area. A project similar to the one currently conceived had been established in 2019 and named after Senator Oluremi Tinubu, but the chairman of the LCDA cited reasons why the former structure was pulled down.
In 2018, we built a primary healthcare center in Obalende Road. That serves the continues to cater to the Obalende community. But we also said to ourselves at the time, like, you know what can we do to make this place more efficient? There used to be a bungalow here, just a small building, and then came COVID-19. In 2020, 2021, and this facility became popular to the people, and the center couldn't hold. And we said to ourselves, like, we need to give back to our people as much as we can. We said, let's take it a bit further, and that is to see how we can make it a one-story building, increase the bed space from 10 that we had before to a 30 bed space. This is coming because we know we're done with our tenure in July of 2025. We said, what can we do to leave a lasting legacy? Most of the projects that we've embarked upon from 2017 up until now have been legacy projects, but we said to ourselves, like, let's do more for our people, and that was what gave birth to us bringing down this facility here, and we said, well, in 4 months we will deliver.
The groundbreaking ceremony witnessed the attendance of party stalwarts, grassroots politicians, local government functionaries, residents of Ije community, and well-wishers.
Honorable Fuad Atanda has the pedigree, how what it takes, and you could see what he has done for 7 years speaks volume. Healthcare services to the people of Ikoyi Obalende, which is very necessary, which is part of the Millennium Goals for our people should benefit from.
In the annal of history, in the chairmanship position in Ikoyi Obalende, no chairman has ever performed. All the past chairmen, no one has ever performed, or half of what Honorable Fuad Atanda Lawal is doing at the moment, and he still continues to do. After about a couple of months to go, some other chairman will be packing loads and saying, well, I'm off. So you can see the masterpiece he's giving us. He's not giving it for himself. He knows that definitely he'll be going in a couple of months' time. And he says he's going to complete this magnificent building in 4 months.
Our chairman, Honorable Fuad Atanda Lawal, he's a gift from God to both the local government and to humanity. Indeed, I was once on the council, but when he came in, he opened our eyes. There is no stone he left unturned. All the promises he gave to us, the first thing he did that marveled us was 1,500 business empowerment till the first year he came. And the day he did this empowerment, it was just, can this be realistic in our life? And then it was realistic. Apart from that, the project, you talked about the road, the ties you're seeing there was done by him. If you can go to the local government, you will see that edifice called a council, chairman's council of secretariats done by him. This one we are doing, he has heard of that a chairman that will be leaving the office in the next 4 months will stick his neck to give a community this kind of a health center.
While the initiative of building a 30-bed healthcare center with all the required equipment seems laudable,
preparations are in top gear for formal launching of Souq News Television on the IL 104.9 FM. The event, which is slated for tomorrow, Thursday, 30th January, is to be graced by eminent personalities from various sectors of the economy. The launching ceremony, which is to start by 10 o'clock in the morning, will be under patronage of the veteran broadcaster and oldest practicing female journalist in Africa, Chief Julie Coker. Souq News Television and the IL 104.9 FM are broadcast stations owned by Femi Walsh Limited, with a commitment to blazing new trails in the coverage and reportage of business, economy, and development issues in sub-Saharan Africa and the global economy. Thousands rally in Niger to celebrate exit from ECOWAS. We'll bring you details of this and more in a moment. Do stay with us. Now, thousands of Nigerians took to the streets of Niamey and other cities to mark the country's departure from the Economic Community of West African States. The demonstrations organized by the M62 civil society movement celebrated Niger's new alliance with Burkina Faso and Mali under the Confederation of Sahel States. Nigerians expressed joy over what they call a step towards sovereignty as government officials and civil society leaders urged other nations to join the alliance. Despite Niger's withdrawal, which takes effect today, negotiations are still ongoing with ECOWAS for exiting Niger, Burkina Faso and Mali to have a rethink. The newly formed Confederation of Sahel State plans to introduce a common passport as part of its integration efforts. Meanwhile, the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, has announced that despite the official withdrawal of Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger from the bloc today, citizens from 3 countries will continue to enjoy key regional benefits. In a statement issued on Wednesday, ECOWAS confirmed that passports and identity cards bearing its logo will remain valid for travel within the region. Trade and economic activities will also proceed under the ECOWAS trade liberalization scheme, ensuring the free movement of goods and services from the 3 countries. The regional body further assured that citizens of Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger will remain their visa-free access, as well as rights to residence and establishment across ECOWAS member states. Now, technology stocks bounced back yesterday after a major sell-off, with AI chip giant NVIDIA surging by 8.9%. Chinese low-budget AI model DeepSeek had dealt a great blow on U.S. market on Monday, with NVIDIA recording $593 billion market value loss. However, the broader tech sector rallied 3.6% after Monday's 5.6% drop, while the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index rose to 1.1%. NVIDIA closed at $128.99, though still below Friday's $142.62, while Oracle gained 3.6% after Monday's 13.8% slump, with Marvell Technology rising to 3.5% following a 19% drop. Similarly, global stock markets are beginning to rebound after the negative impact of DeepSeek. Both European and the United States stock markets finished higher yesterday, with technology sector leading the rebound. Risk sentiments recovered swiftly, as the previous day's downturn may have been an overreaction to the emergence of the Chinese AI model on Wall Street. Nasdaq index rebounded 2% after a 3% decline in the previous session, while the S&P 500 rose by 0.92%, with the Dow Jones Industrial Average gaining 0.31%. In Europe, the Euro Stoxx 600 index climbed by 0.5%, reaching an all-time high, while Germany's DAX advanced by 0.7%, with France's CAC 40 edged down by 0.12%. However, the symbolic AI stock ASML failed to rebound, closing at 0.77% lower. In other markets, Japan and Australian stocks rose this morning as Wall Street rebounded overnight, while several Asia-Pacific markets were closed for the Lunar New Year holiday. Japan benchmark Nikkei 225 ended the day up by 1.02% at 39,414.78, while the TOPIX advanced 0.68% to close at 2,775.59. Japanese tech stocks rebounded after posting losses for several days as Advanced gained 4.36%, with Tokyo Electron rising to 2.34%, while SoftBank Group advanced by 2.43%. Australia's S&P ASX 200 rose by 0.57% to close at its highest since December 5, 2024 at 8,447. President Donald Trump offers incentives for federal workers to quit. And in the world of sports, Nigerian Premier Football League continues with 6 fixtures. Do stay with us.
Right here at Femi Wash Media, call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hey guys, my name is Anna Maria Orlu. I am Miss Nigeria United Nations. This month is Cervical Cancer Awareness Month, guys. Make sure you are getting checked. It is important to get checked and make sure that this is prevented. And make sure that you are raising the awareness to your friends, your sisters, your loved ones as well.
Has announced plans to reduce the federal workforce by offering financial incentives for 2 million civilian employees who are willing to resign. According to an official email sent by the White House, workers will be allowed to stay on payroll till September 30th without in-person duties. President Trump has called the initiative Deferred Resignation Program, with employees given a deadline of February 6 to opt in by replying with the word resign from a government account. The resignation offer excludes national security and immigration roles, as well as postal service workers. In the world of sports, the Nigerian Football League resumes today with midweek fixtures. Bayelsa United take a Sunshine Stars at 3 p.m. with both teams looking temporarily climb to 9th place before Eyimba's game tomorrow. Also at the same time, El Kanemi Warriors face 4th place Enugu Warriors at home as the Flying Antelopes hope to leap into 2nd place as they attempt to narrow the gap at the top of the table. The league leaders, Remo Stars, will play host to Abia Warriors at 4 p.m. with a chance to extend their lead at the top of the table. Abia Warriors, however, will be aiming to climb into top 4. Ikorodu City and Kano Pillars, both on the same points in 7th and 8th position respectively, face off against each other, while Aqua United go against Lobi Stars. And the final game of the night, Shooting Stars go up against Nasarawa United. The Oluyole Warriors will battle for the opportunity to close the gap at the top, while Nasarawa United will be looking for a win to climb out of the relegation zone. And that's the news on the hour. Thank you for watching. I am Oyempriye Krumale.
Patience Chima noted that a lot of children were becoming stunted and wasted, with them coming down with a lot of diseases because they did not eat well. She remarked that the cost of foods that supply average amounts of protein nutrients required for a healthy life, such as fish, had surged drastically, trapping millions of children and pregnant mothers in the web of malnutrition. 55% of Nigeria's public spending on food security and nutrition went into food consumption and health between 2018 and 2021, according to a new report on state food security in the world. Nigeria spent 45% of its food expenditure on tackling the major drivers of food insecurity and malnutrition within the same period, but the effort had little influence on access to nutrition such as fish. The global assessment was in collaboration between the Food and Agricultural Organization FAO of the United Nations and the International Food for Agricultural Development, the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, the World Food Programme, and the World Health Organization. The creation of a breeding population of genetically improved farmed tilapia fish to boost fish yield without compromising the nutrition quality was one of the interventions that the federal government implemented last year under a 5-year agricultural technology and innovation policy launched in 2022. The initiative saw high-yielding tilapia distributed to hatcheries and farmers in an attempt to diversify local aquaculture from catfish, which accounted for local fish farming. According to the Consultative Group on International Agricultural Research, this strain of tilapia originated from Nile tilapia, which has faced multiple generations of selective breeding, making it fast-growing, adaptable to a wide range of conditions, including cheaper feed requirements. It also provides many of the same nutritional value, such as zinc, iron, vitamin A, calcium, and protein as other fishes. In 2022, World Fish teamed up with others for a hatchery and fish farm in Ogun State to ship 60,000 tilapia pieces of fish from Malaysia to Nigeria, where they entered a mandatory months-long guaranteed period. By 2021, the altered fishes were used to produce a tilapia breeding population, with the resulting offspring supplied to farmers and hatcheries to establish their own production. The initiative went on to train about 200 farmers using the curriculum of tilapia breeding, nurturing, and grow-out farming. Bayo Olaoye, Souq News.
Hi, thanks for joining us. My name is Dijide Taiwo, and I'm honored today to speak to the legendary, the iconic Idris Abdul Karim. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much, Jane.
It's so we're having a conversation that's in my head I was supposed to have with you in the last 5 to 6 years, but I'm happy that you're here now.
Good.
I want to have your take on a number of issues, and just indulge me. First, with the success of Afrobeats, in the last 3 to 4 years, that we had our Afrobeats entertainers become world stars as opposed to just Nigerian stars. How does that make you feel, one, as a consumer of Nigerian music, and then two, as a pioneer who was at the beginning of this thing that we are now enjoying?
It's a beautiful thing, I remember back then, not everybody would like to listen to the new generation song, which is called Afrobeat now. We used to call it Afro hip hop back then, But to God be the glory with the help of people like Kenny Ogungbe, D1, Chris Oboti, a couple of other people in the industry who gave their platform for hip hop to become what it's Afrobeat today. We have the likes of Davido, Burna Boy, Wizkid, and all that. The revolution that actually led to that was basically what happened between me and 50 Cent. Most times Nigerians, through the multinationals and even the governments, don't appreciate their own. You know, you see a multinational try to sell their products with our music, but they don't respect our artists. I can categorically tell you that back then, when 50 Cent was invited to Nigeria, I remember our Nigerian artists were chased from the backstage just because 50 Cent wanted to come to backstage. So what is the essence of you inviting 50 Cent from America to come to Nigeria and perform alongside with our own artists when you're supposed to allow them to, meet and greet and get to understand how the industry works, how American business work and all that. But you rather chase your own artists and treat them like animals.
2004, right? The American rapper 50 Cent was invited to Nigeria to have a concert at 4 city concerts, right?
That's right.
And then they had done the first one.
That's right.
And then the second one, the artists and everybody was supposed to board. And the news that we heard was Idris done the fight 50 Cent. And it became this huge deal that 50 Cent had to cut the show short and then moved. I've heard the game, Young Buck, a number of other people tell the story from their own perspective.
One of the most craziest experiences that I've had, Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria. We was on a plane. We was on one plane. We had chartered this one big plane for everybody who's on the whole entire show. One of the guys felt like 50 was sitting in his seat, right? And the guy had, made a big scene like, yo. And security was like telling them, yo, you sitting in 50 seat, chill, can you get up or whatnot. So the security kind of probably, took it as if, you finna, yo, bro, what's going on? So he grabbed him, roughed him up, and, like, yo, man, hold on, and walked him on up off the plane. I don't know who that dude was.
What happened, man?
We're on the airplane runway about to take off. All of a sudden, I just see one, it's like a movie. I just see a dude standing in the middle of the runway, walking towards the plane while the plane is taking off. Man, guess what the plane did? Stop.
They didn't necessarily know who Idris was, because there was no, like you said, there was no mingling between the artists at the time. But they knew that this was a guy that, number one, was buff. You know that he wasn't a pushover. And then this guy was visibly angry. And they just, they were afraid for their life. But of course, we know that wasn't what it was supposed to be. But I've read 50 Cent's book, right? And 50 says he was offered $4 million to do that show. How much were you paid? The other people on the roster, did they get as much as you? Not to now compare with the $4 million that 50 got.
In 2004, I was in Germany with my crew, and I was invited to perform alongside with 50 Cent. That was a month after Wyclef came through Guinness, and we know it was a marketing strategy between the two multinationals. So I told them that, listen, if you're inviting me to play alongside with 50 Cent, whatever it is that you're giving 50 Cent, that's what you're going to give me. If you're giving 50 Cent an executive room in any 7-star hotel, I want my room to be opposite 50 Cent. If you're giving 50 Cent 25 babes, you must give me 25 babes.
Right.
If you're giving 50 Cent 25 carton of Cristal, Dom Perignon, whatever it is that you're giving 50 Cent, I want the same. Because Nigerians are the one buying the shares. Nigerians are the one drinking the beers. And it is our music that you're using to sell your products without royalties. I was the highest paid artist on that show. I got 1.5 million naira per show for the first time.
Right.
Then an artist was going to be paid that much. And it was 6 shows. I told them that whatever it is you're giving 50 Cent, that's what you're going to give me. And they said, okay, no problem. We have a deal. Waited for them to put the write-up together so I can sign. They never did. But they credited my account.
Right.
Just normal Nigerian style, believing that, okay, he will come for the show and all that. So, well, as a street boy, I had an agreement with you. I stand by my agreement. The first show was at the TBS. So I was at the backstage with my crew, E-Money, KC, Ayani Marshall, Tony 1 Week, Daddy Shoki, everybody was at backstage. And all of a sudden, the security came and said, you all have to leave the backstage. And they created one canopy. There was no AC in the canopy. And they now pushed all Nigerian artists. You needed to see that day, man. Treated Nigerian artists like animals. And I felt like, no, man, this is not going to happen to me. It was 50 Cent security that was leading the Nigerians security. We're like, hey, you, what are you doing at the backstage? You got to get the F out of that stage. I was like, excuse me, who are you, man? I don't know who you are. So yeah, 50 Cent is coming backstage. So why should I leave? I'm performing along 50 Cent, you know? So why should I leave? I'm Idris Abdul Karim. What's the problem? And it was like, no, we don't want anybody. I said, you can't do nothing. I'm staying right here. So he went back to the organizer, and the organizer was like, woo. So he said, no, leave him alone. Don't go there. You know, they knew exactly what they were doing.
So you already pressed at that point, like, why are you treating us like this?
That's what's up.
So this was at the Lagos
show? It happened at the Lagos show, at TBS, you know, right here. A lot of the Nigerian artists had to call these multinationals and I begged them to be on bill for the show. You understand what I'm saying? So I was the highest paid at that moment. You know, so I said, no, man, I ain't leaving. So 50 Cent came, you know, with his crew and all that, you know, and they went on stage and performed, and it sprayed 100 Naira notes, new 100 Naira notes, you know, in the crowd, and the crowd thought it was dollars. You know, funny enough, some stories that you don't know is that approximately about 5 people died that night. The Nigerian bureaus covered it up. People were raped, phones were stolen, and they covered it up with the press. So basically, you know, got to the airport around 8 o'clock, waited for 50 Cent and his crew for almost 2 hours, 30 minutes. And they finally came. I was seated on the business class and walked up to me and said, yeah, you got to get the fuck out of that seat. That's 50 Cent's seat. And I was like, excuse me, we don't speak fuck in Africa. I don't know what fuck is all about. My name is Idris Abdul Karim. I sold 4.6 million copies in a pirated country. Why don't you come tell me how the American market works? The reason why we're all happy you're here is because we want to learn from you. You know, get to know you and learn how the American market works. And he went back downstairs to speak with the organizer. I was watching the organizers and they were like, you know, they don't know. You know, so he came back and said, yo, we just spoke with the organizer and they said they don't fucking know who you are. Before I know what's up, man, they attacked me.
So the security kind of probably, you know, took it as if, he finna, yo, bro, what's going on? So he grabbed him, roughed him up, and, you know, like, yo, man, hold on, and walked him on up off the plane.
About 12 of them, they attacked me. Then my boys came from the economic class, so Malo, everybody, you know, to come and, you know. And meanwhile, Nigerian artists were there. They were all like,
everybody was close.
While they were coming in, a lot of them were even saying that it's into they do. Waiting being problem, sir. It's what they do. Meanwhile, they were not on the bill of the show. They were called to beg to be on the show.
Right.
So the slave mentality is still, you know, my guy rescued me, and funny enough, DJ T, if you remember DJ T, was recording everything that happened, how they attacked me.
DJ T has that
he has the footage. You know, so he kept it. And immediately that happened, you know, I just went to the door and jammed the door, you know, and the pilot was like, oh, guys, I'm not going anywhere. I don't know what the hell is going on. And I was like, yo, Fiti, I'm performing alongside with you and you disrespect me. I could have been American and do the same to you. I know what would have happened. You know what I mean? And it was like, they never told us there were artists in the plane. You know, they told us there were workers in the plane. It's like, okay.
So the organizers told 50 Cent and his crew that
there was no artists.
Are not artists. No.
Yes, that there were workers who basically just wanted to follow the...
Right.
It's like, they finally opened the door and they said everybody should get down. So I came down and the Nigerian Bureau's organizers, the chairman, Chief Odumegu, he walked up to me and was like, Idris, we're sorry, it was our fault that we didn't do the necessity and all that. But 50 Cent asked you to come and have a handshake so we can move to... I was like, no, man, I'm not doing that.
Why did you feel strongly like that, even when you wanted to
because,
have a handshake?
Because from the beginning, they knew exactly what they were doing. And for me, that was a revolution. That was a fight to rescue my people from slavery. I know it was going to affect my career, but I'm going to be a hero for the rest of my life. And I had to take that risk for Africa. Stop treating us like animals. We have talent, we have content, we are just like the Americans. The reason why Americans are what they are is because their leaders created a beautiful platform for them. From the politicians to the multinationals to everybody in different platforms. So it is our own responsibility to do the same for ourselves.
So it's been 20 years since that time. The music industry has experienced an explosion like none other.
That's right.
You are older now, right? You are not as active as say you were, you know, in your prime. But do you feel a sense of betrayal looking back now, like people that are benefiting now don't understand what I had to give up? And at the time, were there active people that were trying to blacklist you?
Oh, of course. For me, it was a revolution.
You thought of it like, I'm going to do this for a cause?
Yes.
Or you just wanted to make a statement right now?
No, for a cause. Right. For Nigerian artists to be respected and to be paid very well. And it finally happened. Without that revolution, there wouldn't have been the Burna Boy, the video. They wouldn't have been benefiting whatever it is that they are benefiting now.
Does it offend you? Does it hurt you? Do you feel betrayed when these stars now look at their own personal stories and how they've been successful and go like, nobody paved the way?
Oh, because they are selfish. Because they've never gone through a time before in their life. They never knew what it took Baba Kekeke Ogungbe to give us platform at that time when everybody was saying that no, rap music or Afro music will never be what it is. That no, go back to the studio and record Juju music. Go back to the studio, record Fuji music. Where are you from? Go back and sing your dialect. But this was a beautiful new song. It was Afro hip hop, which is called Afrobeat today.
There's a tendency for people to be fixated on Idris, what Idris is saying, how Idris is sounding, or Idris fought with 50 Cent, or Idris did Nigeria Jaga Jaga. To me, I think it removes sometimes from the quality work that you've done, right? And we're talking about with the remedies with you as a solo artist. Do you look back on your discography and wish it was produced at a different time? Are you happy with what you were able to do for yourself with Eddie, with Kenny Music, and with Lacrim and every other thing that you've done? Do you think you came at the right time, or would you have preferred to have come like now that it's easier to make music and easier to...
I came at the right time. If I didn't come at the right time, I wouldn't have revolutionized the industry. Today, there wouldn't have been what we have today.
That's how you feel?
Oh, yes. The point is that it was 21 years ago that I sang Nigeria Jaga Jaga. And it took Nigerians 21 years to understand the meaning of Jaga Jaga because they have started feeling the heat. Nigerians forget easily. But now, you don't hit everybody. Now, people, before, they dance to the beats. But now they listen to the lyrics like, oh, okay, this is what Idris was saying 21 years ago. Even Obasanjo himself has become the chief campaigner of Jaga Jaga today. He said, my papa and my mama Jaga Jaga, but funny enough, he's my father. So Obasanjo is the real Jaga Jaga. It's the problem of Nigeria. It's the one that put us to where we are today. Thank God I've been vindicated.
You feel like you...
Oh, vindication sweet me. During Goodluck Jonathan, fuel was 180 naira. Buhari came and took it to 350. Tinubu came and skyrocketed it to what? 700 naira. During Goodluck Jonathan, dollar was 189. Buhari came and took it to 320. Tinubu came, skyrocketed to 1,200.
So for you,
how much is spaghetti during Goodluck Jonathan? It was 60 naira. During Buhari, became 130 naira. Now, spaghetti is 800 naira. That's 200%. impoverishing Nigerians, doing everything possible to make people go crazy and sad. So if you hate the truth, it's because you're eating from the government. They say you don't talk where you eat. Of course, that is the principle.
So for you, are you content to be there's a song that you mentioned that Two-Face at the time did a song that said he wanted to be like Obasanjo. But me, I won't be like Fela and Nicola.
Why do you want to be like Obasanjo, somebody that sent somebody to kill and wiped out the OOD?
I'm sure that was talking in a certain context.
It doesn't matter. You have to take your time to know exactly what you are talking about to want to be like somebody.
But you want to be like Fela?
Most definitely.
With all of the criticisms that Fela had?
Most definitely.
It's not a problem for you?
Oh no, most definitely. Because I know they lied against him.
Which one of them again? Which lie did they lie?
Now today, that he had AIDS when we know they killed him.
That's how you feel about
Please, guy, watch out for the documentary. Idris is coming to expose a lot of things to you guys. Dede Mabiaku will tell you much about Fela Anikulapo Kuti. Bro, it's a saddening situation we find ourselves in this country. Immediately, you are a person that speaks the truth. Just know that you are the enemy of the state. They will create lies on your head. But who gives a damn when God loves you for speaking the truth? I'm an ambassador to God. I am satisfied. I am happy. Nowhere you go, that they play Nigeria, Jaga Jaga, you won't see everybody stand up and start dancing. People are feeling the heat. Jaga Jaga will stop raining the day Nigeria becomes a great country.
Nobody can accuse Idris Abdulkarim of not saying his mind, right? Whatever, either in song, either through your social media, you say it's how you feel it. Do you feel like that often makes people want to stay away, like, nah, Idris on too much? Or you don't care once you get your truth off?
Anybody that hates the truth is the enemy of the state. Funny enough, most of the enemy of the state are part of the state. You can imagine that after DJT recorded everything that happened, Charlie Boy was the P-Man president at that time. And he came to the airport, and his responsibility was to take that off and fight for the artists. But he went behind and collected money from Nigerian bureaus to blacklist me.
Do you know that for a fact? Or
are you kidding me?
You know that for a fact?
Are you kidding me? Where is the tape? Ask Mr. The DJT. Ask now, DJT will tell you that the tape is with Charlie Boy. So he used it to negotiate. Now today we there for Nigeria. We don't know what's in the apple. I say it all the time. It's all over the internet. I'm not scared to say my truth.
That's right.
There are a lot of truth that I haven't even said. Because I'm waiting for the right time to say those things. So I'm coming up with documentary very, very soon to expose a lot of things.
It's interesting that you mentioned that there's a documentary in the works. So typically, it appears like for the last 20 to 25 years of Afrobeats, there hasn't been much storytelling, deliberate curation of this period.
That's
you
right.
Can count how many people have done books.
That's right.
I've done 2 books.
That's right.
Right. There's been only 2 documentaries, and you have all of these icons and legends that are growing old by the day. How do you think that we as Nigerians should invest our time and resources into curating the stories for history and then for posterity?
Yes, most times you flash back and get to understand that even in our schools today, history has been taken off the curriculum because it was intentional for a lot of people not to understand their history in order not to stand up and fight for it. How would you do that to your citizens? How would you do that to your own citizens? Just because of the bad things that you have done, you don't want Nigerians to know, so they don't wake up and revolutionize against you tomorrow. Right. So my advice for individuals is never lie to yourself. Stand up, appreciate yourself, unite, forget about religion and tribal sentiment. Unite in any group that you are, in any platform that you represent, in any government that you represent. Stand up and know your right and fight for your right. Invest also in your right. invest in everything that you all do, unite together and speak in one voice. If not, forget it.
Them say I fight 50 cents, see them out, them just say I'm anyhow. Them say I don't go exile, Mr. President catch you, he go flog you. For your information, they met Mr. President 101 inside Souq. Them say I don't go make them again. Them say I ain't got no game. And this music come back again, make a head do you want? Them say I don't like government because they treat my people anyhow. Them say they no give me show, they won't see how rude boy won't survive. They travel to America and Canada, Asian, Caribbean, South Africa. Met you in the Soviet, you were doing it right. Now I'm back home locking wicked and inside. For my friends will love me, I thank you well. Idris is back again.
Is this something that you are looking at doing yourself? Because you have a very strong voice, you have stronger convictions. Why don't we put it to things that can put you in a position to act on the things that you are convinced of?
Oh, most definitely. I will at the right time. Right. If your music has no content, then the lifespan of that music is 3 months. You have to go back to the studio to record another stupid music.
I think
and you go back again after 3 months, after that one don't rain finish, to record. But Jaga Jaga is still raining. Mr. Lecturer, BBC had to send Kiki to go into the campus to find out if it was true that lecturers were actually harassing the girls. But you saw what happened. You saw the fact. Lecturers were caught red-handed.
Right. And this was
harassing girls. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Jaga Jaga in itself, I know that it was inspired by certain things, but was it you rebelling against, leadership at the time? Was it you being, like Jesus said, the ghetto reporter, just reporting what's happening on the streets? But was that how you felt about the country of your birth? That has given you everything. Do you feel, or did you feel at the time that it was Jaga Jaga? So let me tell the world that it's Jaga Jaga. Or was there a bigger message that you tried to pass across the world?
I was nominated to raise the Olympic torch alongside with Professor Pat Utomi, Dora Akinyuli, late, may her soul rest in peace. May you continue to rest in peace, Mommy. We love you. Larry Izamuje, Shegun Odegbami, and a few other people,
Now, time now to go on to KK, live at the airport as he welcomes back Nigeria's contingent from carrying the Olympic torch.
But for the Olympics is right around the corner, and we have some Nigerians that represented Nigeria in Cairo, making things happen for Nigeria.
Because this is the first time Nigerians are participating in Olympic torch relay. And the very first time the torch is touching base on Africa.
Let's check out Idris Abdul Karim, Nigerian music legend. Tell the young people the feeling.
It's good, you know what I'm saying? What I just want to say is whatever you want to do, keep your head up. Don't let no one brings you down. You can actually achieve anything you want to achieve.
And we got to Egypt and we are all together in the same hotel. And late Dora Akinyuli was like, my son, how did you get here? I said, Mr. Lecturer got me here. He said, oh, Mr. Lecturer. I said, oh, wait a minute. The song, Mr. Lecturer. I said, yes. I said, oh, wow. People are observing things. People are observing situations. This is huge. Please put up more songs like that out there. Don't be scared of anybody. Make sure you speak the truth, whether anybody likes it or not.
And this was,
during lunch.
Yeah, speaking this to you.
Yeah. And Professor Patutomi said the same thing to me and encouraged me. Same thing with Shegun Odegbami. We grew up in Kano together, And it was like, oh, I'm very proud of you. So the next day, while the torch, passing started, Professor Patutomi from 20 meter collected the torch and it ran towards me. And I was so emotional that day. He was crying. I knew he started crying from the moment
you got it.
I didn't know what was going through his mind. I couldn't tell. But when he got to me, I saw that he has been crying. And he passed the torch to me and he said, my son, I'm passing my generation to your generation. Bro, are you kidding me?
That's a heavy statement.
It's automatically telling me that I'm giving you an authority to go and speak on behalf of Nigerians. That is your field as a musician. So you can change the country with your music and speak the truth, whether anybody likes it or not. And I was like, wow. I cried, I couldn't help it. So I ran and, dropped my, touch to the next person, which is from another country, And I went back to the hotel that day. I went to take my shower. Then I did my ablution and I did my salat. If I want to talk to my God, I have to do my salat and my prayers and say, yo, God, I want to go into fasting. This is what I want to do. Please show me the way. Tell me what to do. So I started the fasting the next day. And after 7 days, we got back to Lagos. I slept. And the word was Nigeria, Jaga Jaga.
That's how you heard it?
Oh, yes. And I stood up immediately. Pick up my phone. Right. Nigeria, Jaga Jaga. Nigeria, Jaga Jaga. And I look at it. Everything scatter. Poor man, they suffer. Busa. Gunshot in the air. And immediately, I called Soso. I called Chris Okoro. And we hit the studio.
Right.
And I recorded Nigeria, Jaga Jaga. You heard Obasanjo say, you see this chair? It's over my dead body. That's how Obasanjo encouraged gangsterism in politics. That is how he encouraged corruption in politics. Today, it has evolved all over politicians.
There are people from your era, some people that you are friendly with.
Yes.
The late great Steve Kadri.
Yeah.
The late OJB.
Yeah.
Had these issues.
Yeah.
Do you feel sometimes like, why am I here? Do you feel like, why didn't they get the same blessing that I got in surviving this?
I feel like we need more information. If we had more information back then, a lot of people wouldn't have died, on this kidney issue. Like, for example, some people travel to India to get this transplant done. And then they give them medication that they will use for 1 year without medical checkup every month to know how the kidney is doing, to check your creatinine, to see what's going on, to get your tacrolimus test done, to see how your kidney is doing, and then wait for 1 year for the medication to be done, then order for another medication without regular checkup. Right. That's why you see most people that go to India, they just die.
Right.
Right. But sweetest thing that ever happened to me was that I have someone like Dr. Bamboyi. I did a song, I called his name. I did a song to appreciate my wife, and I called his name. Dr. Bamboyi is such, where Nigerians are so gifted.
Right.
Nigerians are so gifted, we just have bad leadership.
That means, like Fela said, we go here and win.
Oh no, plenty things. Because 2024, you go hear story. They go hear fire. Now, they go hear. Because I know God intentionally protect my life and gave me this opportunity for me to do a lot of things. I still have a lot of work to do. If not, maybe I would have gone. I know He loves me so much. For me, in my dream, God called me His political activist. That's what He called me, political activist. My political activist.
And you are determined to follow.
Oh, yes. My responsibility is to speak the truth. Only truth will set our country free, whether anybody likes it or not. So I have to appreciate Nigerians all over the world in diaspora for their prayers and support. Appreciate my wife, Sekinat, Yetunde. I love you so much, May Allah continue to bless you. Appreciate my wife and my children. Appreciate Kenny Ogungbe, Appreciate Chief Allen Oyema, Appreciate my brother Imoni. That's when you know who are your friends, that came out to show you love and support you. You know what I mean? And also to appreciate Dr. Bamboyi. May you live long. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I mean, since after my surgery, approximately 12 transplants has been carried out. People come from Canada to come to Nigeria to come and
That's amazing.
Do you understand?
That's amazing.
So imagine if we have great leadership and we have great hospitals and equipment, people will come all over the world.
You burst on the scene at a time that Nigerian music, as we know it, wasn't the way it was. Right. At the time that you came out, all of the international major record companies had come and gone. The Nigerian music industry was without form at this point. But that's the era that you came out in. I've written about you. I've done quite some stuff, and I know how you came from Kano to Lagos. In just a brief words, how now that you're looking back, how do you make that connection? You were doing okay in Kano, living a normal youngster life, but you wanted to do music, and you headed to Lagos. Not that somebody said, "Idris, come and stay with me." Not that you had a friend that you were writing to. How did you make that connection from Kano to Lagos and then eventually to Kenny Ogungbe, even before it became Kenny's music?
God, revolution, revelation. In my dream, God kept telling me, "You're called."
People say that they hear from God,
it's for real.
like that.
It's for real.
Because I don't hear literally like that.
Yes, I get my message from God through my dreams. And when he said it's time, and he tell me what to do. And I go to the studio, I do it. I just explained to you how Jaga Jaga came up.
Right.
Same way Mr. Lecturer came up. I was in Kano in 1995.
Okay.
Looking forward to people like Dr. Fresh. I know you must have heard Dr. Fresh. Music in the North was big than the South. Yes. Hip hop was alias in the North.
Yeah.
So Dr. Fresh was just the biggest star in Kano at that time. There's no shows in Central Hotel, any part of the North that Dr. Fresh doesn't go and shut down. So I was still in military school then, Army Day, Bukavu Barak. I have a couple of friends that I met in school who were basically into music, but I've never seen them, perform before. So one day, my agricultural teacher was like, "There's an event going on at the Soldiers Club today, so that I should just come around and watch before I go to the house." So I got to the Soldiers Club, and that was the first time I was like, I was blown and I was shocked, like, really? So people rapping, people miming, doing their thing. And I was like, wow. Funny enough, at that time, I was already representing Kano State. In fact, I represented Nigeria as a table tennis player. I played ping pong. I represented Kano as a cadet player, alongside with, Yinkama Jekodumi, Taufik Maya, Funke Oshinaike, Biola Odumosun. Oh, yes. So, but for me, immediately I got to experience music. I just went for music.
Wow.
I knew it was my call. I knew it was my call. I knew this is it. I was looking for an opportunity, an avenue to express myself and speak for the voice of the voiceless. To speak for the people who can speak for themselves. So after that day, I invited a couple of them to come to the house. My mom lives at Sabongeri. She sells pepper soup. So they come and eat. Then I'll ask them questions. How do you do this?
There's been certain health challenges that you've had, that some of the people that you were close to, that you knew, had, how did that make you feel? First, how did you know that you were ill? Was there specific symptoms that you had at the time that you felt like, this is not right? And then that's just in brief.
In 2012, I went for an event. I know how energetic I am when I'm performing. Then I noticed something wasn't right at the side of my tummy. So it was a beautiful performance, killed the crowd that I managed to perform. I went back home, I told my wife, went to the hospital, and stayed to go and do checkup. When I got to the hospital, the doctor was like, my kidney is very weak. You need to give me some medication, So he gave me a couple of medications. Ending of 2022, started feeling the pain more after performances. January 2023, I told my wife, we need to go to, what's it called? We need to go and see a doctor, a specialist that I was told about, somewhere around Ikeja GRA. So went there and did all tests, and he said my kidney is failing, that I need to start the dialysis. You know, told me everything and put me through everything. I agreed to start my dialysis. There was few friends of my wife that had the same issue.
Right.
And my wife called them and reached out to them, and I was like, what's up? How did he go about it, you know? Was like, no, that we should leave that hospital and book an appointment with Dr. Bamboye at St. Nicholas Hospital. Immediately, the next day, we got an appointment with Dr. Bamboye, went to see Dr. Bamboye. A man is an angel, man. You know, so went to see Dr. Bamboye, and Dr. Bamboye was like, hi, Idris, how are you? I love your music. I love the fact that you speak the truth. You know, we appreciate people. You're not just a regular patient. So I'm interested in your case. So go to the lab and let them get all these tests done for you. Then we'll take it up from there. So went to the lab and they did all the tests, and it was like, okay, so Idris, here's the point. Your kidney has failed.
It is now.
Now, you're on stage 4. So you need a transplant. With a transplant, you're going to live your life again like a newborn baby. And I was like, so how do I get a transplant? How do I get a kidney? Does the hospital, you know, it was like, no, that if that happens, that would be like we're trafficking organs and all that.
Yeah.
He says, so what we do basically is we take from family members, your children, your brother, your friends. Then right there, my wife was like, can I donate for him? We never talked about it. I didn't know. It was like, can I donate for him? And doctor was like, yes, if you are compatible. And she was like, how do I know that I'm compatible? Said, you have to go through a couple of tests. He said, can I start now? Doctor was like, yes. So she went to the lab. She did about 15 different tests. And to God be the glory, she was compatible with me. And I'll say that I should get ready next month. The surgeon will be coming in from America and India. It wasn't up to a week. We got a call that the surgeons are around. You guys should check in today. You know, this was October last year. So we told our children about it. So they prayed. They were crying, but they prayed, you know. So we got to the hospital. We told them that when Dr. Bamboye told me it was transplant plan, I knew I was going to make it. I knew that people love me out there. I know people that love me genuinely for what I stand for what I speak for. Not for playing music, but for what I stand for. So when my wife now said what she said and we're compatible, I was very happy. So my dialysis wasn't even up to 4 months. We were checked in to the hospital, and my children went home. And the Indian woman came and were like, Abdul, how are you? I'm fine. You know, say, so Abdul, this is where I'm going to be putting your new kidney tomorrow. And just relax. It's a regular thing that I do. Don't worry. You know, I checked all your tests and I found out that your body, spirit, and soul are in good spirit to go, and I'm happy for that. So everything is gonna be fine. You know, just relax yourself, okay? I say, yes, doc, thank you very much. So around 8 o'clock in the morning, I came to take my wife to the, theater. And when it was 9 o'clock, they came back for me and went to the theater. And as soon as they lay me down on the bed, it wasn't up to 1 minute.
You took off.
I was gone.
I know.
And 5 hours later, it was pain
That woke you.
that woke me up. So much pain. And I was like, I want water. I want to drink water. And the Indian woman was like, Idris, this is 6 p.m. Prepare yourself and relax yourself. You're going to take water by 7 a.m. I was like, God, 7 a.m., long. So I was like, where's my wife? Where's my wife? Like, don't worry, your wife is in the next ICU. She's fine and everything is okay with her, So I started praying. And the doctor was like, congratulations. It was perfect. It was okay. Congratulations. I was like, I want to see my wife, because they've done her since.
Yeah.
So she was okay. She was just smiling. I was like, what's up? She see me, I cry, I shout, I say, she's fine, don't worry. Like, how am I? I said, I'm very, very fine, And she was like, we thank God. Like, then she should go back and rest. So she went. So I was in the hospital, in the ICU for 8 days, Then the pain started reducing, subsiding. Then they moved us from the ICU to the ward, So came to check us all for another 7 days. Gave me my medication, and after 15 days, I was discharged. Go back home, show me my medication. In fact, funny enough, I was surprised. When it was 7 o'clock, they brought water for me, I drank. And when it was 8 o'clock, they brought beans, plantain,
Oh, wow.
and beef.
And you ate it.
And I was telling the doctor that, no, doctor said I should not eat beans. I should not eat. He said, no, you're a new person now. Go ahead, eat. I was like, what?
Oh, wow.
Like, seriously?
Oh, wow. That's an amazing.
It's like, seriously? So yes. I was like, God, I give you the glory. Thank you.
I saw a few comments and one stood out to me. And somebody said, who doesn't know you, by the way? Just said, look at him, a typical Nigerian man. If it was his wife that needed the kidney, he would not have given it.
I would do the same because she's a godsend. From the day that I met her,
Right.
and my mom saw her, she's a godsend. I would have done the same. I mean, which woman will give her husband a kidney if the man is not a good man?
That's a good
It's not possible.
That's a good point.
The woman will not go, who?
That's a
If you are a bad man, no woman would want to give you a kidney.
That's a good
And everybody that knows me know that I love my wife so much. And I don't joke with family. I love family. Nobody's perfect, actually. But I don't joke with family. I love my wife so much.
Right.
So if I was in a position, I would have done the same thing.
There are people from your era, some people that you are friendly with.
Yes.
The late great Steve Kadri.
Yeah.
The late OJB.
Yeah.
Had these issues.
Yeah.
Do you feel sometimes like, why am I here? Do you feel like, why didn't they get the same blessing that I got in surviving this?
I thought of it. But, I feel like we need more information. If we had more information back then, a lot of people wouldn't have died, on this kidney issue. Like, for example, some people travel to India to get this transplant done. And then they give them medication that they will use for 1 year without medical checkup every month. That's why you see most people that go to India, they just die.
Right.
Sweetest thing that ever happened to me was that I have someone like Dr. Bamboyi. You know, I did a song, I called his name. I did a song to appreciate my wife, and I called his name. Dr. Bamboyi is such, where Nigerians are so gifted.
Right.
Nigerians are so gifted, we just have bad leadership.
And now that you are newly born, that means, like Fela said, we go here we.
Oh no, plenty things. Because 2024, you go hear story. They go hear fire. Now, they go hear. Because I know God intentionally, you know, protect my life and give me this opportunity for me to do a lot of things. I still have a lot of work to do. If not, maybe I would have gone. I know He loves me so much. For me, in my dream, God called me his political activist. That's what He called me, political activist. My political activist.
And you are determined to follow.
Oh, yes. My responsibility is to speak the truth. Only truth will set our country free, whether anybody likes it or not. So I have to appreciate Nigerians all over the world in diaspora for their prayers and support. I appreciate my wife, Sekinat, Yetunde. I love you so much, you know. May Allah continue to bless you. I appreciate my wife and my children. I appreciate Kenny Ogungbe, you know. I appreciate Chief Allen Oyema, you know. I appreciate my brother Imoni, you know. That's when you know who are your friends, you know, that came out to show you love and support you, you know what I mean? And also appreciate Dr. Bamboyi. May you live long. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I mean, since after my surgery, approximately 12 transplants has been carried out.
Wow. By Dr. Bamboyi.
People come from Canada to come to Nigeria to come and...
That's amazing.
Do you understand?
That's amazing.
So imagine if we have great leadership and we have great hospitals and equipment, people will come all over the world. I told one of my friends that, listen, man, I'd like to go and perform at Trend 2, which is the regular place where we perform at Central Hotel in Kano. And they were like, oh, that's beautiful. Why not? So that day, Dr. Fresh was performing, and I went there and I was invited to come and perform. So that day, I experienced the first politics. I was invited, I grabbed the microphone, and I asked the DJ to play my instrumental. I immediately started playing the instrumental and I started rapping. They removed the wire and they made it look like it was my fault. I got off stage. In the next 6 minutes, the music is back and everything. And Dr. Fresh came on stage and performed and everything. Oh, okay. The guy called me, said, that's the politics. I was like, oh, really? I said, oh, okay. So next time, while I was going back there, I took my DJ along with me.
Oh, so you already had a DJ?
Oh, I took my DJ along with me and performed my song and everything was okay. And I killed the crowd. And since that day, I became a competitor to Dr. Fresh.
Right.
Chased him out of Kano. And he went to Abuja. Went to Abuja. I heard he's in Abuja. I went to Abuja. Chased him out of Abuja. Came to Lagos. I heard he was in Lagos. That's when I took the 911 bus. I was bringing tomato and pepper and came
So
to...
you didn't come to Lagos in a luxurious bus?
No, luxurious bus. Moto to tata ati tomato.
That's how you got to Lagos to chase your dream?
That's right. Couldn't go to family's house. I had to stay under the bridge. Then head down. It was for like 9 months though.
And I'm thinking about it.
How I survived.
Yes.
I wake up every morning. The hold up is piling up. And I walk through any car that is an under car. I know it's an Hausa car. Hausa road.
Oh, that's true.
That's their favorite car. They don't like any other car than Honda.
Right.
So The wind down, I just start rapping. Na hau mota, to ina malan zamu je kana wanda abu, nan muka fara, Kano ta kare, ko da mai ka zo an fika, na je kura, da ciromawa, na ibawa, har nasarawa, mun shiga city, jama'a titi suka ce sai ka kai sabo, a kwana a tashi, na gan duniya, na iso na gaida gida ne, Kano City. So they will just start laughing.
Oh, wow.
They will just start laughing. Like, hey, that Kano ne? What's your name? Idris. Ah, I like you. Yeah, let me give you something. Here's my number. If you need anything, call me. That's how I lived. And those contacts, from that time till today, when I made it, I still keep those contacts.
We could have done this for another 3 hours.
Thank you, Taiwo. I imagine. Thank you, Taiwo.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafor, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Obalende. And in fact, we had it. We didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse. That's what So I was born in that little place, and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had you here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We needed that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with scholars bus, which was virtually provided for free. When scholars bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well, and so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends. Okay, Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you. That I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were our brothers' keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokunbo, Okekpokpo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay, so those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. We help out. Because, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school, but some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers, and a lot of the time I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published, and I liked it. Okay, you open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafor, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafor. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, they would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what called me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine, you want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University and studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akimbodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at Jekirandu Hall, you know. So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akibodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, you know, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, you know. So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Lintas Advertising. When I walked into Lintas, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. You know, then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Lintas. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Lintas. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, you know. So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Lintas. And Lintas and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. You know. So that was my life. From Lintas, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, we was formed by 3 partners, you know, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akodusi left Admark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Lintas, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Souq, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann. Got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, no, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, look, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no. He just wants to talk to you. So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, my name is this. And I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, she, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks in a very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me anyway? To cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago. But I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other. We knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, I mean, if you had a news that was breaking, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, So, newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. I mean, for instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio, okay? Interesting stories. I had, there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So we were picking up things that were odd. People didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing. Radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it, a lot of the time you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be, okay? So now, people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the news stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. because the multiplicity of media sources create problem. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing, and people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check. Okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be. So in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. People are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram, people are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity in the media, and I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. Thanks to our mobile news. You talk to people in any village in Nigeria, and suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted in news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, Remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bank? I said, I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank. who will come into the bank and get properly served? Who will come into the bank and feel like human? Who will come into the bank feel important? Because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay, so that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits, okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest of 20%, 23%. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so high. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the bank than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must just say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. I mean, in the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, it goes as far as. I mean, maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So there'll be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And suddenly banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. they look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks, so people can spread out, and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system, and we are still growing. Now, the banks for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring, and you know, the governor of Central Bank will come shaking, because you had the power, bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do. And it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them, and you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So look at the changing of our redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN. within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. You know what Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this space. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it with people who deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We all know, simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, president said so, president said, even things that the president did not say, president said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Obalende used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. And he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back, My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother is carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go round Obalende, Igoshere, Bamboshe, Oshodi, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold, and make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I have learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Igoshere, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up till where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to, to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you were reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university did it occur to you, okay, I'm going to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igoshere Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear Buban Shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, even when his dress is khaki and khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long tie, up till a point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, But these days, I have just acquired that fashion taste, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with. And I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too unconsciously will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. He doesn't come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They're all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that. And the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates. Staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. They took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern, young families, more so if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out anytime they like. They can wear, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, where did they, aren't their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Particularly the female. Even the guys wearing what they, think they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents, to talk to your children. No. We should never be scared to talk to them. Because they are not going to take us over. They are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. They're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right, because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. No, don't spoil the children. Give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. In those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling, okay? You still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. Families are growing, society is expanding, and you can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and all that. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course I work. There's this thing that keeps on saying, if all you can do is work for 30-40 minutes a day, okay, and then of course I'm an avid fan of football up to today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay. Hot colors frighten me. Okay. And if you have to do it, just make it minimal. When I pick my dress, for instance, you got to know you want the kind of shirt you want to wear to match the color of the tie you want to use, to match the color of your suit, so it doesn't run riot. So it's extremely important. And I say to my friends, just Google it. What color matches this and what color matches that? So you don't become like a Christmas tree. on the road. That was the third one. Food. I grew up enjoying my eba and amala. Growing up from Obalende, okay? So I do my eba, I do my amala. Rice occasionally. But then these days, from age 70 upwards, the doctors are screaming, watch what you eat, what the quantity you eat. So my wife draws up a weekly timetable. Monday is this, Tuesday is that, Wednesday is that, and she manages to mix up a slightly heavy one and a slightly lighter one so that you have a good mix. With age, you cut down on a lot of things. Cut down on your booze, cut down on your champagne, you cut down on your wine, you cut down on your salt. In fact, it's like they're punishing us. But then they say that is the way to go to be able to at least live longer and enjoy more of life.
You are unable to understand why the Imo man, Imo woman, Bayelsa man, Bayelsa woman will blow egg to chicken and chicken will cry. You are the one that don't understand it. You can't understand the science behind it. So what you should do is go and study how to understand it. That was why China closed their border for 25 years. Today, the Europeans and Americans are trooping to China to study this year. They are in droves. Today, Ayurveda is a full ministry in India. The Global Center for Traditional Medicine is in Gujarat, in India. It became 1 year in March this year. Because these people refused to be intimidated. They even want to scrape us so that we will not talk.
Because of the advent of drugs, hospitals, and modern technology, natural medicine in Nigeria have been relegated to the back for the longest of time in Nigeria. This situation has left Nigerians and Africans at large at the mercy of drugs produced abroad, as opposed to the effective, potent, and curing ability of leaves and roots. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency and natural medicine practitioners have partnered with Femi Walsh, owners of Souq News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed at a meeting held between both parties on Wednesday, July 7, 2024 in Lagos.
You can just cross it. You just cross one way. Yes, send it to both.
At the meeting, the Director General of the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje, welcomed the guests, saying that there is need to positively change the narrative of natural medicine in Nigeria, and by extension, Africa. According to Professor Emeje, Souq News Television and the Isle 104.9 has the capacity to showcase the tremendous studies, research work, and products coming out of Nigeria to the world.
So I believe your coming on board is also at a very critical period. So that, yes, you know, when we talked the other time and you said that because of our activities, people will start saying they want to be DJ or that, let them come and do. Yes, it is better for us to be known, to be lucrative, to be functional, so that people will compete to come and be DG, than for us to be obliterated. Do you understand? Because no matter how you do DG, you have expiry date. You will go. But let the organization remain for the benefit of our nation. Thank you very much.
Professor Emeje, responding on behalf of the president of Femi Wash Media, Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Wash, the vice president of Femi Wash Media, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze, said, as Nigerians, we talk down on Nigeria a lot.
The beauty about what we're doing is that we also know that the end of post television is coming close to an end, because the Gen Zs, they don't watch too much of television, they are on their cell phone. And so we adopt the over-the-top technology as a company to distribute our content, both in Africa, Asia, and America. Yesterday, I was still talking to a friend of mine, I met him in Toronto, who's giving us an inroad into the Caribbean, where our brothers are who were moved from this place. So we show to the world what we are capable of doing, and this will attract attention of the world to the agency. I said to Prof the other day that I know that very soon people will be struggling to become DG of the agency. Now there's no budget in it, that's why people are not struggling. But very soon budget will come to it. And then everybody can live in decent and good life. So it's a pleasure to partner with you and to see how to drive this vision. And in the next 4 years, as Prof is still here.
Dr. Osamanze, in the presence of Souq News Television's Chief Responsibility Officer, Sam Orowuje, Business Manager Shade Uwe, and Chooks John Rogers, appreciated the NNMDA management and staff for a wonderful meeting that has signaled the beginning of a beautiful relationship in times to come.
In 1957, just a greenhorn, leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalende, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years after the founding fathers, dreamt of starting television, radio from, all the war years, learning a bit from America. It all started from America. Because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in, school's debates on radio, we just walked across. It's all in Obalende and Ikoyi, Balende/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry. He went to be a news reader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Irikefe. Then we had people like Tung Adedoyin and Souq. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, a little box in your home, and everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting. But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street. The nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry, I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to, the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which is also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now. But actually, they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us. People like Mrs. Francesca Emanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like the late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knots somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver. Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges. And somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, you can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Poliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing, that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question, I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Muhammad, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear in WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, something to secure, something, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still eke a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. But by this time I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth and I said a few things. And the man looked at me and said, "How come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent?" And I didn't know what he meant because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. So I was the Lord of Tartary. I would do this and that and the other. So I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, "You were not paying attention." So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent. You have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, the way we're trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not trying to show off or to project your own image, or whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poetry? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have done. Being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, you will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who has just won the election, or the one who has just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, We had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. For those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop, so you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are, if that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you plonk without, I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in Pied Fire of Hamelin Towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By famous Hanover City, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl, being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress, how would you ever get there? But you already have that background, that solid background on the rock, as it were. So, by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learnt from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there, with all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. But just do what you're meant to do properly, with a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that stands at the back of your mind. That goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sick child. And I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Aogi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. Then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. It didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night, I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, you know, that I was not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was the staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board. I was not the only one. All the members of the board had their own, you know, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many, what do you call it then, teleprompters. Well, I was very good at, you know, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that, you know, will help you to project the image of the professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, you know, bits of criticism here, there, and yonder. You can't be a goodie, you know, to shoots without, you know, any, how shall I say it, problem here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like G.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that, you know, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Johnson, Lyndon Johnson. And we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were two black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball, I think it was very overwhelming for me, because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadevo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting, behind, 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still not seeing, you know, we were still feeling very hot about, you know, the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, you know, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. 2 black people, they didn't even say Nigerians. They thought we were from Ghana, because some journalists came around and said, how is your man Nkrumah? And we said, no, our own Prime Minister is Tafawa Balewa. They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That has happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But you don't ad lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, but they make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just gained, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, oh, it's raining, and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, you're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift, not everyone that has a talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anike Agbadilun was excellent. Olasope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. But we were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. Not easy. Like I said, when we were taught by, not by Nigerians. But somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. You can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Roboman, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea. Because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV. and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikenna Ndagoba or Bodelalade and things like that, or Friday Fode or Mike Enahoro. So somebody must have gone to him and said, oh, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, we had a Bible then, that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this, your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Siene Oweber, and of course Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. You cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you had the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Ndagoba. And you're trying to prepare your roster. You wanted to put such people online to read the network news. They say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like the Radididu and do a little bit of Ewe on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural milieu and bringing, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. In that aspect, in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, all the way things have turned around. And Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is reigning everywhere in the world. So really you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. Takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have the call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out from the right side of your bed or not. You're going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now Federal whatever, which you don't even know where the man, who came up with the idea. He didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they will ask the whole nation, they will say, where are we going to take this from? They will ask everybody, they will do a census, they will do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now and, all of you can start marching forward and march back again. soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around, price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, let's turn around and turn it upside down. First stack. It's the only thing that has moved to the whole world from Nigeria, that shook the whole world, that brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even from the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station. From, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time to come and man the station because what was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there is still alive. Let us ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish, that is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's go call the Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first attack, we were still recovering, just batting in the glory of first attack. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in it, he came and had his own first attack, all on his own, from America. Stevie Wonder, he came with his whole team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then.
What do you think went wrong?
Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy our own Nigerian people, wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that's emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having? I had a friend who was head of the, he was from the British Guyana, a black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. He said, what happened? Why are we going to have another festa? Professor Ian Hall, he keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive. Anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan. And then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed. But in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a festac in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, they'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in WNTV, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody in their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things, so Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much and He wanted us to learn about things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. He tore it up. He said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, they told us stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know that I've gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture, for our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theatre now. And we want somebody to come and do something there. If we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past, people like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things. Things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. Get people like Wade Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I will be there to answer. Because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. The image of Nigeria will come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories on this question that you've asked me. A very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have mentioned it somewhere. I think on one of the channels when they was trying to build the scandal around it, and I said, and I tried to put the record straight. That wasn't really what happened, and that it was from, I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to his breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that that wasn't really the true picture. I have due respect. I have to, bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others coming on board. But I was taken aback that the head of state asked me a question that, because in the past, we were in the studios when the head of state came, and we were given scripts. If there had been, there had been several coups, and it's always the presenter or the station like that, the managers that take the brunt of the whole, the issue when things like that happen. You don't know who is coming. You don't know how many jeeps are going to be coming in. You don't know how many, what you call that, all those heavy equipment that they drive in as they are coming into the studio. You don't know whether they are going to shoot the station down. Nobody knows that. It's only the people who have worked during that period that can relay those experiences. Sometimes you're at work in the morning, by the time you come back in the afternoon, the government has changed. And if you haven't got maybe your ID card, you won't be allowed into the station, or somebody can throw you in or into jail. So all this had happened in the past. Nobody has told any of these stories. People like Segun Lushola or Dr. Kolade. Somebody might come and say, so has happened. I was driving my former husband to work in the morning. I dropped him at the station. By the time I reached home, there had been a coup. Murtala had been killed. And they were under siege, the whole station. Just imagine that kind of scenario. Things like that had happened in the past. But Nigerians don't have that sense of history that wants to sit down and say, well, we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Of course, we'll pray that it doesn't happen again. And you wake up in the morning and somebody is announcing something else, different from what you have. A colleague of ours had been, pushed into something that he wasn't aware of. Those are kind of situations that have happened in the past. But this one, we were all dressed in ceremonial costume and trying to, I was the only one that was asked to stay in the presidential, what do you call it, special area that is demarcated for head of states on issues like that. And all of a sudden, the president is following me all about. And I said, this is getting too close for comfort. And I said, what's your name again? I said, my name is Julie Coker. I was trying to play innocent, that I didn't know what was happening. He said, hey, how much did this your dress cost? Can't happen. Sorry, sir. I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, not in the profession per se, that we mean, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Ade Lanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, "You have been very rude to the president." The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, "Good morning, Mr. President, sir." Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by a new head of state, Mr. So, sir. And I said he should go and ask the president of Souq. I'm sure he has a record of what the question he's asking me can be answered, better answered by the president of Souq. If he finds that unbearable or rude, then either that one is not doing his work well or I'm not doing my work well and I don't belong here. But I carried on regardless. Shortly after that, another top army officer, Joseph Garuba, that one was the tallest man next to Hufwe Bonye, or the one from Mali. And he said, "Julie, I know you can be rude at times." I said, "Not on this occasion. This is a wonderful occasion for the whole nation. And I'm trying to be my best behavior." And he said, the president said, "I'm being very rude to him." He said, "I know you, maybe you can say things." And I said, "No, I never." He asked how much the dress cost. And I don't think I have an answer, which may contradict what will be on record if you really examine it thoroughly. I was getting very nervous at the time. So I dropped everything and disappeared from the scene, and I never went back again. But the thing reverberated right down to all the committees and members. My late auntie, what's her name? Kentebe, which was a lady, commodore of their navy. She said, "Julie, I think she heard that she was going to be sacked that day because the naval officer sent to her and said, 'You are the one that did this.' And I said, 'Can never, God forbid, can never reach me because I'm not in the forces. I'm doing my own job here as a professional broadcaster.'" Well, I think it has reached a stage now where whatever you say might be taken against you because there are so many people going to court now and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now because some of the gory stories we hear and people being, penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that's actually, maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And it's a tradition of our people, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse now. I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, prostitution and apply this a trade that by some madams, which is not really acceptable. But there are other areas that maybe some parents cannot pay for their children's school fees, so they send them, into child labor or whatever. I think every child should be given a chance to have, proper education. If all can start free and fair education to children, whether all genders, boys and girls, see what the results that have come out of that. But in some other parts of Nigeria, they believe that that it's not acceptable in their religion, and so they still keep the children down. and send them into early marriage. And a lot of people have dealt, people like Dr. Simi Johnson, they were in the, front of that vanguard to liberate the children who have been kept, into further at age 13. And when they have children, they are not able, either they die, premature deaths from, being too early to go into pregnancies and have the children properly and things like that. Different stages, it's a very serious issue that actually I think has been well looked into, not by the United Nations or by, but Nigerian government itself should look at it more, more serious terms and try to find how to deal with it. But there's something that happened in some homes, which is now coming out now, which in the past, members of the family will not allow maybe a woman that is a victim. The child is a victim, but there are other, things that sort of trigger down the line, like a wife, for instance, who is watching her husband, trying to abuse children that are under their care. And the children definitely cannot, rise to the level that a child who is being abused at an early stage cannot continue with her education. So I have been involved in issues like that because I was affected as a 13-year-old when an aunt of mine felt that I should stop going to school. But I was rescued by another aunt. So I was lucky at the time. Not many people have been able to, get through all this kind of trauma. I was lucky that just at the time, the man was busy talking to some other people, and it's like somebody being kidnapped and another person coming to your rescue. So I was lucky at my own, to escape that unscathed and get on with my life. If I hadn't gone through, maybe I would have been having 13 children. It's good to have children so that the population will multiply. But then you have to make sure that the children are able to, get on with their education. And when you educate that child, he's able to look after other children. I've raised so many children in the process, I was able to earn enough money to take care of members of my family. And that is what everybody should sort of, try and rise up to that challenge. Chief Folami Koka was the Babeto of Lagos. So, and I used to accompany him to the palace of Yekon. And someone then said, well, Yeto, why don't you let... He wanted his wife to be the Yeto, but she rejected it. She said she didn't want to because, she thought they were going to perform some fetish. This is really fetish. My brother now turned to me and said, Julie, do you want the title? I said, no, it's not for me to say, because I wasn't terribly keen. But he said he was going to carry out all the preparations. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, why not? And the late Oba Adeyinka Oyekon graciously offered me the title. I accepted and went through the ceremony. So I've been a Yeto of Lagos now for getting on 40-something years. We only have one majesty in England. And that is one of the oldest institutions in the world. Some other countries are getting rid of their heads of their traditional rulers. France doesn't have one, for instance. There are some countries in Europe, I think in Finland, that still have, kings and queens and all that. But Nigeria, every little village, every doorstep has one title. This is the palace of the so. It wasn't like that in our own time. You had only one Oba in Lagos. Now you have so many. You have several Obas. This one claiming this and that. It's Osa. It's whatever. After a while, there's going to be a clash. Maybe not in our own time. So if they are playing traditional roles, somebody will lay claim to some title that belongs to somebody else and another one. There's no end to it. So let them stay the way they are now. If they want to multiply, that has nothing to do with me because we don't have any say in that. It's not because you can say now that this station is trying to sell this idea to be propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, in the states at the state level, they take it, I think it's rotated. After a while, one steps down, another one takes over at that level. If they want to go and attend the meeting at the House of Assembly, that's up to them. But at the federal level, I think, no. No. I don't approve of it at all. Because then you have some woman coming on and saying that he's the one that is entitled to the title. It's not, I don't know whether any African country actually accepted that sort of thing. So Nigeria shouldn't start. Nigeria at certain points in any of these things. Once Nigeria starts, other people will start. And before you know it, the whole thing will skyrocket and another war starts. We have enough problem on our hands as it were now. No, we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about 4 women in the Senate. It's ridiculous. We seem to be dancing backwards. In that regard, I think we're falling short. Totally. There was a time when there were more. There doesn't have to be more women in the Senate. I think there should be maybe 50%. Not even 30-something affirmative, whatever that they went to Beijing to talk about. There should be more. There should be more women participating in politics. I don't know whether it's because. No. I don't want. I just believe that we should have more women in politics. Because women are more sensible. Women are glamorous, they come out looking beautiful, but their contribution to national issues, I think, more. Look at a man who went to beat up somebody in the hospital, then he says he's a hero. Hero of where? That kind of man should not be allowed to even come and address the press. Maybe the press find it funny, humorous to feature somebody like that. There's no woman that will come on TV and speak like that. If you examine every single one of the men, they all have different issues. Some of them have issues about wives and men and things that they have been doing, or they are corrupt and they have been taking money, dipping their hands into different coffers. No woman would do that. I think women are more serious-minded, and they address issues the way they should be addressed. And they will take more care of issues that affect the nation, girl-child issues, health issues. The men don't even care about health issues. They don't even want to know what's happening. The men even wear bigger agbadas than when they are going to the house. First of all, they should cut down on the amount of clothing that some of them wear. They spend more time thinking of their image, how they're going to appear. Since television has now gone into the chambers, you find that they spend more time, on things like that. And it's ridiculous. We watch other countries, the way their parliamentary issues are being addressed. We're not learning anything from that. We shouldn't be learning from them. They should be coming to learn from us if we're doing the things we're supposed to be doing properly. But if women are really at the forefront of all this, I'm sure that they'll be able to calm all those hot issues that erupt sometimes in the houses. With worry, my mother. I was brought up as an Ichekiri child by my mother. I was taught to sing Ichekiri songs, to speak Ichekiri well, to address issues that affects the people of worry. My stepfather, who also brought at the hand in my upbringing, was an Ichekiri man. So I think that takes care of all those things. Well, I was brought up in Lagos, so I have this dual kind of nationality, and I knew my father came from Egba land, but I didn't have much to do with him. I only have connection with the family, like, Toye Koka, who was my uncle who took care of me as well, but he was too busy doing other important things. But occasionally when they're having issues in the family, I'm invited like a stranger. But because I speak Yoruba very well, and I passed all my exams, and I used to do all my programs in Yoruba in Ibadan in those days, on radio, WNBS. So I can still hold my head high in that regard. I think I function very well. It's like the King of England. He sometimes goes home to his Greek family. When, Prince Charles, when he was prince, he used to go on holidays with his family from the Greek side. And in fact, it looks like some of them sometimes when they are together. So yeah, I think it's allowed. Well, one of the first one, my 40 years in TV, which is actually showcasing all the my life in broadcasting from the early stages, which actually should have answered some of the questions, was a textbook in Kenya for many years, because the minister came to Nigeria, and my DG then, Mohammed Ibrahim, had a whole box full of the books, and he gave them to the minister. And when the minister got there, he requested for more copies of the book. I never got paid for it, but I was delighted that they found the book so interesting. So maybe I'll get someone to serialize the book on TV sometime. We tried to do it some years ago, because I cannot be telling the stories all over again. This is about maybe another 30 years story. Again, we've done another sort of edition. My Life in the Limelight, which is the latest one. So if you have time, if you create space, you might be able to tell the stories and take it stage by stage. That's why I sell the book, and also, we get some media attention from sponsors and get things going. The sky will be the limit then. Well, eat well, eat the right type of food, eat Ichekiri pepper soup, or anybody else who's cooking pepper soup now, because then you don't have too much oil. I think that damages certain things in the tissues. And if you want to avoid having cancer, there's nobody in my family that has ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So get someone, to prepare. There was a time when Ichekiri food was being prepared in the museum, and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people lived well. So people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy, and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say you paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much indeed.
Bring to you the remarkable life of a Nigerian businesswoman who has overcome significant challenges to become one of the most successful entrepreneurs in Africa. Let me tell you about the strength, resilience, and passion for success of a woman who journeyed into the male-dominated world of oil exploration and production. A woman who displayed her love for philanthropic endeavors and her commitment to empowering others, particularly women and young people. This woman is Folorunsho Alakija. It takes only the brave, courageous, and smart-minded people to become rich and influential personalities in the world. In Africa, when we mention the names of rich and powerful women, you must mention the name Folorunsho Alakija, the richest woman in Africa. Her net worth, according to Forbes, is $1 billion. Now, how did she start? Let's take you down memory lane on the life of Folorunsho Alakija. Folorunsho Alakija was born on Sunday, 15th July 1951 to Chief L.A. Ogbara, her father, and Mrs. Ogbara, her mother, who is a businesswoman. She was born into a polygamous family of 8 wives and 52 children. Her mother was the first wife, and she was the 8th child of her mother. Young Folorunsho grew up at her family house located at Ido Oluwo Street, Ikorodu, Lagos. She had her nursery education at Our Lady of Apostles Nursery School from 1955 to 1958, also in Lagos. At the age of 7, her parents enrolled her at a primary school in Wales called Dino Ben School for Girls in Wales. She was in that boarding school for 4 years before she returned to Nigeria. After her primary education, she attended Muslim High School, Shagamu, Ogun State in 1963. Well, during the holidays, she would go to her mother's shop to participate in the textile business. She would learn about trading and marketing of textiles. Generally, she learned a lot of tricks about business. After graduation from high school, she enrolled at Pitman Central College, London, to study secretarial studies. In 1974, Folorunsho started her career working as an executive secretary at Sijuade Enterprises. After gaining some experience there, she moved on to First National Bank of Chicago, now First City Monuments Bank, working as the executive secretary to the managing director. Later, she was appointed the new head of the Corporate Affairs Department of the International Merchants Bank of Nigeria, formerly First National Bank of Chicago. She moved on in her career to become office assistant to the Treasury Department. After spending 12 years in the banking sector, Folorunsho traveled to London in 1984 to study fashion designing. She studied intensive courses in millinery and fashion design at the American College in London and the Central School of Fashion. When she returned to Nigeria, she established her fashion label called Supreme Stitches. Within 3 weeks of setting up her business, she was invited to take part in a fashion competition. Folorunsho won the competition that brought her straight into the limelight of the fashion industry in Nigeria. Prominent women from different parts of the country started making clothes with her. Her fashion company thrived successfully, and a few years later, she renamed it to the Rose of Sharon House of Fashion, making it a proper fashion line. As her success in fashion grew, she was later made national president of the Fashion Designers Association of Nigeria, FADON, and a lifelong trustee of the association. By the early 1990s, Folorunsho decided it was time to expand her business tentacles to oil and gas. Her company, FAMFA Limited, was incorporated in September 1991. The company applied for an oil prospecting license, OPL, to explore a 617,000-acre block for oil, now OPL 216. In August 1993, the company was awarded the leasehold rights of OPL 216 oil block, and it was renamed officially. FAMFA Oil was changed to FAMFA Oil Limited. Its goal was to be the forefront of indigenous oil and gas exploration and production in Nigeria. Folorunsho got on board the exploration of a major deep water oil field located 1,500 meters off the Niger Delta, the Agbami field. She gained access by partnering with Star Deep Water Petroleum, a subsidiary of Texaco, through a joint venture agreement. FAMFA Oil Limited then appointed Star Deep Waters Petroleum as its official technical advisor for the OPL 216 exploration license. The company received 40% of FAMFA's 100% stake, while the remaining 60% was retained by FAMFA and the Alakija family. It was discovered in 1998 by Shell. Star Deep Waters Limited, an affiliate to Chevron, functions as the operator of the field. Through her company, FAMFA, Folorunsho and other companies are oil benefactors of the Agbami field. The Agbami field was first discovered in 1998 but only became active in 2008. Its operations will last throughout 2024. After a majority of its vast reserves would have been extracted, she had to fight back against the government in court for laying claims to a 50% stake in her company. It was initially a 40% stake, but the government later returned for an additional 10%, claiming that the company generated a revenue of $10 million from the oil block. Folorunsho felt it was unfair because her company had worked hard, invested everything in the business. When the fruits of their labor started to manifest, that's when the government took everything away. The Alakija family fought the government in court until they won on May 22, 2012. The first drilling of the Agbami well was done on 15 July 1998. The exploratory well was about 4,700 feet underwater, which was the deepest depth in Nigeria at that time. From the license application to the point of the company's first strike, there was an interval of 17 years. Today, FAMFA Oil Limited is a leading oil and gas exploration company. Folorunsho Alakija has other businesses in property, real estate, and in printing. She owns Dayspring Property Development, a real estate company with investments in different parts of the world. She also owns Digital Reality Print Limited, a printing company and corporate services provider. And in the area of philanthropy, Folorunsho's success story would not be complete without mentioning how she wants to give back to society. She wants to help those in need. Hence, she started the Rose of Sharon Foundation, which was created in 2008. It is a registered faith-based NGO that has empowered widows and their families and orphans to be successful through education programs and scholarships up to the university level within the country, Nigeria. Through Famfa Oil Limited, Folorunsho also hands out yearly scholarships to 9,000 medical and engineering students across the nation. The foundation has also donated a total of 21 chest clinics for the treatment of tuberculosis in 21 states across Nigeria, including the Niger Delta region and Lagos State. They have successfully donated 4 e-libraries and 2 school libraries to schools within the nation. In addition, she has a foundation created to empower women called Flourish Foundation. It encourages women in their different careers and provides grants for female entrepreneurs who want to start a business. Folorunsho is also a writer and has written a few books. For instance, one of the books titled The Cry of Widows and Orphans and The University of Marriage, and also the Folorunsho Alakija Speaks, to mention a few. Now, Folorunsho's personal life would not be complete in this article without mentioning her husband, Mr. Modupe Alakija. Folorunsho and Modupe got married in November 1976. Their marriage is blessed with 4 sons and their grandchildren, and they reside in Lagos, Nigeria. Folorunsho holds so many awards and recognitions for her contribution to society. She holds 6 honorary degrees and a fellowship at the Yaba College of Technology. In July 2013, she was appointed as the Vice Chairman of Nigerian National Heritage Council and Endowment for Arts. She became the first female chancellor in Osun State University and Nigeria's first female chancellor on the 9th of March 2016. She is also one of the Lagos Business School's alumnus and a member of the Commonwealth and Investment Council Advisory Board. She is also an advisory board member for Center of African Studies, Harvard. On July 17, 2021, Benson Idahosa University, Benin City, bestowed on her an honorary doctorate degree in business administration. In conclusion, Folorunsho Alakija's story is a tale of hard work, determination, persistence, and courage. She was able to build up her marriage, raise an upstanding family, and build her empire. She also faced challenges in her life, but she conquered these challenges. She is living proof that success is not limited by gender, age, nationality, or financial backgrounds, but rather success is the product of courage to take risks and stand up strong in the face of adversity.
According to the former UBA Group Managing Director, Mr. Kennedy Uzoka, he's a man that knows it all. Also, another described him as an encyclopedia of knowledge. The both are now farther from the truth of a man whose career has spanned over 4 decades, being part of a dozen organizations in both the banking and manufacturing sectors, serving in different capacities as either a director, board member, or chairman of organization. such as Anywell Flour Mills PLC, PZ Cussons PLC, Nigerian Breweries PLC, and United Bank for Africa PLC. In the same vein, he also had some link with the British American Tobacco Nigerian Foundation and Nutrisima Limited. He was once the president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, where he clamored for the patronization of local content by all well-meaning Nigerians. Also, he served as chairman of the former Universal Trust Bank PLC (UTB) before the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo implemented the recapitalization of banks in Nigeria. Born Kolawole Babalola Jamodu on February 9, 1944 in Odo Ere, Yagba West local government area of the present Kogi State. Kola Jamodu attended St. Paul's Primary School in Otumete City College from 1958 to 1961, Harvard Business School, Boston, Massachusetts, United States of America from 1986 to 1987. His mother was Mrs. Fumi Olabinwonu. Not much was known about his father. At an early age, Kolawole showed an uncanny drive for knowledge and learning, which will form a greater part of his adult life. His rise to fame hasn't been without its peculiar episodes of challenges. He started his career with the United African Company of Nigeria (UACN) in 1962. 3 years later, he moved to Lever Brothers Nigeria Limited, now Unilever Nigeria PLC, and in 1965, where he received many years of experience of over 10 years in production, commerce, and finance. He later joined PZ Customs Group in 1975 as a group accountant. Chief Kolawole Jamodu, for many who work closely with him, is a go-getter both in the business arena and an exemplary leader in achieving the corporate governance with a litany of portfolios in diverse sectors. He's a trailblazer practically in many areas. He was the first Nigerian to be appointed as Group Finance Director at PZ. In 1980, he was appointed Chairman, PZ Nigeria Limited, then a trading subsidiary of the PZ Group, while still holding his position as the PZ Group Financial Director. In 1987, he became the first Nigerian Deputy Group Chief Executive, and in 1990, he became the first Nigerian Group Chief Executive of PZ Cussons. Still in 1990, he was appointed Chairman of PZ Cussons PLC, becoming the first Nigerian to combine the positions of a Chairman and Chief Executive. He, in 1999, after he had served in that capacity for many years, meritoriously retired but remained on the PZ Board of Directors as Chairman in a non-executive capacity. Known for his strategic touch of class, Take 2, although his first appointment as Executive Chairman of PZ Cussons was interrupted by his appointment as Minister of Industry in 2001, when PZ went through a tumultuous season in 2013, when revenue nosedived and profit hemorrhaged. Kola Jamodu was on every shareholder's lips, underscoring the confidence reposed in his ability to provide effective leadership hitherto wanting for the company at that time. Known for his knack for having the right strategy to grow business in a difficult market. In his capacity as Chairman of Nigerian Breweries PLC, Kola Jamodu led the strategic investment and acquisition that have enabled Nigerian breweries seize key markets from competitors, positioning the company to maintain leading market share, moderate operating costs, and grow wealth for shareholders. In 2014, Nigerian Breweries acquired Consolidated Breweries Limited, with which sales revenue grew by 10% in 2015, even as the total brewed market declined. The company saved cost and defend profit drop in 2015. Jamodu also served as chairman of Universal Trust Bank PLC, a director in Ashaka Cement, and a director in Honeywell Flour Mills PLC. And also, he's been a director of United Bank of Africa since 2007. He's a fellow of Chartered Institute of Accounting, Nigeria, fellow of Chartered Institute of Management Accounts, London, and fellow of Chartered Institute of Secretaries. The name Jamodu trumpets loud and clear in Nigeria's boardroom leadership, owing to his dedicated work and great accomplishments in building businesses. Jamodu has only been a seeker of new challenges, set to brave and break new grounds. Our key takeaways from his tenure as minister highlighted the introduction of various innovative backward integration policies that enabled self-sufficiency in the production of goods like cement and other staples. These moves led to increased foreign direct investment, job creations, and a major boost to national economy and GDP. Dr. Jamodu, after a hiatus from the private sector, was appointed to numerous board positions with reputable multinational companies in Nigeria. For a start, he was reappointed chairman of United Bank for Africa PLC as a non-executive director in 2007. It's worth of note to say that in 2006, Dr. Jamodu was appointed to the board of Nigerian Breweries PLC as a non-executive director and later moved to become chairman in 2008, where he served 17 years meritoriously, spending 15 of those years as board chairman, and on April 30, 2023, retired as chairman of the organization, leaving a legacy of growth, innovation, and continuous success. Under his watch, the Nigerian breweries grew in leaps and bounds, strengthened its brand presence, and continued to drive positive change in the Nigerian breweries sector.
What was achieved during my period was a joint effort, because you can't say a leader if there are no followers. There are committees, and these committees are made of members of man.
Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu is a recipient of several national honors, including Member of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, MFR, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, CFR. Also, he is a recipient of the National Productivity Merit Award, NPMA. Additionally, he is a Chartered Global Management Accountant, CGMA, a Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Management, London, and Fellow of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators. He is also a Distinguished Fellow of the Institute of Directors, Nigeria. During his 4-year stint at the helm of affairs in the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, he served in different capacities like the National Treasurer, Chairman of the Economic Policy Committee, Chairman of the Policy Advocacy Committee, Vice President, and later President from 2010 to 2014. Also, he is the past president of the Harvard Business School Alumni Association of Nigeria, a former president of the Chemical and Non-Metallic Products Employees Foundation, and an honorary member of the Nigerian Industrial Policy and Competitiveness Advisory Council, chaired by the Nigeria's Vice President. He's also served in various capacities such as Member of Council at the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association, NECA, Member of Council at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI, and Distinguished Member of the Board of Fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Management, NIM. He is an active member of Ikoyi Club 1938, Lagos Island Club, Lagos Metropolitan Club, Lagos Motor Boat Club, Moderates Club, and Lagos Dining Club, some of Nigeria's most prestigious social organizations. Not many people, prominent or otherwise, could be suitably described as detribalized nationalists like Dr. Kola Jamodu, whose great likeness for all and sundry, cultures and tongues, coupled with his numerous contributions to the growth and development of various communities nationwide, earned him several chieftaincy titles such as Ashiwaju of Ere Kingdom in Kogi State, Are Apashewa of Ere Land, also in Kogi State, Babalaja of Lagos, Boba Gunwa of Ere Land, Kogi State, Maye Bobajiro of Ibadan Land, Oyo State, Barakoyi of Osogbo Land, Osun State, Mayegun of Ayetoro, Wede, Kogi State, Fiwajoye of Molipa, Jebu-Ode, Ogun State, Ikemba one of Oba Nsuka, Ari of Eruku Land, Kwara State. Jamodu is nothing short of a legend. Although with limited experience in partisan politics, he stood tall and stepped into the plate when occasion presented itself in Kogi State, when he took leadership of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) as minister, serving in the cabinet of the ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo. In the middle of 2020, Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu served as the pioneer chairman of the Elders Advisory Committee (EAC) of Pan-Okun Relief Response Agenda, which played a pivotal role when the world was faced with the coronavirus, mobilizing resources to provide relief materials for the entire Okun people, as well as address various issues relating to the pandemic in the land. He, through the Kola Jamodu Foundation, KJF scholarships are provided to several poor students through all levels of education, primary, secondary, and tertiary levels, medical support to indigents who have genuine medical conditions but couldn't afford to foot the bill. Chief Kola Babalola Jamodu, over the years, his hobbies have been the same: reading, traveling, golf, and badminton. He is married to his sweetheart, Olori Asiwaju of Ere Kingdom, Chief Mrs. Fumilayo Jamodu, and they are blessed with children and grandchildren. Chief Dr. Kola Babalola Jamodu. Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Mase Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events such as the Independence Day in 1960 when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souq Enlightenment.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Ilegunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masque and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Honor of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa (UBA), demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
You are unable to understand why the Imo man, Imo woman, Bayelsa man, Bayelsa woman will blow egg to chicken and chicken will cry. What is, you are the one that don't understand it. You can't understand the science behind it. So what you should do is go and study how to understand it. That was why China closed their border for 25 years. Today, the Europeans and Americans that are trooping to China to study TCM, they are in droves. Today, Ayurveda is a full ministry in India. The Global Center for Traditional Medicine is in Gujarat, in India. It became 1 year in March this year. Because these people refused to be intimidated. They even want to scrape us so that we will not talk.
Because of the advent of drugs, hospitals, and modern technology, natural medicine in Nigeria have been relegated to the back for the longest of time in Nigeria. This situation has left Nigerians and Africans at large at the mercy of drugs produced abroad, as opposed to the effective, potent, and curing ability of leaves and roots. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency and natural medicine practitioners have partnered with Femi Walsh, owners of Souq News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed at a meeting held between both parties on Wednesday, July 7, 2024 in Lagos.
You can just cross it. You just cross it. Yes, send it to God.
At the meeting, the Director General of the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje, welcomed the guests, saying that there is need to positively change the narrative of natural medicine in Nigeria. and by extension, Africa. According to Professor Emeje, Souq News Television and the IL 104.9 has the capacity to showcase the tremendous studies, research work, and products coming out of Nigeria to the world.
So I believe your coming on board is also at a very critical period. So that, yes, you know, when we talked the other time and you said that because of our activities, people will start saying they want to be DJ of that place. Let them come and do. Yes, it is better for us to be known, to be lucrative, to be functional, so that people will compete to come and be DG, than for us to be obliterated. Do you understand? Because no matter how you do DG, you have expiry date. You will go. But let the organization remain for the benefit of our nation. Thank you very much.
Professor Emeje, responding on behalf of the president of Femi Wash Media, Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Wash, the vice president of Femi Wash Media, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze, said as Nigerians, we talk down on Nigeria a lot.
The beauty about what we're doing is that we also know that the end of post television is coming close to an end, because the Gen Zs, they don't watch too much of television, they are on their cell phone. And so we adopt the over-the-top technology as a company to distribute our content, both in Africa, Asia, and America. Yesterday, I was still talking to a friend of mine, I met him in Toronto, who's giving us an inroad into the Caribbean, where our brothers are who were moved from this place. So we show to the world what we are capable of doing, and this will attract attention of the world to the agency. I said to Prof the other day that I know that very soon people will be struggling to become DG of the agency. Because now there's no budget in it, that's why people are not struggling. But very soon budget will come to it. And then everybody can live a decent and good life. So it's a pleasure to partner with you and to see how to drive this vision in the next 4 years as Prof is still here.
Dr. Osamanze, in the presence of Souq News Television's Chief Responsibility Officer, Sam Orowuje, Business Manager Shade Uwe, and Chooks John Rogers, appreciated the NNMDA management and staff for a wonderful meeting that has signaled the beginning of a beautiful relationship in times to come.
The bank was totally gone, so there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other, and I'm happy that many years down the line we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make them move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to some Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he doesn't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe or the institution, which was we have 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of standard trust bank that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining eggheads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were on from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in the university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was started. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the brochures, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at All-State Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired this financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans. That's targets. If you have first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second tier intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. People want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, les partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda.
Gabon. Uganda.
Senegal.
Niger.
I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely adjured as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time magazine's 100 Most Influential People of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout is, I think I would say that I like to jump on the sport. You know, I love yoga, as you said.
Yeah.
But these days I'm trying to get in the group of planking.
Tony is not just a champion in the banking hall. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side is not survive. In that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of his holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So move in, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
In Africa, there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unflinching love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dangote and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dangote, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dangote, or his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to its holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions, like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015. He won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines rare intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Welcome to another edition of Inside Life, where we have exclusive communications and discussions and every other thing about special people from across the country, across the city, and at large across the world. Today on the show, we have a very, very special guest. He needs no introduction. His name precedes him. His work precedes him. His music precedes him. You might know him as Blackface Naija. His name is Amedu Augustine.
Yes.
Black.
Mr. BIO NRC.
Welcome to.
Good to have me.
Welcome home.
Good to be on this.
You know, we have come a long way. We have come a long way.
We surely have. We surely have.
30?
Yeah, like 30, 31 years.
That's a long time.
That's a long time. Since the days of IMT.
Right.
And I see you doing big things. Congratulations.
And likewise, I love how you're looking.
Yeah, you too, bro.
So, introduce yourself the way you want people to perceive you.
Well, for those that don't know me, my real names are Amedu Augustine. And as a singer, I have a stage name we call Blackface Niger. And I used to be a member of, I'm still a member though. I used to be a part of.
Sorry, before you proceed. It used to be Blackface. So come from that Blackface story before it became Blackface Niger.
Blackface Niger.
Yes.
Yeah, so many people were wearing blackface. And I wanted to be recognized and remembered as the blackface from Nigeria. So if I added Niger to my name, that would make it sound good. So I was like, okay, well, not just blackface, where there are several imposters. Let me just have Blackface Niger, which I will be the only one bearing the name. And that's the reason why I decided to add Niger to my name. Because I love my country so much, and my country people. So I wanted to rep for my people and say, I'm repping for Niger. So it's Blackface Niger. Hate it or love it, that's
Blackface Niger.
name.
So I hope there are no lawsuits, because I know some other people that had name changes and from common sense to common and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I know they had lawsuits, they had court things and all stuff. Yeah. They wrote him and they said, listen, stop using this name. If not, ... you know.
Maybe there was a common before.
That's what I'm saying. The people that were common sense.
They were
common sense.
Oh, so you're saying common didn't have that?
No, so he had to take out the sense and he became common. So I hope that's not what happened
That's
with
not
him.
it's just totally different from mine.
So you were going on with your introduction, please.
Yeah, so Blackface Niger, and people know me as the leader of the band Plantation Boys. You know, I started the band from way back, from when I was in school in IMT in Enugu, where I met you, where I met Easy Chi, where I met Don Hill. I met several people, and these people are just musically inclined and creative people, and they're still doing their creative work till date. So me, I've been doing what I've been doing since the time I started, and I'm still on my biz, still doing what I know, or what my passion drives, how my passion drives me, which is making music and trying to impact people's life one way or the other. You know, that's just my...
Blackface Niger, you have done this so long, so I'm going to ask you some pertinent questions about the music.
Okay.
Some intricate questions.
Okay.
So I'll start with, what is missing in the Nigerian music scene? Is it enough that we have this global attention that our music is making? Do you feel there's something missing, or you feel we have peaked, that we are where we are supposed to be, where we are planned to be, because it's easy for people to throw us out there and be like, yeah, we're running things and all that. So is there something missing with this global attention we're having currently?
Well, there's some things missing.
Talk to us about that.
And the first thing is that the attention is good, because once there's attention on you, it is going to put you on the spotlight to do good or show that you're doing bad. Because you can be praised from your vicinity, and when they compare your works with people's outside, they find out that either you're jacking off them and you're not being creative, or you are still way below par from how the level and the standard of music making, music writing, music production should be. You know, so I feel like we still have some gaps to fill, and there are several people that have tried to fill these gaps, but you know, it's not that easy for people to just come out and bridge this gap, because the real musicians are not heard, and the real writers and singers are not being patronized. So you're going to have an industry that is shaky. You'll be like, are we good enough? Can we really make it? Because you're having people that really don't.
When you say they're not patronized, how do you mean? Shed some more light.
Yeah, like the real artists are not being patronized. The real artists are not on the social media like they should. You know, because music is a kind of profession where you stay away from the regular, you stay away from the crowd. If the social media is a crowd, the real artists would not want to be in that crowd. They just want to go somewhere, stay away, don't get caught up with the distraction of what somebody might be telling you or what somebody's not telling you. So the real artists really don't, but people like us be like, I know I'm a real artist, but I don't want to let that hit me. I will still be in that media space and I will still tell them, yo,
chart your course.
Check my stuff out. I think I got what the industry is missing. And that's the reason why many of them have to come to my catalog to look for what to take to create.
Okay, let me come from this angle. Recently, major labels are coming to Nigeria, right, and setting up shop and stuff. Okay. And more recently, we're talking about the Universals, the Warner Brothers, Atlantic Records, and all the major labels, right? And recently there was a deal that went through. They invested 200 million in the record label in Nigeria. What's your take on such a combination, such a collaboration, or such an investment? What do you think about that? Do you think that the West might be colonizing Afrobeats? Let me put it like that. Or make it theirs and stuff. What are your thoughts? Because this has come from several quarters.
Well, where there's a fallow land, people tend to, try to look to that side. And our industry is like a fallow land right now, just trying to grow. And we have the populace. And, so these people have seen it that the industry has developed to a level that people are really ready to patronize what the artists are doing. So if it's a fallow land and it's a virgin land, they're definitely going to be thinking about trying to invest in the sector. If the government is not giving the small record labels grants and giving small record labels,
or even investing themselves.
If they're not doing that for the people, they're going to see that there's a space here. Room. And then they can come with their own orientation and with their own plan. I listen to some big artists who used to sing about liquor, who used to sing about different things. But these people really don't do those liquors. They don't drink and they don't smoke. But they're the ones making music about drinking and about smoking. And when you find out that they don't do these things, it tells you that the labels are probably telling them what to rap or sing about. So if they are coming to invest, I hope they're not going to be telling our people what to sing about, because our people have their own pain and their own plight and their own direction that they should be independent to create. But if they come in and they support the movement and support the heritage of the people, they will understand what I'm saying. But if they are here to make people buy into their own product or buy into their alcohol, buy into their drugs, buy into their stuffs, then they will have the artists in Nigeria or wherever they invest in to promote those things for them. And that's my only fear. Because if these labels are big and independent enough, they'll be able to say, this is what we want from our artists, regardless of who is paying the piper. You understand? So that's just my own take. It's a welcome development, but the artist and the label have to stay on their feet and stay strong on their aims and obligation to give entertainment to the people and educate the society.
How many artists actually know that?
Well, it's the label's responsibility to pass that to the young artists who are growing up.
When you're on the right label.
Right label.
Okay,
that's like Loud House Entertainment. Come to Loud House.
So there's a ongoing conversation about what Nigerian music is called across board. So everything is being collapsed unconsciously into Afrobeats. Everybody's calling, our music Afrobeats. What are your thoughts? Should we care about what the music is called, or should we be focused on the substance, on the content? Well, because right now we see people, anyone gets an opportunity, they give their music a name. They fuse all sorts of things. So in a week you would hear 10, 15 different genres of music. But in the long scheme of things outside were called Afrobeats. Wow. What do you think about that?
Well, I said this before when I went to one interview and they were talking about Afrobeat. And I was like, the music that people are making these days is not Afrobeat. Like most of the people are making these days is not Afrobeat. But they're using the name Afrobeat to sell it. They're just trying to sell the music by using the name Afrobeat. And then when you go back to how far Afrobeat has come, you get to realize how authentic these guys that have been doing Afrobeat before, these legends like Fela Kuti, Kola Ogunkoya, you have all those people that are Afrobeat artists. You know, you will now see their originality and how they've come. Now, since the new guys didn't come with no originality, they had to take the name Afrobeat and put it as their own for people to...
Let's remember to separate it. There's Afrobeat and there's Afrobeats with the S.
Okay, if we
no, I'm trying to clear on what you're breaking down,
Yeah.
so our people that are listening will understand that there's a line.
Yeah, of course there's a line. And the music itself separates it. The sound of the music separates the genre aside. You cannot be singing a song and you're what song will I use? And you're telling it Afrobeat. You don't just do that. But it's because they want to cash in. It's just like somebody say you want to sell a Peugeot, and Peugeot is not selling anymore. Maybe a Mercedes is more in vogue. And you turn your car Mercedes just because you want to sell it. And that's not right.
I see what you're saying.
And that's not right. And that's why I'm saying that stick to your genre, stick to what you know how to do.
Be proud
best.
of what you're bringing.
Of course, you don't have to go following other people because that's what they know how to do best. So you now want to join in the greats and water down their music. No,
painful.
We have to. That has to be some Watergate case or something.
So when you came in, what was the music called at the time, and what was the music on the scene? And talk a bit about that.
Yeah, when we came in, basically there was really no particular genre that was like, you know, because there was rap music was also in vogue. There was reggae music, rap music because of Felix Amozis and Junior and Pretty and all those people.
Mode 9 at the time.
Mode 9, yeah, Mode 9.
You yourself.
Yeah, but I'm talking before we came.
Okay, before we came.
So we had those. You know, there were different genre. There was Raskimono, which is reggae. There was Magic Fashek with his own reggae and his own style. There was Abami Eda with his Afrobeat. There were different people with different genres. So we didn't have to say, there was no reason to stigmatize all Nigerian music as one.
Yes.
Don't forget, when you go to the East, you're going to see the likes of them, Oliver the Coke and Sadebe. They were not doing Afrobeat, but they were making high life music. Just like everybody tell me Nigerian music not to be high life music. How would that sound?
Exactly.
When I'm rapping, Kini big deal, Mini big deal. I'm cruising through the hood with big wheels. Is that Afrobeat or high life? I'm doing rap music. So there's rap, there's Afrobeat, there's R&B, there's dancehall, there's reggae, there's different genres. So I don't feel good when they try to term all Nigerian artists as Afrobeat artists. They don't even make Afrobeat.
It's sad. So at the point that you came into the game, so let's backtrack.
Okay.
A few years back, when did you decide that it was music for you? I'm not talking Plantation Boys now.
Yeah,
I'm talking pre-Plantation Boys. Then tell us the Plantation Boys story and how it went. So when did you decide that, listen, it's music?
Yeah, I decided it was music from when I went to Shevu nightclub.
Where's that?
Shevu nightclub. Shevu is in Onisha.
Really?
Yes, Shevu nightclub.
When was this?
Shevu, that was like in 1980. That should be 1989, 88, around that time, you know.
Wow,
that period. Very, very long.
Okay.
You know, and then while I was in school, I used to go to, you know, Enugu, you know, go there, perform, come. Even in school, we used to go to all this normal inter-house or inter whatever.
The school sports.
And we go and make music and all of that, you know.
Correct.
So I started saying that, man, if people like my music that much, so why don't I take it serious? And so I decided to take it serious from that time. And when I also started to take it serious was when I started going to Rap City jams. And with the microphone out, we could rap for hours. I found out that, man,
please explain what Rap City Jams is.
Well, for those that don't know, I know you know Rap City, but there are people that don't know Rap City Jams. Rap City Jams was a store, a musical store that was in Enugu, and there we all used to go there. And from DOH, definition of hip hop, to adding to
NRS,
Corporate G, and everybody, we used to go there. It was a place where we all used to rap and pass the mic. So then I was like, man, I think I can keep doing this, because what am I going to do again? And I just fell in love with music, and so many people being involved. It was really, really nice, because my friends there, they really gave me encouragement. Yo, I like your rap, I like your flows. And I was like, yeah, you know. And that was how I built my courage to say I want to take it as a professional job. And that's what I'm still doing till today.
So from that time, segue into Plantation Boys, how did that begin to take shape?
Yeah, I had to leave school. We left school. I left school because I finished my ND, and I didn't want to wait another year. It was like I'd waited like 2 years with a strike.
And you had taken this decision?
Yes, I'd taken the decision, and I was like, man, I'm not going to do this school anymore. I'm just going to go straight to Lagos, where they say that's where the
city of dreams.
Yeah, and I was going, and then I had my friend who was with me then, Mr. Innocent. You know, so I was like, man, I'm going to Lagos though. You know, and it was like, he's going to come with me. I was like, well, if you want to come, it's cool. I just need to finish one or two things. And so we came to Lagos and started the journey as a band, Plantation Boys. And as Plantation Boys, we made some records. We made like our first single was a smash. Our first album was a smash. At least we changed the mindset of the Nigerians, thinking they can't make that international sound. Although there have been people before us trying to do it, respect to them. I'm not trying to downplay their effort. But I know that the moment I came in the game, I know what I brought in, because I've been prepared for me to bring my contribution in. It wasn't like I was just caught up, I was surprised about it. No, I knew. So that's the reason why when they give shower praises, I'm like, no, I know where I'm going. I don't really take it to heart. Like, yeah, maybe they felt I was too pompous because of that, but they don't know that. You know, you have what you are striving for and all of that. So the Plantation Boys started. I made Face to join the band, and we became a trio. We made some records, and we parted ways. Some people went to different record labels. You know, just like.
Talking about different record labels, do you remember that time I think it was Christmas, you were in Enugu with your brother, Innocent, one other person. You had was it a Supra?
Yeah, my Supra. We had a problem with my car on the road.
No. You guys were in Enugu at that time. You were talking, that was the first time you talked about leaving Dove. Was it Dove?
Yeah.
So you talked about leaving Dove, and that when you get back, you were going to shop for new labels and stuff.
Yes.
At the time, Dome Workers was in Enugu. You know, we had a meeting in Jerry at Chris's house. If Dome had tried to make you an offer, would you have taken it?
I don't know, depending on what the contract would have stated then. But then, you know, when you're ambitious, you're just looking for that headway. You know, and it's good for you to be sought after when you're already aware of who you are. Because sometimes you might not be aware of who you are.
It gives you a negotiating power.
Yes, because then you can negotiate. But then, there wasn't really total cohesion about what we really wanted to do, because there were individual preferences. Some persons wanted to be on the label. I wanted to be independent. I wanted to be independent, like start up my own label, start up my own publishing house. I wanted that. But I couldn't do that with the beginning. I had to, first of all, be able to work with some other persons, learn the process, learn how this thing works. So that's why I was open to working with anybody. But not just anybody, because I turned some people down to work with them. You know? And
can you divulge one of those people?
No, everybody knows. It's not like it's you know, they offered me their contract, but but I didn't accept. You know, like Kenny's music apartment, their contract, I didn't accept because I was the witness to Tenny Tutila's contract, and I told Tutila that if it was me, I wouldn't be signing this contract. But I was his witness on the contract. But he wanted to come out, so let him go out. Yeah, do it. Even though I wrote some songs for him then, it's okay. But let him come out.
It's his choice.
So I had to let that go.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So, personal question. Your relationship with Innocent, right, is well documented. Everybody knows, right?
Well documented, like did a movie about it or something.
Because it's been online. It's been
okay. The media
the whole back and forth.
Yeah.
And one other name that has featured in the story is Efeomorogbe, right? So it was recently said that they split up. Efe used to manage Innocent, right?
Yeah, I heard
they split
so.
up. Do you have any thoughts on their working relationship and how it concerns you?
Well, I made my views very, very open and clear the moment I heard that news. I said, I hope he left my Let Somebody Love You behind.
Really?
Yeah, because he put his name on my song as a writer.
No, but I thought that had been squashed.
Nothing been
when
squashed.
there was we
had that, but they
mediation.
They didn't go all the way to finish what the mediators said they should do. They left it, they abandoned it.
So what are you doing about that?
I've not done anything yet. I'm still waiting for them to get their senses together. And I'm still waiting.
Because I know you both were in courts, you had your lawyer.
Yeah, they decided to settle out of court.
Then, yes, I know about that meeting.
Yeah.
So what, are you able to speak about that meeting? Because I know NDAs were passed. Are you able to speak about it?
Well, there's nothing to hide about it. It's just the fact that they didn't go to the extent that they were supposed to do.
What was said
give
at the
me
meeting?
credit for what my works were.
And it was agreed upon?
Yes. But they've not done that.
From then till now?
How
long has that been?
That's been some time. That's been some time.
2-3 years?
Yes, that's been about 2-3 years. And I'm still patient. Still waiting for them to wake up in the morning and say, I'm supposed to do the right thing. I don't
So the question now that this poses for me is, being that they agreed at the mediation to do the needful.
Yeah.
It's a rhetoric. Why all the hula baloo all these years? It's been set up that you didn't know what you were saying, that it wasn't, you didn't like the music. Why did all that happen?
They only just try to discredit me. They only just try to discredit me and discredit my personality and put me down like I'm not somebody they should be listening to. That was all they tried to do.
Why do you think they would want to do something like that?
Why would they want to try to do something like that? They should try to do something like that because
it's like taking out competition, quote and unquote, right?
Of course. So most of the niggas don't want no competition. Similarly, play my video for television. It's competition, and they're not ready for the competition.
Right. Okay, so do you feel misunderstood by sections of the audience? Because I'm asking this coming from Hard Life, smash hit.
Yeah.
I'm coming from Ahead of the Game, smash hit.
Yeah.
So how does the things that happened around that period differ from now? Do you feel the audience, let me ask it again, do you feel the audience misunderstands you? And if so, why?
Well, I don't think it's the audience that misunderstands me. I don't think it's the audience. I think it's a set of people with their agenda trying to make it seem like the audience don't like my music. So that they can have a reason to downplay me when they are on the table with entrepreneurs and investors. That's just the reason. It's not because I'm a bad guy. It's not because I'm
You look like a bad guy, though.
No, I may look like a bad guy,
Yeah.
But inside, I'm that guy to make it happen.
Like Eclairs, right?
I'm that guy. Just say, what's the issue? That's the reason why you can see me doing the Plantation Boys project on my own. Because I'm that guy to make it still happen.
I was going to
regardless of whether there's sponsorship or there's no sponsorship. When I came to the game, there was no money for Plantation Boys. We didn't have any money. I kept on the program. I kept on the process. I believed in the process, and I kept telling them, believe the process. until the process paid out when we went to the Rothmans Groove and we were able to have money to record our debut album. If I didn't believe in the process, I won't be here today. I won't be here today.
I remember Rothmans Groove.
Yes.
97, 98?
Yes.
You guys were big at the time.
We were big because the sound was big. We were nobody.
Oh my goodness.
We were nobody.
The
Nobody knew us.
massive.
But the moment you heard us on stage, we were sounding like Drew Hill or like New
International.
Edition. Yeah, because the standard was not all about where we were, but what was upstairs. It wasn't ever about
the music.
But the music. So that's the reason why people see us that way. We didn't have an album out, but we were big. We didn't have a private house of our own. We were squatting with people, but we're big. We're having people come to our house to come and visit us, plenty people. We didn't have our own personal car or bus to convey all of us, but we were big. Why were we big? It was because of the work we put in. And the people loved the work. So they regard us as our work. So you are as big as your work. You're not as big as how much money you think you have in your bank from last year. You're as big as your presence
What you're doing,
now.
currently.
And that's how the people took to us. And they really respected our craft. And they saw the vision about where we were going. And they respected us for that. You know, until, while they were respecting us, until people got to realize that the more they are respecting these people, Omo, that guy, we have to make sure nobody talks anything about him. And that was how they started targeting me.
Again, I'll ask why.
As then, yeah, because they don't want no competition, bros. They don't want no competition.
You were actually ahead of the game at the time.
I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. And I was even asked to take that song down, and I refused to take it down.
Whoa, please speak on that.
Yeah, I was asked to take it down. I was asked to take it down. I was actually approached. Take the music down.
By whom?
I was approached by the owner of Hip TV.
Okay.
I was approached by him.
why-
In Abuja. I was not approached in Lagos. I was approached in Abuja. Like they traveled to Abuja to meet me in Abuja.
Why would he ask you to do that?
Because the damn hip hop world, me check my profile, say me better than you, let them got myself signed. Mediocre, it's time to resign. I knew they'd be mediocre since 2005. They'd be mediocre. So they took my awards that I thought I was supposed to get. Best album was supposed to be Ghetto Child for 2004. Or best single was supposed to be Hard Life. Or best collaboration was supposed to be The Pain Name and Spicy Rock Steady. Those were supposed to be the awards given to us for the work we put in.
Because those songs were big at the time. They were the
But
biggest
they
songs
gave
that
it
year.
to other people because we were not part of the people that they want to promote. That's what I feel. I may be wrong, but that's what I feel. And that's the reason why it propelled me into being, I know you people have your plans about me, but no problem. Keep doing what you're doing, and we'll see who's going to last long in this game. Because they say, I'm nothing without the press. The beginning will be the press, and the ending will be the press. I said it's a lie. The press can't press me.
I like the sound of that.
That's what I told them. I said the press can't press me. And this is me 2023, 24. I'm still here, bros. The press have tried to press me for how long? Go to my Facebook page. They're all there. What are they doing there? Just talking about me wrongly. I wear my suit. Oh, this your suit is too hot. Why don't you wear a suit? Do you know the car I drive if I have so much AC in my car? Oh, this your glasses. Why don't you change it? It's my glasses. Oh, you should, because they always say that once they want to cancel you, they always have a reason to complain. And they send people to your page and to complain and complain and complain. Even if
I've heard that thing, right? That people are actually engaged to sit in a room
and do that
and type.
Yes.
Either to promote a song or promote an agenda or a person,
yes,
or to take or discredit.
Yes.
I've heard that.
Yes, they do that. And see, I got songs for this. Wait till I release it. But I have a line that I said, I've been a victim of it. So many times they try to take my